Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust, you know your feelings. I can breathe again, touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy.
It's gonna be
nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination.
What a clean fight for Disguise. Is that will be the team kill?
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome back to the OWCS. I am Zoe, and joining me are Jake and Matt, who had, I guess, the perfect day at work yesterday. You had one short match, an absolute beatdown, and then one of the most bizarre reverse sweep upsets. This is a tough act to follow, guys.
Only an upset if you didn't predict GK to win. Just gonna say that. Just gonna say that forever. Just
Okay.
How did you feel after the first 2 games with that prediction?
not great, but they brought it back in the end, which is what counts. They're up in the upper final, slot booked.
Yeah,
I mean, yes.
Yes.
Yes, but.
It was no, on the other side of things, so you're right. VP just absolutely ran through Katsia. I mean, we've obviously seen some good things out of Katsia, and even in that series, right? It's just, I think VP just showing how far ahead they potentially are here in EMEA.
Oh yeah, no, yesterday they looked completely untouchable. And quite frankly, in that TM-GK matchup, TM in the first 2 maps looked like that as well. And then somehow GK had the mental fortitude of bringing it back. And it all started with Alpha U switching over to that Reaper, and suddenly TM, which is like in disarray. It was weird. It was a bizarre series.
It felt like Twisted Minds didn't really know they were like losing it towards the end, and then and then we just ended it, and they were kind of like, wait, what? That's it? Like, because they looked awesome the first 2 maps, right? Like, they looked like we were headed. It was a pretty convincing 3-0 sweep. We were probably going to have some discussions about like, oh, is TM back? And then all of a sudden, GK just blew the doors off them for 3 straight maps. So a really odd series.
Yeah, they made UB really, really uncomfortable on that sim, and obviously Twisted Minds did build this new look around UB being back in the mix on that Symmetra, so I'm interested to see what they're going to pull out of the bag today, if they make any changes, that is. Now, Virtus.pro, as we already said, they came in as the first seed into our playoffs. They got to choose their opponents. They went with the Katsia, which I thought was a bit of a baller move, you know, like they picking the one and only team that even managed to take any maps off of them in group stage, and they came in with a vengeance, I guess. Like, they absolutely dominated them. This was one of the least close maps, or matches rather, that I've seen all year.
Yeah, it doesn't get more dominant than this. I mean, they absolutely rolled and smoked the opposition here. Virtus.pro going to be our first team in the EMEA qualifying to Paris, to the Midseason Championship. And Katsia didn't really put up much of a fight, honestly. It just felt like a level difference between these 2 teams in this first match.
Did we even learn anything about Katsia yesterday, though? Like, I feel like they're coming into today. Like, obviously, everybody's looking at TM as obviously the favorite, and I think so as well. But, like, Katsia's played pretty well against other teams. It's just they got ran through by VP.
Yeah, I said that yesterday, right? I feel like if Katsia will play on the same level they played against VP yesterday, they would look good against literally every other team we do have here. And they are ready to show it, obviously, in our first match for all the marbles. VP and GK will be playing our second match today, as, yes, we're starting in the lower bracket, so blood is in the water. Now, first, though, before we're digging into our first match, I do want to talk about the maps. Not to jump the gun, but I was asked to do so, so here goes it. Neon Junction was picked twice yesterday. which makes it the most selected map so far in the EMEA playoffs, tied with Circuit Royale. But me saying that actually kills my point here. So Neon Junction, is this the new King's Row, Jake?
I think in a way, yes. I mean, I think it's a map that looks really good for teams who want to play Rush and want to bring like fast-paced looks. And I think that's always going to be an attractive option, especially in EMEA, where a lot of teams have that pretty confidently in the back pocket. I think Twisted Minds pulled out the Rhine here and dropped a nasty full hold on GK. I mean, obviously they go on to lose the series, but that's a real threat that they could bring up later today, and something that is potentially a little bit scary to deal with because there's just not that much prep time on this map. So being a team that has come with an innovative strategy that can execute it with confidence, this is a great way to notch up some match wins here in these key series.
Did you expect it to be picked that often already, Matt?
I mean, there's always a chance. I think teams like, you know, have probably scrimmed it a little bit, and then like you see some strats, right? Like that high ground when Jake and I were talking about, like it was like I wasn't even sure how you access that at times, right? Like and like what you need, like Sim or like a Widow, somebody like there's no real like access point to just kind of walk up there. So really interesting stuff from some of the teams, I think, and that's probably why you see it. Also, when you kind of look at it, like a lot of EMEA doesn't like to play like Hollywood, right? And then it's if you're kind of bored of King's Row and you need somewhere to go, I mean, that's the obvious option.
You're kind of bored of King's Row and you need somewhere to go. Like, you should work in a travel agency, honestly.
I thought about it.
Me. How about, yeah, you can sell us on Paris. How about that? Because this is what the teams are playing for, right? Our first match today will be determining the third and final team representing EMEA at the Midseason Championship. And already qualified are also from other regions: Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, Varel, Team Liquid, Space Station Gaming, and 9Z from South America. That team featuring, you know, known faces such as Hydra and Clear. And we of course have more teams to come. We're gonna have a stacked lineup going at it at the Mid-Season Championship in Paris. Go sell me, Matt.
I mean, dude, Paris is pretty awesome time. I mean, scan the QR code, get 15% off if you're going to come. But I mean, Paris, we've had some lands in Europe in the past. They've always been fun. And Paris, I mean, great food, right? So, I mean, it's a good time. There's a lot of stuff to see. But, you know, come earlier and see and do all that stuff. So you have all the time in the world to kind of just sit there and watch Overwatch for a few days.
That's right. That's right. The location is pretty like central, considering it's in Paris as well. So you actually are fairly close to some really interesting sightseeing things. So yeah, make sure to head on over there, meet us there as well. We're always excited to see the fans, the French fans, show up, and you hopefully along with them. Now we got to determine which is the third and final team from EMEA showing up, and we're gonna do so in an EMEA Classical. Couldn't have scripted it any better. This one's for all the marbles. Twisted Minds and Katsuya. They went the distance in week 3 of the group stage, and now let's talk about Twisted Minds first. A team that obviously came into this year high expectations, that kind of dropped the spaghetti, struggled finding their footing in this meta, had to make changes. Then they suddenly looked good. Yesterday they initially looked good, and then they just did not. Spaghetti was dropped, the bowl was dropped, the kitchen counter was on the floor too. I don't know how they managed that, but like, what is your takeaway from this series yesterday?
I look at this team and, you know, I think they look more beatable than they just about ever have. I mean, this Camp Bastion look has been one of the key strategies that's brought them, you know, as far as they have come already in EMEA, but definitely the blueprint was shown yesterday about there are ways to outplay this, you know, and TVNT takes a diva ban. The team doesn't seem on such an even keel anymore. They are caught kind of flat-footed in some of these compositional matchups. So it's definitely winnable for Katsuya, given some of the individuals they have. I mean, I think how effective Ziad Sigma was yesterday. I mean, Vistola also incredibly competent on the hero. So this is about as winnable as it's ever been for Katsuya, but Twisted Minds, you know, they just have that clutch gene, and it's almost too much to imagine for them to not make the Midseason Championship. I mean, they're one match away from that.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are, right? Now, mentally, I know that most of these players are veterans. They're not that affected by a previous loss, but mentally, I had to ask you, Matt, would you rather be in Twisted Minds shoes, coming off of being reverse swept in a 5-map Bizarro series, or in Katsuya shoes, which, well, were basically being stomped yesterday in their first playoff match?
I mean, Katsuya probably goes in, they're not expecting that result, right? They obviously want to win, but like not entirely surprised. I think Twisted Minds, just with the way that series went, where they go up and then they're just kind of just kind of fumble it. I mean, they're probably a little bit in shock. And no, what I think will be interesting here today, right, is UB in for Twisted Minds going to want to play a decent amount of the sim. We've seen Katsia do a decent job against compositions like that, right? I know we've seen them play, as you see here, right? The Xion with the Vendetta against sim type comps and look pretty good. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of that today.
Yeah, I think Vestola is going to be called upon in a huge way today. I think, TVNT and the tank preference that he has, the strategies that Twisted Minds have been running, they leave the door open to some really strong tank play, especially from an extremely competent Sigma player. I think the Maga Rush, as good as it can be at times, I think that's a matchup that Twisted Minds understands really well, how to kind of evade using the teleporter, stay away from that Maga and kind of outlast him into the fight, especially with Quartz on the Sojourn. Feels like a big vulnerability, but a nice, solid, stable shield take in the front, a really good hit scan performance behind, and this starts to feel winnable, if you're able to kind of keep that Cat Bastion in check.
Yeah, I mean, in yesterday's match, really, it's so hard to take anything away from what we've seen from Katsia because they were just always at the disadvantage, always a player down. Kevster found picks where there shouldn't even be any. Like, they were just always kind of caught off guard, off position. So I'm sure it's not going to look the same way today. Aid has been phenomenal for this team, and he's coming here to shoot today. So, yeah, honestly, I can see this match going either way based on the performance that we've seen from both of these teams thus far. That said, still gonna give it to Twisted Minds. They're not gonna go down like this. Like, I'd be shocked. I was shocked yesterday. I guess I'm ready to be shocked again. But if they rock up the same way they did on map 1 and map 2 yesterday, they got this in the bag.
I had to go the same way. I mean, for me, this is just an obvious favorite in Twisted Minds. I mean, Katsia, there's a chance for the upset, though. Maybe more so than at any other time in Twisted Minds history. They're an underdog team right now, compared to some of the rest of the region. I'd still give them the favorite, still give them the look in this match, but I'm not all that confident in the prediction, which, given the history of these two teams, I feel like I should be, but I really feel like there's a way in for Katsia. I don't think this series is going to be a 3-0 either way. I think Katsia can definitely make this close, and you can get down the stretch with some good bans. You could absolutely steal this one away.
I mean, Twisted Minds has had a 3-0 in ages. I went with Twisted Minds because I kind of believe that we will see the Twisted Minds of the first two maps today. But if they were to lose map number 1, I think like the tilt and the doubt starts to creep in a little bit. So I think it'll be a very fun series, but I gotta go with Twisted Minds here.
Yeah, everything on the line, right? The winner will punch their tickets to Paris, and of course, they get to continue their lower bracket playoff run and potentially grab that crown, although VP got their eyes firmly locked on it. For the loser, they're out. See you in stage 3. Stakes are high, so to hold our hands during this difficult time, of course, Jake and Matt on the mic, so please, guys, take it away.
I'm scared, Matt. Hold my hand.
Well, we're holding everybody's hand. We're just gotta, but I mean, look, Nepal, map number 1, the selection here for Twisted Minds. I start to get worried where, like, yeah, if you do lose this map, right? And then, there's obviously UB's going to play a sim ban in the works. Okay, so it is the Vendetta ban. So this is kind of what I was alluding to when I was talking about Katsia, is like they play the Vendetta Xion, which has been really strong against like sim comps that they've gone up against. So TM gets rid of the Vendetta early on. It'll be a cat ban for Katsia trying to take that Jetpack Cat Bastion out of the game.
Yeah, so it'll be a more conventional sim strat more than likely for Twisted Minds. I think this is a map where they're very comfortable executing it. We have seen Xion, though, look pretty solid as a way to deal with, at times, the Symmetra, right? Throwing that bike in on the teleporter, putting a lot of pressure down on the opposition. So Simple and Funny Astro going to be called upon in a big way to deal with whatever has been cooked up against them. You have to expect that this Vendetta ban, it's not a huge shot coming in here. So for Katsia, I hope to see something really well prepared. Very curious to see Vestola's tank choice, because I feel like that was kind of the linchpin in this map 1 that Twisted Minds played yesterday against GK, where, okay, like the Mauga looked good at times, overrunning, and then the Sojourn comes out and Quartz just starts taking over the game. So for Vestola, it feels like you maybe don't want to go towards that Mauga. The threat of the Sojourn, so real from Quartz that he could just solo carry the game.
Yeah, he was unreal yesterday early on in the series. It's also interesting that Twisted Minds, right? They're going over to UB, and UB is like a fantastic player. to me, it feels more going to him because they need his kind of like presence in the game, like being able to kind of like shot call different like adjustments, strategies, rather than like Sim is really strong right now, right? Like it feels like there's a lot of different teams that are playing things that don't really include the Sim at all and seeing success, obviously. So it feels like that, you know, his shot calling kind of really is that much impactful that they feel like they kind of need to play him, because we saw yesterday they went to like the May a little bit, right? I think we saw him play like Reaper for maybe like a few you know, spawns, but not like a huge hero pool here for Yubi.
Yeah, you know, Tracer really, as felt like, has always been kind of the second best in the pool, the one that he's gone to, but it just doesn't feel like a Tracer meta right now. I mean, there's not all that much being played. People were seeing more like Xion Cassidy, if anything, than
I was gonna say, you'd love if he could play the Xion, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Although, you know, Xion is such an interesting hero. It's very hard to work in. I think to this TM style, for me, it just doesn't quite feel like a TM hero, you know, like with Quartz being so solid on the core, like playing in the main group, kind of a hit scan. And Xion, it feels like, wants to do a lot more than that, you know, be a lot more versatile positionally. Katsuya, though, I like this look. They're going to rock up with the Mizuki Sigma, and I think this is a strat that could give Twisted Minds real trouble. I mean, the chain, unless, I wonder if it'll actually be the June or not.
Yeah, it'll be curious. I did like that Mizuki, though, because like TVNT wants to play D.Va as much as possible, right? And we talked about how obviously the chain, I know, not being interrupted by the defense matrix just makes Mizuki so nasty against D.Va. So it'll be, no, they're going to go with that Mauga. So it'll be Mauga here with the Juno Kiri as that backline.
Sim Xion, Quartz already opening up with the Sojourn. Expected maybe this Mauga to come in. A little bit of poke trade early, TP down from Yubi just to get a nice little off angle aid. Forced into an early bike, but it's Quartz, the star of the show here, and he has a full rail and a comfortable position. This is feeling kind of scary. Feels like Katsuya's got to do something eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it's TP up to the high ground, and they actually stomped right on top of him, so that's a great way to deal with Quartz.
What a find. Taejong beautifully positioned the teleporter, and Vistola follows up instantly. Mauga getting some revenge on the Sojourn, you know, sometimes thought of as that counter pick. Yubi doing as much as he can with the remainder of Twisted Mind support, but losing the Sojourn that early, death knell for the team comp.
It's like a play that Twisted Minds would typically make, right? It's, you know, Quartz uses the slide to get to the high ground. They realize he doesn't have that available. They TP right up there with the Mauga already kind of like getting that stomp going through the TP, and no way they're able to keep Quartz alive.
Mauga's right up in the choke. They swing wide, though, wisely reading that. They're about to get ganked up on the high ground. Quartz still making use of the teleporter. But Aid's kind of marking this angle, making it difficult for Sojourn to get that comfortable position. And Vistola has a nice little position on the back of the point here. Can just hide out, bide his time. Someone's got to find an opener. Quartz, he's been so sharp with those. Vistola's so low. He's overrunning just for the resist, just to stay alive. The rush needs to come out really defensively here. Responded to in kind by Simple, and a big brawl on the point. TNT drops low, but with the sim wall coming down, it feels like too much to fight through. Quartz, inevitable, finds his man on the other side. It's Zox too. Without the Juno, no chance for a sustained long fight, and Vistola just has to back off, take the full reset. Can't even really stick around in this engagement. Is Aid in the spot? Oh, he is, but running down Xion is almost impossible. I mean, he has got a lot of room to maneuver with the bike.
With the bike, the dash, it's very difficult to kind of track down Xion. As you see here, I know on the mini map where Aid would potentially be coming from. So on a bit of a flank, being a little bit cautious here at the moment. It definitely is a little bit awkward here for TM.
Yeah, you don't want to send too many resources over to the Xion. TP in, Simwall blocks some of the progress, but a big shot. Oh, and it's good for the follow-up. Quartz with the OC out. One more chance. Can he get an additional kill in the fight? Maybe not even needed. Katsuya gets the point flip with the Simwall. Maybe they do need to end this one quick. Zox has the orbital ray if he wants to commit to this fight, and I sense that they might. Vistola goes in, drops the cage fight, needs some support though. It's getting so low, but a TP out takes TVNT out of the fire. Funny Astros beat a little bit later, but Aid, hold on, finds both supports, and now suddenly the fight called into question this whole time. Capture has been running up. TVNT gonna pop the self-destruct, continue to contest this. Whoa, almost good attempt, and actually the damage is crucial. Gala swings in, cleans up that D.Va, and that will end the fight in favor of Katsuya. What a clutch from them.
I mean, you are playing that one on a knife's edge, though, if you're Aid. You're turning the corner, trying to get the bike into the Diva before the self-destruct goes off. But Katsuya set up in a great spot here, though, Jake. They're going to have this Kitsune rush, 90% on the point already. Simple probably trying to farm that up as fast as possible on his own Kiri, but going to be a hair behind the Gala at the moment.
Force called upon, finds a big shot. Cleanse, though, prevents the follow-up. Here comes the rush. Responded to in time, but TVNT's already low out of the front line. Advantage could see it now. They're pressing for kills, trying to find something. Quartz, whole time hunting, looking. Big stomp into the back line. TVNT, though, finds the sim, but the trades come in. Aid assisting into the back line. This Xion making mincemeat of the opposition. A big stomp comes in. Even with the cleanse, still Simple hits the deck, has to TP back. If Kiriko goes down, there's still a fight here, and Gala shuts down UB. Aid looking in on the bike, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Simple goes down as well, and it's just TVNT waiting on the outskirts, trying to get that overtime touch. Quartz with the OC, maybe the hero in his team's moment of need, but if Tejan finds this sim wall, it feels like it's already over. Aid shuts down Astro once again, coming in for this OT, and with the sim wall to play on, even Quartz just cannot match up. UB finds one on the play, but Pistola still healthy, and that'll be Katsuya taking the first round, fearlessly picking the Maga into the Sojourn matchup and outplaying it. It feels like it all started off the back of that first fight, TP, stomp, shut down Quartz, and, you know, put the superstar on his heels.
It does feel like, though, they're doing a much better job than in the series we saw yesterday, where, like, Aid is kind of, like, marking Quartz at moments, right? You know, playing Xion a little bit more aggressively, right? Kind of, like, getting up and, like, trying to deny high ground and other things like that from Quartz. Still, I mean, he has almost, you know, 6,500 damage there in round number 1. I gotta say, the Maga with Juno, right? Like Cage plus that orbital ray. I mean, Vistola was so low, but once Cardiac Overdrive hits and the ray comes in, I mean, there's no way you're killing him, right? You're able to just kind of live forever. So it'll be another matchup here with this Maga with the Kiri Juno into the Diva Sim setup of Twisted Minds, as they want to get really aggressive.
Yeah, they're trying to change the tenor of the series, and Taejong booped up the map. Bunny Astro, what a find from him. This fight already over before it's even begun. And a little pace change from Twisted Minds. Big find from Astro. I mean, knocking the sim off just changes everything there.
Yeah, way more aggressive, not letting Katsuya kind of like dictate how the fight is going to happen. It's Twisted Minds just kind of running him down as no Gala with like maybe just an attempt at a sleep there, and then kind of backs on up. So we'll see now with Twisted Minds in position and control of the point. Railgun shot almost takes out Taejong, gets healed up right away.
Quartz still very sharp today. Here comes another aggressive push forward. Pistola, this time he's more ready for it though. Goes for the fight. The Pulsar torpedoes put a lot of damage down, and Aid cleans it up. He's deep in the backline. 3-piece for the Xion. TVNT has to go off the map, and Twisted Minds try to just run it back on fight 1, pushing it down mid, but a more prepared Katsuya respond.
I mean, this is where Xion becomes so difficult to deal with when you get both perks online, right? When you get all of the DPS passives plus the execute bonus damage, it's just really difficult, especially when Aid is just kind of constantly in the backline. You see they're almost trying to chase the Xion down. They finally do track down Aid. They have to basically flip the map to do so. Quartz already with a kill onto Zox, so you're just playing with Gala here in terms of support, and not able to keep the point contested, so it's going to be a flip rather quickly here to Twisted Minds.
Xion gets punished this time for trying to play that cheeky off angle. That's a textbook Twisted Minds play, right? TP and dive forward. Vistola being considered, but such a hard target swinging that corner on Amaga, especially with ultimates soon to come online. Twisted Minds chooses to just play their bank on the point. Katsuya so close to so many ultimates, but they aren't quite ready yet. Twisted Minds, they might try to catch their opponents unawares, but for now, they're playing more cautiously.
Quartz has a railgun lined up there looking for Aid as Gala takes some damage. They're going to TP Vistola to the point here at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in
sim
a
wall
lot of
keeps him
trouble.
up. It's a really nice sim wall, actually. Provides a really great position for Vistola to play the point that he otherwise wouldn't be able to. Every ult, though, dumped out at once. And Twisted Minds,
that was our
Ajax
Astro's beat. Yeah, he went for the beat there, but I think it's just the Xion coming in with that spray plus maybe a little bit of the damage amp from the orbital ray.
Jeez.
Just deletes Funny Astro, so that's huge. I mean, your whole that sound barrier could have been massive there. Now you have cage fight here for Katsuya. No beat on the other side. The OC is pretty good to kind of break that cage, but still Not an ideal scenario at all.
Get into the back with a bike. It's a big connection from Vistola. What a follow-up from Aid's perspective there. And this is a little bit of that signature aggression turned around. TVNT has to reset off the map. But Quartz, the OC
There
comes
was
to
the
nothing.
OC too.
He goes Widow. Okay, I like that he's taking a little chance there, but keeping Katsia honest.
I mean, that looks a lot like the play that we saw yesterday from Kev that we ran in the highlights, right? Where he throws the bike in, connects with 3, and then goes right in with the ult that time. Didn't even need it.
TP passed. Okay, the overrun dodged. UB's going to immediately take position on point. Symmetra could be pretty strong here. Got to go in for the retouch here. Vistola just barely gets there in time. Swings deep onto the corner. But TVNT has already found the opposing sim. Vistola cannot continue the fight without that key standard bearer in the front line. And Katsia fall out of this one pretty quick. Just not quite ready for Twisted Mind's fast move off the rotate. And now Ultimate's off the field. TVNT's self-destruct could be crucial. It lets him go wildly aggressive at this moment. And they're going to go deep to the spawn here. Maybe trying to catch their opponents unawares, and a big connection from Quartz, TP'd up into an aggressive high ground, shuts down Zox, takes out the sustained backbone. Aid needs huge kills to clutch this one up, but Quartz will end his streak at 1. And can see it now, even a retouch at all is not guaranteed.
Yeah, you can just see that, like, Twisted Minds, obviously, they know exactly how to play around this sim. Gala gets to the point and gets a touch there, but just the uses of the TP just seems so clean from Twisted Minds in this round. I mean, UB just kind of getting everybody into great positions, being able to flip the point at times, and that is what allows TM to tie it up at 1 round apiece.
Man, the pace of like this match of these two comps against each other is ridiculous. It's breakneck. I mean, there's no downtime whatsoever. The teams are just swarming over each other and brawling every single fight. Nepal really does feel like an iconic map for Twisted Minds, but it also feels in a way like a must-win. Like this is, you know, this kind of a match. This is Twisted Minds' wheelhouse, right? This is the, you know, what they've played 100 times. You know, really high pace. The Diva getting some good value into the Maga. Quartz with some space to find connections from the Sojourn. But as we go to Village, I feel like this mid-fight is going to be so important, right? The retake on this map a little bit more difficult than Sanctum. So you can get out first, get to those better positions.
It also feels like, with
Quartz is down!
A just deletes Quartz right off the rip. It does feel like if the Vendetta was available, you would definitely see Katsia be playing it, but I mean, dude, Aid on the Xion. This may be a ban that has to come through at some point for Twisted Minds, because they don't really play it at all, and Aid just absolutely on fire today to kick things off.
And Quartz tried to get that. He did that same move yesterday, swinging out wide to take a powerful high ground angle on the Sojourn, and Aid is just ready for him. He's already just straight marking that position. To cap the point, Katsia have to yield the high ground, which gets Twisted Minds through the choke. Aid playing an off angle as he is wont to do here on the Xion. TVNT over the top has a nice little angle of initiation as they start to pressure the point here on Twisted Minds. Still, the opponent's healthy. UB stunned even, gets low, needs a lot of saves. Zox also in trouble though, and TVNT is going to finish that kill. UB and Astro combine for more, but kills start flowing in. Okay, Simple with the headshot onto Gala will end the hopes here for Katsia to keep control of this checkpoint. And Twisted Minds wasting no time.
Really fast flip, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they give up the high ground because they have to take the point, obviously. And then, you know, maybe you would have liked to see them like TP back up to the high ground, kind of like fight from that position. But honestly, they probably feel like with you know, Maga and like Juno and Kiri, they probably feel like they have a pretty good chance of kind of taking that fight on the point. It's just they're never able to kind of chase down Quartz. Is trying to bait them a little bit. Yeah.
Juno is definitely a liability in this competition as compared to the Lucio. Here comes the rush. Do they have the mobility to get out of this? They're not going to back down. They don't really have that option. And once again, the Juno hunted down first. Such an easy target for Diva, especially with the Kitsune rush deployed. And that's a quick one and done. Twisted Minds, I mean, it cost you the rush, sure, but a team fight that decisive in which you kind of build up the rest of your ultimates has to feel very solid.
Yeah, Zox going to play the Lucio now. I was even wondering if you could even kind of try and play maybe Mizuki into this, right? Because I know how good he is against Diva. It's going to be
aggression again.
Taking the fight, yeah, really early again.
They're trying to push this tempo, playing the sim wall. It's so valuable. Quartz able to get a position here in the thick of the fight, but still safe behind that protective barrier. Aid now, you're thinking about running him down, but I think
know
he's
where
going to be
he's
just fine. He's got the bike. Yeah, I don't think you can catch him. This hero is so crazy. I mean, they might catch him, but they're going to give up point for this, I think. Or maybe,
know.
I mean, surely Katsuya have to charge right now and take the fight on point. They are going to do so. They're stepping up. Twisted Mind's going to be coming back in for a bit of a retake, but it is without the Xion, which has to feel pretty decent. Symbol deployed as well. Feels like a fight you need to win now. TVNT drops the self-destruct, a big stun from Vistola into the backline. The cage fight triples down now on this engagement, and with Quartz dropping, Yubi has to teleport out of the cage. Funny Astro on just 1 HP. Somehow stays alive and holds onto the beat. There's a chance for a clutch if Astro wants to commit. Could be final fight, but it's a risky one, and Aid finds Yubi. Taejong with a nice ranged charge shot will finish Astro.
Yeah, I mean,
And the
it
deep
would've
dive to
been
chase
way
the
too
Sion,
risky.
it's punished. A good read from Katsuya, right? Knowing that, hey, you gotta go that to the ends of the earth to hunt down my Xion. I'll take your point.
Well, we also talk about, you know, obviously Xion, like, very difficult to kind of track down, right, when Aid is kind of in the back lines of TM, but also can get back into the fight very quickly, right, with the bike. So it's back in the fight rather quickly. This sound barrier is going to be huge. I mean, sound barrier plus Kitsune Rush available.
Yeah, everything deployed already. If Vistola overwhelmed, the rush is just too much. Matrix though running low, and Aid is able to tear them apart. Aid finds big damage, only 1 kill just yet, but now swings deep for more on top of the sim. Good connection from Taejong here into the enemy backline, who are running for the hills, trying to just survive and sustain after that Satsuriku spray from Aid. Not massive in terms of final blows there, but I mean, he tore them apart. That was ridiculous damage.
I mean, that's rush plus beat that you're able to just kind of use your beat there to be able to kind of counteract. As Katsuya now with a chance, probably just one more fight to determine this very first map in this series, but an extremely important one at that.
Vistola finds a big stop, pushes Aid off the map with a boot, but he's still in here with the bike. Wanted to find and execute. The sim would be a prime target. It costs Zox's life, though, to accomplish. Vistola getting so low, has the shout to heal up, playing the sim wall well. Yubi, of course, not alive to be able to pop it. The sim wall expires, but beautiful boot from Lucio sends Taejong right into the path of that self-destruct, and that should be potentially the round here. Vistola so low, struggling now, but hold on. Lucio's back into this. A rush coming soon. There's still just a chance, but with Quartz OC, maybe not much of one. The rush now in full desperation from Gala. It will be found out. Astro, what a boop to find there onto the enemy sim. That pretty much seals the deal. Quartz attacking into the spawn is going to go down, but no chance for a retouch. Twisted Minds win Nepal, but only just, Matt. This is looking to be a very close series if map 1 is any indication.
I mean, that is down to the wire there. I mean, that is a fantastic boot there by Funny Astro. Probably is what allows him to kind of get over the line as we take a look at some of the stats. You know, Quartz 42 and 11 with 18k damage. They're just pumping everything into him to keep him alive. As on the other side, though, I mean, Aid and Taejong, both of the pretty good games. I mean, this is obviously it goes down to the wire, but I think if you're Katsuya, you saw a lot of things there that you can definitely, I mean, what, you can ban a Sojourn, right? You feel like you can win a map with that gone, right? So you have to feel pretty good if you're Katsuya at the moment, even in a loss.
Yeah, I like that shout out. I think some small changes here or there could change the result. Still, it's a map win for Twisted Minds and a style that very much is their comfort zone. Like, I feel like whatever the specific heroes you pick in this kind of a matchup, this is the kind of series that Twisted Minds is hoping for, I would say. You know, I think it's when things slow down. What we saw yesterday where, like, the Sigma giving real problems to the Jetpack Cat, that I think is where you really don't want to go here. So we'll have to see if Katsuya stick to their guns, you know, keep this rush mashup, which it's hard to argue with when Aid is playing this well, right? To try to bring that pace and assist the Xion. Great symbol here from Yubi, by the way, just so beautiful. Gives Quartz this insane position. Everyone just running into the meat grinder against him. He does deliver a stunner of a performance here on Sojourn. I mean, took a couple of deaths to Aid, who was, you know, tunneling him down like it feels like every fight. But in the end, I mean, he still puts up a ridiculous stat line on the Sojourn. Still playing Sojourn to the Mauga with a ton of assistance from the squad, and another classic map win there for TM.
It does feel like Katsuya, though, right? I mean, what? You can get rid of the Sojourn on one map, right? You can get rid of the Sim and the Bastion. You probably want to, there's probably a world in which those are 3 bans that potentially you have, right? You get rid of the Cat so they can't play Cat Bastion early on, and then you kind of move on and can kind of really target, you know, Quartz and Yubi's hero pool. But guys, to remind you, we have drops available now. I don't even know if I have to remind you, because there's a good reason you're probably tuning in right now, because we got, look at these. I mean, Mauga skins, We got the battle pass tier skips, and then those 2 legendary loot boxes at the end, the esports loot boxes. So make sure you connect your Battle.net to your Twitch. Start farming up those drops. I got a bunch of those already. I think just off yesterday, I'm already at that charm. So I'm
with
pretty good.
With the OWCS belt buckle, it's kind of tough, actually. It's kind of tough. I just noticed that little detail. It's kind of fire.
Yeah. I mean, they do a sick job with all the skins, right? I know that they put in. So New Junk City, the selection here for Katsia. This is one you can actually, you can ban the Sojourn, and we saw them trying to play Cat Bastion on it yesterday, and we were not the biggest of fans, I would say, right?
I mean,
so,
it did almost work. In defense of Twisted Minds,
yes.
It was close. Like, even on some of the points that I was thinking it should just be really hard.
They banned Diva.
Okay, Diva ban. I do think the Diva ban is incredibly strong against TM. I think this is maybe even more so. I mean, the Sim, it's like, maybe they're as reliant on Sim, but I think they're very reliant on Diva because they love to play these, you know, extremely high-paced strats where the Sim teleports in the Diva, and now she gets in on the back line. That's why Zox switches off the Juno on Nepal Village and goes over to the Lucio to just have some ability to fight back against the Diva. Now you feel like, hey, maybe we get away with the Juno pretty comfortably, and that's a lot of heals to get through. We saw that the power of something like, you know, the Setsuriku Spree combined with the Orbital Ray, pretty devastating, especially with no Diva to matrix that away. So I do like this ban. I mean, you're not going to have the Xion, of course, to work with here for Aid, as you mentioned. That's a ban that comes through pretty quick, given his performance in Map 1.
Do you think that TM matches the Maga here, or do they try and play like a Ram or something along those lines? Like, I know they've obviously gone to the Ramantra a decent amount, but
it's an interesting call. I don't like the Ram into Maga. Theoretically, I think Maga has a good matchup there because once you drop that shield down on Ramatra, now Maga has like open season to just hard commit on you, pop the shout, and just, you know, life steal up and Ram, and you're just kind of caught between a rock and a hard place in that kind of a fight. So for TVNT, maybe the Zarya. We've seen some teams play that matchup here into Magas, try to bring the Zarya. You know, Sojourn's still available, so I wouldn't mind like a Zarya Sojourn kind of a strategy to come out here from TM.
And I don't know why. I think I recall we did see Katsia try and play like a Vendetta Reaper, from what I remember in the past during the regular season on a game like this.
That would be wild. That would be wild.
Maybe it was pre-Xion, right? But I mean, that is just kind of, I don't know if you can get away with that now. Aid potentially like Sojourn or Cassidy, right? Here. So we'll see what Katsia decides to do. Is the Diva ban obviously really targeted at TVNT because he's so good at getting into that backline and staying alive.
TVNT thinking about a Sigma, but this has been a hero that Twisted Minds have really not gravitated towards, you know, in this stage, right? They had, you know, KSA in for a bit trying to play the Sigma. That didn't really work at the start of the stage. They brought TVNT back, but you know, I don't mind the pick in theory. I think it's actually a smart choice. But do you really want to commit to a style that hasn't been comfortable for you? It will be Sim Cassidy behind, though. So, you know, speaking of comfort picks, the Twisted Minds aren't going to be too short of them. Katsia, though, are going to bring the pace. Manga Vendetta on the cards.
Yes, Vendetta sneaking in a little bit. Really only for EMEA when we see Katsia play, as Taejong loves to kind of go over to this hero in combination with the Manga. So that is a dead already. I mean, that's
fight over.
That is as brutal as it can get. As,
never mind.
You get Yubi, so maybe now kind of take a pace here and then get Vestola all healed up. You'll get 8 back in the fight rather quickly here as well.
That's a really uncharacteristic mistake from Yubi. We rarely see him caught out of position like that on the Symmetra. It gets Katsia back into a fight in which they really had no business in. Vestola takes a rock, but he's still healthy. Gala finds another, the Kiriko here for Katsia. Basically solo carrying this first fight and getting them in position on New Junk City. TVNT, though, wasting no time and to keep this pace up. Trying to just aggro into Vestola, who's still low. Beautiful cleanse, dodges the accretion. Gala working overtime. This man wants to go to Paris.
Yeah, Gala is on fire. I mean, they kind of split off ports down onto the point before, and they're able to get the kill after he finds Taejong and now going to be Twisted Minds just kind of rotating around here. They do end up building up towards their rush, so it'll be TVNT taking purchase on the point here. It's going to be Vestola just charging on in on the Maga.
Aid now with some space to work with, but the Kitsune rush is just overwhelming. Vestola doesn't last long. against Yubi and Quartz under the effect of that ultimate. Support ultimate's just a little bit slower for Katsia, but hey, you get the rush out. You don't feel too bad about that considering the come for Katsia. I think they're happy to come in for a rush retake. TVNT needs to find a huge flux this fight just to slow down the pace that Katsia are going to bring.
And look how pushed up they are. I mean, obviously,
I like the Katsia. They're not taking the main path. This is a smart move. Like, this main path would be pretty brutal poking-wise, and so they're going to take the long angle here, get closer to the point before the fight begins, see what TVNT can do about this.
Yeah, and their Kitsune rush is so impactful here. Is Katsia is trying to build up a rail here. See if he can maybe just start the fight with a pick. That would be massive, as we'll actually send Taejong there onto the point to contest. It's going to be a slide away there from the TP that comes on through.
Oh, big value from the rush. Love this positioning from Gala, keeping a lot of high ground available, and there's no one can, you know, as soon as you come down to the point, you're just swarmed. Vendetta, one of the best heroes in that kind of an option, just dashing into the Sigma, 1v1ing him on point, forcing some kind of a response. And TM, they can't find the kill from Quartz, who, by the way, dropped a Deadeye in that fight. I didn't even see it. Maybe he just used it to reload.
Yeah, he had to have canceled it almost instantly.
Oh, aggression.
They want to get aggressive. They have the Ray here. They want to try and play around it. It's going to be the TP that's used straight away here. As Aid pomps the OC as they're trying to take this first flashpoint.
Does get a shot on Quartz, and that's finished off. Taejong finds that one. The flux, good enough for some damage, but losing Aid is not going to be enough with Astro out of the fight. The orbital ray as well. This is all Katsia going to be taking home this first flashpoint. Yubi gets one counter kill. The turrets are up and stalling things, but it really is just delaying the inevitable. And I gotta hand it to Gala. I think without his individual performance on this flashpoint, this is not even close. I think Twisted Minds would have run away with it.
A sick point one from Gala. Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, the positioning, being able to come up with some kills early on, right? Finds that kill on a Quartz, which allows them to take the flashpoint early. Here's an interesting combo. Sundering Blade plus Cage available here.
Tough for Astro to beat here. Sim TP is going to be crucial in just evading these ultimates. Katsia know the opponents just want to run, so they're going to try and wait for the point to open for their committed aggression. Pistola poking for now. Here comes the Speed Amp. TP out. A lot of the mobility tools now expended from Twisted Minds. Here comes Pistola charging through, just baiting some skills out, and the beat comes through, immediately sundered off to TVNT now. But the rush comes in. They're going to fight inside the cage, try to just overwhelm. TP already broken. Katsia staying alive for now, but Taejong goes down. Gala to follow. Still, players low on both sides. Definitely down to the deathmatch here. If Aid can find a clutch kill, but no. Stifled by Quartz in the crucial moment. Pistola, without the HP to really keep this point in contest, will take a parting kill, stomping onto Astro, who I don't think saw that one coming.
Pistola, it feels like, is always alive. It feels like on the manga, just living forever. He kind of gets a stomp there on Astro on the way out, but some really nice shots there from Quartz. It can be really dangerous, right, with the Cage playing against the Vendetta in that kind of close quarters. As Taejong does find one early in the fight, but that is it. You know, Quartz kind of hits him with a hinder, takes him out rather quickly. Kitsune Rush Orbital right here, available for Katsia. So they play their cards right, Jake. They should be able to flip this and hold on to one of those ults.
Flux is so scary, though. Maga can be absolutely brutalized by that ultimate, and Quartz just swings deep, 2-taps Aid, drops him out of the fight. The High Noon comes out, the Flux as well. The rush, speculative at best for Katsia. They're slammed to the floor, finished off by Quartz, and the dregs of this team are just delaying the inevitable. Still very comfortable fight for TM. Some big shots, though, come in against Quartz. He actually does almost go down, but almost not good enough, man. And that'll be the second flashpoint.
Yeah, this
going to Twisted Minds. I don't think Katsia have a meaningful touch here.
No, there's no way. I think you just fight for another day, as that point really kind of dominated by Quartz. No nice flux there from TBNT, catches Taejong and Pistola, just drags them both up into the sky. Enough damage with the Deadeye to finish one off, and then no Quartz just being able to kind of take over here on the Cassidy a little bit. Is they're definitely having some trouble, I think, Katsia kind of tracking him down. Nice uses of the TP still here from Twisted Minds. Is TBNT going to take some high ground here on the Sigma.
Katsia with the Smaga Vendetta, they have to go aggressive, but Twisted Minds have such sick defensive tools right now, both the Symbol and the Beat. Katsia struggling to find a way in here. They know that their ults can just be countered out if they go first. Here comes Aid. He will pop it. Beat comes out in response from Astro. Players looking for some value, but it's Quartz who finds Zox just as the raid comes down. Gala, though, once again, hero kill onto Yubi. That means this front line is going to be a lot more sustainable, but Pistola still being taxed here. The HP just dropping too low, and with Zox out of the fight, the sustain just won't be there. Twisted Minds feels like they've really started to find their footing with this style. Katsia, the all-out aggression hasn't really worked for them since that first very enclosed flashpoint.
And I think it's really difficult for Katsia right now because they're trying not to use their movement cooldowns to just kind of collapse on a court because they'll just get TP'd out or like, you know, sped away. But then they're kind of playing in no man's land with this Vendetta Maga, which is like the worst spot for them to play from, right? So it's like, you know, you're talking about how they want to like hard commit. Like that's how you should probably play this comp. It's just really difficult for them to figure out when they can, right? They're almost trying to see if TM will be aggressive first with their TP before they decide to go.
Deadeye, bit of channel here from Quartz, looking for a finish kill, and will get aid. Not ready, I think, for a little bit of extra speed coming from Astro to swing deeper on the corner. Zox dead to rights as well. He'll have the rest of the team. Why not? Taejong with the Sundering Blade finds TDNT, but I just don't see the hope in this team fight. Bastola trying to do what he can to fight back, and Taejong goes down. So I'd love to see a sim swap here out of Taejong.
Say, yeah, Taejong going over the sim makes a lot of sense here.
Just gonna stick with it though.
Yeah, it just does not seem like they're able to close that gap. Okay, now they're going to decide to play the sim. I think this is going to be much easier for them to kind of decide, right? It gives them that extra mobility that they don't have with the Vendetta.
Yeah, I feel like TVNT Sigma is actually paying dividends. I think Twisted Mind's staying away from this hero for so long. Maybe it wasn't comfortable for them, but it's certainly providing a ton of value in this matchup. Katsia kind of feels like they don't know exactly what to do. Quartz is getting away with some crazy flanks, fight after fight. It's a real challenge to mark that. Wildly aggressive TP from Taejong.
So
what?
Fast
he is just dead insta. Pistola's in the backline with the shout, but he's going to run out of gas sooner rather than later. Quartz, of course, making use of that Kitsune rush. Develops another kill. Pistola grabs one before he goes down, but can't imagine the rest of the team will be far behind him. Even Gala, gonna be finished off on the wrong side of the tracks here. 20 streak for Quartz. I mean, that tells the entire story here. Like, Quartz is just running the table. Katsia don't know what to do against this, frankly. They're being caught here, and Twisted Minds has them in the Mind Palace, dude. They're just teleporting around, untouchable.
Then why not ban the sim, right?
I think Pistola may need to go a shield tank, like a Sigmir here, but
yeah,
there's so many ults now. This just feels almost over, man. I mean, desperation time. TP in once again for aid. Yubi finds Taejong again. Punished on the cross. Quartz finds another. The beat comes in. Almost unnecessary here from Funny Astro, but why not? You got so many ultimates. Might as well secure the team fight win here. And Basola's even gonna get staggered just a little bit. It's gonna come down to maybe one final team fight. Now aid goes over to the Vendetta, so they're gonna try and just be mega aggro and maybe try to change things, but Twisted Minds have them downloaded. Like Katsia have not won a fight in like 5 minutes. This is brutal.
They just don't look coordinated right now, Katsia. Like with the TPs and Taejong, like he's just in. Like nobody else is even there. Then they try and follow up to try and keep him alive. He dies. Everybody else falls as well. It's gonna be the orbital raid to open things up.
Oh, it's big channel.
Yeah,
he's just too tanky and has the sim wall to play with, brawling at close range, using the teleporter. Very comfortable. Taejong, though, is starting to get charged up. Aid finds a kill in the back line. If he can just live a little longer, keep the attention of Quartz, it will be massive. He's going to be able to grab this pack and come back into the fight now from behind. Oh, but the beautiful stun there. TDNT, 180s, snaps off that Vendetta and snaps off also the chances for Katsia on Nujung City. It started so hopefully here on the first flashpoint, but the last 3 have been over in just, it feels like seconds. I mean, they haven't won a fight in the last 3 flashpoints, Matt. That's brutal.
It's the hinder there that comes in there from Quartz that kind of like delays potentially a huge swing there from aid. But I mean, after that first flashpoint, it is just all dominance there from Twisted Minds. TBNT had a great game, like you talked about on the Sigma, right? They ban his diva, it doesn't really matter at all, and nobody really able to get anything going for Katsia.
Yeah, this is textbook Twisted Minds, right? Like they have the comp that wins the slow fight, so they're always comfortable, they're never rushed or anxious, and that means so many opportunities for this dynamic duo of Quartz and Yubi to work, right? He uses these TPs so comfortably. Zox getting absolutely exposed on the Juno by these Cassidy flanks. Juno was just dead first way too often, but it's a brutal matchup to play against. Twisted Minds, I think it's fair to say they're the best team in the world at exactly this style, like utilizing the TP, the Lucio Kiri. It's basically like, hey, if you had the best hit scan in the world and you gave him every resource that it was possible to give a player in Overwatch.
Yeah.
What would happen? And it turns out Quartz, he does pretty well.
Turns out it has actually produced a lot of positive results for that team. But look, we were in this scenario yesterday, right? Twisted Minds up 2-0. And then we kind of saw what happened. Katsia showed some signs of life within this series. It is going to be a huge mountain to climb, though, right? I mean, so now you're basically, if you wanted to, if you're TM, right? Even if you lose this map, you can protect Sim, Cat, Bastion pretty much the rest of the way, right? You'll feel pretty good about it. So we'll see where Katsia decides to take us in terms of maps. Potentially, I mean, potentially like a Neon Junction, right? We've seen a lot of teams go over to that because the winner of this series does go to Paris, EWCR Midseason Championship. Make sure you guys know if you want to come join us. It'll be a good time there out in Paris. I know, use that QR code, you get 15% off right now.
OW15, baby, get the discount. We will see you there. And maybe we'll also see Twisted Minds because they are dangerously close now, Matt, to booking their ticket. I mean, yes, they did get reverse swept yesterday, so it's possible.
New Queen Street.
But I feel like the adaptations have already come in from TM. Like, this Sigma look alone was something that they had strayed away from for so long, and I didn't really understand why, because TMNT looks pretty good on the Sigma, and it's a way to give them still the very same comfortable style that they always play, just with a slightly different flavor when the D.Va is banned.
Do you think they end up maybe Katsia? I was just thinking here, like, do they have to ban a Sigma or a tank to protect, like, they want to play the Mauga that much that they want to protect the Mauga?
I really don't like the Mauga, especially when the Sigma comes out.
So it'll be
it's TM who banned the Sig because they want to play Cat Bastion. I see. So with the Sim banned out, it's time to go Cat Bastion. And TM, I think their read on what happened yesterday on this map was that, look, the Sigma just presents too many problems in the front line, and so we can't get away with the Cat Bastion because our front line is just getting boxed out 24/7 by Sigma. If you take Sigma off the field now, there's a lot more room for TVNT to, like, play a D.Va, push the pace, you know, create the kind of distractions that are needed for Quartz and Astro to really start to get into that back line and make use of all the angles that are available here on New Queen Street.
And, like, is Aid gonna play, like, you know, the Sojourn obviously was not near the level as, like, the Xion was in map number 1, right? Are you gonna try and play Xion against?
I think it has to be Cassidy because you need to deal with the Cat Bastion here. I mean, I think for me, this although they lost so painfully with the Cat Bastion yesterday on this map, I do think banning the Sig changes everything. Actually, I think Cat Bastion seems actually to me to be quite good if you ban Sig, because now who's going to be able to hold your front line at bay, right? Like, the Cat Bastion are going to be able to get behind, but they need someone in the front to make that kind of distraction for them. Sig essentially prevents that. Without Sig on the field, I feel a lot better about their chances with this style. And I mean, I hope for Katsia's sake that they're well prepared. They have had every opportunity to get prepared. I mean, this is no secret from TM. They play this Cat Bastion comp overly often, I would say, given the last few weeks of results.
And I mean, you know, Vistola can play like D.Va, right? If need be. Obviously, I know really strong with that hero. Not I think as strong against like Cat Bastion as like Sig potentially is, right? No, or if you're gonna try and play like maybe Mizuki as well, right? I know Sig Mizuki, right, with like the Cassidy is kind of like what we saw teams kind of go to against it, really kind of punish that D.Va. So obviously some time before we get into this one, but TM in a spot to potentially clinch their spot in the Midseason Championship in Paris, which a lot of people didn't expect them to be the third team potentially to lock in their spot. But look, it's been a rough stage. I think it's interesting because, like, coming off of Tokyo, it didn't feel like it was going to get rough for Twisted Minds because the meta was brutal for them in Tokyo. They basically admitted that they didn't really love it or knew how to play it, and they still finished second. And they probably they could have won that series, right? I mean, we talked about it during it, like, are we ever going to see like Wrecking Ball God? And it just kind of never happened. But to see them come in and kind of not playing up to par was a bit surprising here in stage 2.
Yeah, you know, it's tough for a team like that that's been on top for so long. It's like inevitably, you know, things come around. The rest of the competitive community is still incredibly strong. There's so many great players out there. You know, just to rest on your laurels never really works. So Twisted Minds, they've kind of been forced back into the lab this stage, and they've come up with some innovative solutions. staying ahead of the pack at times, but also being answered at times, right? In that match yesterday, we really felt that, like, their strats had just been dealt with. GK were ready for him. Katsia, though, this has been this is about as painful as it gets as a series, because the first 2 maps started so well, right? You come out to an early advantage on map 1, can't close it out. Same story on Flashpoint, and it's like the swing back is brutal. You do really well to win the first, Flashpoint, the first round on Control, and then you just get obliterated the rest of the map. That New Junk City, to me, felt hopeless at times for Katsia. Like, they didn't know what to do. They're desperate comp swapping. This is their last chance, and oh no, Matt,
would you say, though, the first 2 maps?
I don't like this.
I mean, we've seen Katsia run this before, but into Cat Bastion,
I don't think this is going to go well. I think it's Cap. Like, they have nothing for Cat Bastion.
It does feel like Katsia, though, they've been like really good at the start of maps, and they just can never figure out like what adjustments to make, or they just happen way too slow. That feels like a little bit what we've seen. We're gonna see Soldier 76 as well.
Soldier is crazy, but Yubi can always swap, right? And this is a nice little pick on the mid fight, because it puts a lot of extra pressure on you. It's just another hero that plays on his own, plays off angles, needs to be run down. You've got to deal with him and punish him, and you're already so worried about the Cat Bastion at all times. The threat of that, of course, very real. Point, though, being just pressured by Vistola, playing things slow and steady. Quartz is starting to work at the extremities. You can see that damage pouring in onto Vistola. Yubi with a nice little off angle on Soldier, and I mean, Katsia just getting cut to ribbons. They have no counter damage in this fight. Shion just doesn't have the range for these kind of trades.
I mean, it's incredible they're even like still standing, right? Everybody got dangerously low.
HP. Okay.
Just so much damage being thrown at them.
You just can't kill. This Bastion is server admin. Okay, wait. Vistola runs down Yubi. That is a good find. The Soldier definitely the most vulnerable target in this comp. A bike, maybe decent. But Gala solo does eventually get run down by TVNT, and that's both supports out of the fight still. 2 DPS and a tank fighting, but TVNT so happy on the D.Va to clean up a low numbers engagement. D.Va, of course, one of the better heroes in Overwatch, running down these stragglers one by one. And Gala and Zox, I mean, they're going to be on notice this game on support. Like, you are going to get hunted.
And I mean, I guess like what we've seen sometimes, like the Vendetta being able to use the overhead swing to like knock the Bastion with the cat out of the sky, but
you're asking a lot. I mean, for that, though,
yeah,
that's
like you're relying on trick shots at that point to get on through. So
rush needed just to keep TVNT fighting, but the Bastion Quartz cleaves through Vistola, swings deep onto Zox, who gets finished off by TVNT, and that we've been here before for Twisted Minds, except they were on the other side of the server. I mean, I don't think you can win with this comp. I could see are getting obliterated. Like, the Bastion and Soldier 76 is owning. Like, you have a serious problem when Soldier 76, they could fly the visor. Like, what do you do about that? You don't have range heroes.
I don't know. I mean, now you see you've switched off the Manga, but you're still with the Shion Vendetta. Like, I don't think Vendetta is that strong that you're gonna play her into this. This would be the artillery here. It's Aggie to, to kind of get out the window, but you see the Cat Bastion here in turret mode on that flank. Doesn't look like Quartz able to find
Soldier
anything at the moment.
Absolutely ganked.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your birthright as Soldier
right?
76 is getting completely run over and caught by the entire enemy team. I feel like if UB goes like Tracer or anything is so good.
The ability to permanently sprint is the one who can just get run down so easy.
Yeah, those burst mobility skills. You'd be like trying to get the visor up, Oh, he's ganked again. But like, how much do these skills matter?
They don't, because the team is dead on the other side.
Like, you're getting the Soldier kill, but he's almost doing his job here. He's like pulling the distraction. Vistola also going to get run down, overwhelmed by TVNT. And I mean, Quartz's Bastion is, I mean, I don't even know. He did go down one time, I believe, this game, but it was almost like in a fight that you already knew you were winning. You're kind of taking some risks. I really want to see a flying visor, though. Like, I'm actually desperate.
Dude, attack visor in 26.
But with the cat, no, like that could be crazy. That could be crazy. Aimbotting from the skybox.
Dude, if we don't get if we don't get a visor, it looks like Cat Bastion up in the sky. This would be the 3 here used by 8. Doesn't really find anything.
Yeah, he gets away from that. TVNT with an assist. Here comes a visor. Matrix. Okay. Oh my, even get some good damage on Zox though, and the front line, they're just starting to crumble. TVNT finishes off Taejong, who can't get any assists with Vistola being forced to mark that Soldier 76. The Ray is down, but it's Katsia falling out of this fight. Gala looking desperate for kills. Simple picks up a nice little 3-piece. He's just recording frag vids. Like, this is, I feel like Katsia, this is so hopeless for them, Matt. Like, this is, I hate to say this, but you can't win this matchup. The Bastion is just free firing. Like,
What about playing like a? I mean, well, the Sig is gone, right? I mean,
I think they should go either Bastion themselves or maybe Cassidy.
have Bastion, Cassidy. I was like, can you do anything to stop TVNT, whether it be like a Mizuki or something? But it doesn't really play well with like a Diva, right? You would want like a Sig in the mix.
I mean, the cart rolling forward, you got real problems here. Cab Asher running it down in the back line. TVNT picks up an additional kill. Not even going to need to pop the self-destruct to stay in the suit. He's got the rush behind him. Another melee kill. Another finish for the Diva. And Katsuya, you know, they came close at moments this stage. They had good opportunities, but I mean, this is feeling like a twisted mind that it has been enraged from yesterday's performance. Taejong on Tracer. Cat Bastion response. Okay, the mirror finally comes out of pure desperation now, but I mean, maybe it gets worse, Matt, before it gets better. With Soldier 76 working his way through the flank, Taejong
really
struggling.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the Kyrian
the
in to
Kyri's
help.
there too.
This is getting wild, man. I don't know what's going on in this.
The Gary, Gala TPs too. Gala's got to get rush.
Oh, and 8 is down. The Bastion crucially out of this fight. Here comes the rush here defensively from Gala, holding on for the moment. Artillery fire comes out. TVNT finds another. Somehow the cat connected on, and TVNT is running rampant. You see why the Diva Band needs to come out against this guy. He's one of the best in the world. Vistola also dropped. Postpone onto Yubi. He's just a glutton for punishment to play Soldier 76. But I mean, it doesn't even matter. Like, he's got 10 deaths. Like, it just doesn't matter.
Who cares, right? So where are we going here? I think they thought that maybe there was one player out of spawn. Now we're back to the Maga here, but I mean, this is last-ditch efforts here for Katsuya, as Twisted Minds looked awesome on this map.
TVNT trying to overwhelm A, drops a self-destruct deep in the back line. It's an awkward to position around ultimate. Zox goes down. Oh no, that's not a kill you can be giving up. So even with TVNT dropping, without the cat, it's hard to really re-aggress. UB on the Soldier, keeping pressure on these angles, but it's really Quartz over the top. I mean, he's the one you need to worry about. Aid has to find some crushing victories in these Sky Duels if he wants a chance back in this map. Still a few minutes on the clock, so there's time to work, but I mean, you have such a big task ahead.
I mean, it is going to be extremely difficult from what we've seen thus far.
Nice spike.
Quartz, yeah, it's dangerously low. It's a nice spike thrown into the back, but nobody able to follow that up.
Soldier beaming down Aid, though. Overwhelms his opposite number. Little flank from Taejong, putting a bit of presence on. Here comes the flying visor. He's shooting a Maga. He's shooting a Kiriko. It's teleported away. The Bastion maybe actually goes down. Aid super drops the heal to the ground. That's the sight to behold here. Soldier 76 in 2026. It's not looking great for UB this fight. The rush, seemingly enough to just overwhelm here. Gala feels flustered, though. He throws out the cleanse just for nothing here, really. Just feeling the pressure of the moment. Katsuya, though, maybe getting a good look at this fight. Quartz gets traded out for a kill. But this kind of a scrappy, you know, trading team fight just doesn't quite feel good enough. Although, hold on, Funny Astro's getting beamed down. You got to be careful on the cat. Okay, he's just fine, but I don't even know if you're making real progress here. With this kind of a chaotic trading fight, a forward spawn available here, and Vistola just has to run out. I mean, 123 meters to go, Matt. Like, I don't know.
You can't, like, kind of constantly trade like this and come out on top of your Katsuya. It's going to be the spree inside of the cage fight. Doesn't really get much of anything. You do end up losing Yubi yet again as TVNT does have the self-destruct. You lose your own Bastion. Oh, for a second there, I thought we were going to see Taejong just kind of run right into self-destruct damage, but Quartz just with those tank shells just beaming down Vistola. Nothing he can really do except to run it back to the spawn. So below 2 minutes, both support ults available here for TM.
Twisted Minds trying to just hold on to this lead. They have such a big margin, and Aid gets blasted out of the air. TVNT, the star of the show on this map. I mean, he is playing deathmatch here on almost uncontested fashion. Vistola and Taejong, they're also caught in the back line, and or charging towards a full cap. It's got to be a Tracer spawn. Aid comes out on Widow, but I mean, this game is looking to be done sooner rather than later. Zox with the OT touch, but TVNT accepts all comers. These speeds coming in thick and fast. No one can stop this frontliner, and Katsuya fall out of the playoffs. They're not the winner. Twisted Minds are the ones who won that by a small margin, Matt. It's very close. Very close.
Most certainly not the winner here. As I mean, dude, Twisted Minds looked awesome. A lot, I think, of maybe questionable moves out of Katsuya in this series.
What is that team comp? What are they doing? It's Twisted Minds qualify to the Midseason Championship, and they can still fight for better seeding in this playoff, which doesn't feel crazy to me. I mean, they showed new looks today. They showed the adaptations. I'd be excited to see them go up against whether it's GK or Virtus.pro next. This is a team that still has a lot of fight left in them.
They do indeed, and luckily they brought it out today when it mattered the most. They are officially our third team qualifying, and it's going to be a heartbreaker as well for Katsia, because the first two maps, they both started out so well for them, and then it just started to slip away. I think you touched on that, Matt. The swaps came late, if they came at all. They just started to really like struggle against the Twisted Minds. That's not really pulled anything ordinary weird out of the back, like the soldier aside. Like that was a bait.
we saw
that was a bait. Yeah, but it worked, right? Like they were just running after the soldier, like the perfect distraction. Like that's kind of crazy that.
Yeah, I mean,
ended up panning out for them.
To not play anything to deal with the Cat Bastion, to me is like legitimately
until
crazy.
Like 130 meters pretty much, and then they're like, let's make some changes. It's like that feels like the story of the series though. Anytime Katsia needed to make changes, they just happened way too late, and they really didn't kind of find the right adaptations.
Yeah, and then like obviously keep on running that Juno in the backline being more of a liability, and Twisted Minds just jumping at it, right? Like they saw those openings and they went for it. So yeah, overall Twisted Minds back with a vengeance, obviously here to prove themselves. That stage 2 overall might not have been as smooth as they wanted to, but now they are officially qualified for our second LAN event of the year. So that pressure is off of their backs. That also means that they now do have a few weeks to practice and find their stride.
I mean, it is difficult for teams in Overwatch or like any esport, quite frankly, to be like as good as TM has been for like this period of time, right? Like, you know, especially in a game like...
Being this good is a tough burden. I cannot relate to this.
Yeah, I mean, especially like as you know, metas change and you know we get like a ton of new heroes at once, new maps, like. And it's kind of interesting. It's like we are, oh man, like TM, like they've had a rough one. Like, I mean, they still only lose one game during the regular stage. They lose basically, you know, in a game 5 here, and then they get their first 3-0 in a while. This is still a team that is going to be like, if we were to get to Paris and they get second or in their final, I wouldn't be shocked really at all with how they've kind of consistently performed at the international level.
It's a big win for them. I mean, one that they not just needed to obviously to win the series to qualify, but I think it was really important after that reverse sweep yesterday that they show a new and improved look, not only to the fans, you know, but really to themselves, right? That, okay, we can make the adjustments, we can make the adaptations. I think bringing in TVNT Sigma and being able to keep the rest of the core on the same style. Like, you don't go to the Sigmazuki, the comp that you never really liked at all. You stick with the same core 4 with, you know, the Cassidy Symmetra, classic little duo, and the Kiri Lucio. I mean, extreme comfort picks for Twisted Minds, and then just slotting in the Sigma, slight adjustment to the playstyle, you know, slowing the pace down just a little bit. It's that kind of subtle shift in a team play that I think can be hard for teams to do. As we saw for Katsia, it was like they wanted to come into this and play all-out aggression, attack Quartz, attack UB on the Symmetra, and keep them on their heels. And when the comp shifted such that that wasn't such a good game plan anymore, Katsia just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show like how much veterans are on this very team that, again, doesn't really have a coach, right? They're player-led. Yubi is taking over a lot of that coaching for Twisted Minds. So for them to not throw out the entire strat book out of the window, but just making those subtle shifts in their approach, just maybe a hero swap here or there, and that's enough to make it work. Because individually, I mean, they're playing on a different level. Like Quartz is an end boss. Like he's been popping off win or loss throughout this stage as well. If you just set Quartz up for success, like you're good for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, they've used that to obviously have great success on the international stage as well, right? Like Quartz, when we see him, whether it be the Cassidy or the Sojourn, just looking like you know, a raid boss, right? We saw it especially, I think, I know, in map number 1 today.
Indeed. And speaking of the devil, we do have Quartz joining us, voice only, and hopefully he's with us. Quartz, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Perfect. Quartz, hello and congratulations on this very dominant 3-0 victory, starting your salty lower bracket run. Talk to us about the mentality heading into today's match, because you're coming off of a reverse sweep from yesterday. What did the team take away from that series heading into your do or die game today?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it wasn't that easy. The loss yesterday really affected us, but I think our team specifically has really good mental. So we just thought that we should just stop thinking about the game. Nothing we can change about the past. Just think about tomorrow's game and just go next. And that's what we did today.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look refreshed today. You know, even with Katsia, they brought incredible pace in this match, right? Like the first two maps, it felt like they started really aggressive, really hot, clearly targeting you, right? With a lot of that aggression. But you guys were able to really, I think, slow the game down and kind of get comfortable as the series developed. So tell me about that process for you guys as a team. I feel like we've always seen you guys to be really playing fast, you know, really aggressive, and to, you know, maybe deal with a team that one-ups you on that front and still getting the win. Did you feel any pressure from that kind of like overwhelming manga vendetta style, or how was it for you on the hit scan roll?
Yeah, I have to say that comp is really annoying to play against, especially for me. There is no like any hit scan that is actually really good against it. It's just have to be good team play. At the beginning we were struggling against it, especially in scrims, but after voiding a lot and playing against it a lot, I think we've managed to have our own playstyle against it, and just as you said, just slow the game down. Whenever we see them coming, we just TP the other side, keep spamming. I think that's what our comp revolves around. And yeah, just give me time and I will eventually get a kill.
It's worked for a while now, so I expect it to keep on working. Quartz, tell me a little bit about, you know, what Yubi and like how important, like what he brings to the team and how important he is, because obviously in some of your biggest moments, whether it be in Tokyo or then now coming in here in stage 2, you guys have decided to bring him back into the lineup again.
Yeah. I mean, playing with Yubi, it might not like you guys can't see it, but for us when we play the game, it's really easy for me to play the game when I have a guy that calls everything in the game. He calls every ultimate what the enemy team has, what the enemy team will do. So I just shut up and focus on my aim. It makes me play better. Not that I'm saying that without Yubi we can't play, but it sure does make my game a lot easier, especially with the sim. It can help the hit scan a lot, give me TP off angles and stuff. So yeah, I think the team plays much better with Yubi, since it like relieves so much pressure off us with the IGLing and the ult tracking and what to do and when not to do stuff. So yeah, I like playing with Yubi, of course.
And we love seeing him in action as well. Now, speaking of, you know, pressure that is released from you, you are officially qualified for the Midseason Championship, so that kind of weight is off of your backs. How motivated are you to come out on top of stage 2 here in the playoffs? Like, are you super eager to take the EMEA crown again, or is that just a bonus at this point?
Of course. Now I still always think about winning. I know we've qualified, and sure, it does take a lot of pressure on us. I mean, off us, but I still think we can win, especially with our game yesterday. I think like the top 3 teams are very close in skill. It's just very small details. At the start of the stage when we played VP, we didn't have enough scrim time or like any idea what to play and how to do against these comps. But now with time, we've seen a lot of counters to their comp that they play, and there's like more opportunities to do stuff. So I'm hopeful that we can play much better. Maybe we can win the stage as well. Yeah.
It's a good storyline to make that lower bracket run, so we're here for it. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you guys.
Great to hear from Quartz about the mentality heading into today's match and beyond that as well. So yeah, all is back to normal. Twisted Minds are still in the playoffs. We're not gonna have a LAN event without them, which would have been kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Like, that would have been just odd.
Yeah, we did miss an opportunity though. I would have loved to get Quartz's rating on UB's Soldier 76 play there.
That's a good point.
we missed out on that one though. I would have loved to hear from him himself what he thought of having a hit scan duo there with him.
We can, you know what, I'm gonna personally message him and ask about it. Maybe get a quotable for a full screen graphic for you there. Now we do of course have our upper bracket finals between our EMEA top dog, or Bear in this case, Virtus.pro going up against GK after a short break. And guys, I timed it. This break is in fact just the perfect length to cop the Flame and Tide Esports bundle. That's right, head on over to our shop, get these exclusive name cards as well to go with it. You only get them with the bundle, not without the bundle. And of course, these gorgeous skins could be yours. Use the break wisely. Also, of course, go hydrate, take care of yourselves. We see you on the other side of this.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
Flying off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I
Welcome back to the OWCS. Jake, Matt, Virtus.pro. Played like they did yesterday. We're in for a very short day, and you guys can celebrate Little America.
What do you mean, you guys? You're not going to join us?
Yeah,
You're not coming to the barbecue?
What are you doing?
Calm down.
Well, first of all, y'all didn't invite me. Second, I still have to cover actual NA. You know, I
true,
celebrate with NA Overwatch.
Fair. That's a good way to celebrate.
Yep, it is indeed.
I mean, I'd go outside. I mean, it is warm here in New York. I'll tell you that.
It looks like it.
But...
You look like you're It's heating up in your room. And you know what? When VP is on the dock,
they're heating up in my room as well.
That's true. They are in fact with you at this current time. No, but listen, like Virtus.pro, obviously, like they've just been dominant. Like no one seemed to be able to take it to them, make them sweat, make them struggle, except from like those 2 maps they dropped against Katsuya. It was pretty much flawless thus far. So they're really just looking at international competition because mechanically, strategically, they outclass EMEA.
I will just complicate that story a little bit, so because I think, I mean, everything we've been hearing about the Scrimbucks is that these 3 teams, like maybe Katsuya a little bit behind, as we saw. I mean, they just got double 3-0'd out of playoffs, could happen. But Virtus.pro, Geek, and Twisted Minds, I think are all quite close in skill. So for VP, this is actually, you know, as good as the stage has been, as dominant as you have, as much dominance really as you've shown through this part of the year. It all comes down to this. You need to get this win, right, to lock up a #1 seed. That would feel like the only fitting finish given their level that we've been talking about. But I think EK and Twisted Minds are going to put up a very serious fight given how developed the meta is now.
Well, you know what? It's interesting. Like all 3 of those teams, right? Obviously, VP in the offseason, they add Landon and Psycho, 2 really strong, like in-game kind of like shot callers. At the beginning of the year, we were talking about Twisted Minds with Jayu, right? They kind of have to go back to Yubi because they need that as well. And then in between stage 1 and 2, GK brings in Kellex, who's like really strong in that role as well, right? So it feels like 3 teams that have like really kind of developed and tried to lean into some more in-game shot callers that have definitely paid off in a big way.
I just feel for Virtus.pro, like there were not a lot of flaws, if any, on display. If anything, yesterday's match, they looked even more dominant than they did during the group stage. So, like, they have found their strike in this meta, especially. Like, Kevster went nuts on Shion. Like, that was not pretty anymore. I think he went deathless on control there on map 1. So it was nasty. They look like unbannable in every single role. Like, I don't feel like you can take anything out of the equation, which really makes them struggle. And the individual players just literally all play the best Overwatch they ever have in their careers.
It feels like Ice Gnome for me for Virtus.pro is like really like leveled up, like, you know, maybe from last year to this year, and like has really kind of obviously stepped up his game to be, you know, one of the best tanks in the world, right? You know, Kev can play a lot of different things in terms of like the damage dealers, but really Ice Gnome being able to kind of play all these different tanks at an extremely high level has really unlocked a lot for Virtus.pro.
It really did. Now, GK also unlocked something within themselves yesterday because they pulled a reverse sweep against Twisted Minds and was honestly a little shocking because they fell flat on map 1, on map 2, and then, as we talked about before, right, FACEIT switching over to that Reaper, suddenly, like, things get rolling and they start looking dominant. Like, what did we take away from that match? Like, what can they lean on from what they did yesterday when they go up against VP?
Jake, I'm curious if you kind of have the same sentiment about this team that I do, but like it feels like all of their players are like some of the ones that are just like you know, hot or cold, right? Like you know, we've seen at any time some of these players gonna turn up and look like the best in a server, and sometimes like some days they just like don't seem to have it as much, where it seems like that's the kind of team I think EK is, where I think it could be hard for them to play in like a regular season, where the playoffs probably you get the best out of them.
I think that could be true, but there's also so much pressure, and we heard that from Kellex in the post-match interview yesterday. They do get the reverse sweep, but it's a matter of like getting their fundamentals like just solid, just playing Overwatch, right, and kind of calming down. And so for Virtus.pro, you know, I think they're gonna probably come into this with the edge. It feels like there's been no consistency issues with that team. But to your point, if you know you have a strong day from Lambda, from Alpie, they're able to find those moments to punish the opposition. If they can really hold a candle to Kevster and Psycho, which is a tall order considering the way that DPS duo is playing this stage, there is still absolutely the win condition for GK. Then from the Scrimbucks, they have been able to be competitive here.
I don't care about Scrimbucks. It's all about game day, and that's when VP was showing up, whereas GK had more inconsistencies there. Like, the individuals show up one day and they're not on the other. They all need to show up today at the same time. I think that's where the issue lies for GK, because half the team sometimes does and the rest might not. So for me, prediction-wise, I think VP is the clear favorite here. Like, there's absolutely no reason to predict against them. Like, none at all.
Yeah, they haven't really shown us much weakness of any kind. I do think there'll be some competition here, maybe more than yesterday, but you got to give this to Virtus.pro. It's been their stage, it's still their stage to lose, and I think I'd be surprised to see them going home with anything but the 1 seed here.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro has been dominant, right, throughout the stage, so no surprise in terms of my prediction there. Although I do like EK. I think they can make this pretty close. VP is just improving way too much so far.
They have indeed. It's going to be an uphill battle for DK. Let's see if they can get it done here in our winner bracket final. Guys, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And it'll be Ilios VP. Very much a comfortable map type for them, a place where their flexibility feels especially valuable. I mean, we've seen them play the Wrecking Ball, the Diva, the Sigma. They have so many different looks. Geeke say no Bastion. VP open with the Lucio ban, huh? So, I mean, that's sort of surprising to me. Lucio as the open, we really don't see that, especially on Ilios, very often.
Yeah, interesting. And then the Bastion ban. So, I mean, was the Lucio ban to protect maybe Jetpack Cat?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm still surprised that it's not like another support that's more relevant, but maybe they're worried about some of these comps that just like run you over, jump on the point, try to end the fight super quick. But with Juno in the pool, the Lucio ban just hasn't felt as impactful as it once did.
Yeah, it's because I mean, Juno is definitely pretty viable right now overall. So interesting. It seems like you know, and then the Bastion ban on the other side. That's kind of what like leads me to believe that like they're kind of telling that they're trying to play like Cat Bastion by banning the Lucio to kind of protect the cat, and then they just get rid of the Bastion on the other side, right? So
one thing we have seen though is an increase in people just playing the cat without Bastion. Kellick's hovering it for now. It's not actually completely crazy. Pretty odd comp from them though. Okay, there are going to be some last second swaps.
The cat does like a decent amount of damage. I think like the, you know, obviously combined with the Bastion, that's where the annoyance comes from a lot. But also like the cat just kind of getting into your backline, just being like such a slippery target to hit. It's a
chain.
Got like a support tracer in a way.
I mean, Kevster's going to be so free here. He's going to teleport it around up to the high ground. Has to come back and join the main group. DK staying healthy relatively, but they're kind of caught in the corner. A lot of space controlled right now by Virtus.pro. Playing this high ground position with a lot of comfort. The chain comes in, the rock to follow. Zion out of the suit already. Kevster though getting attacked, getting assaulted. Labda is going to be able to find that counter kill. So some rare mistake, I think, from the VP Sports, not able to keep Kevster up. They should still be able to clutch this one out with point control, with Eisnom running relatively rampant on the server, but the pickups keep coming. The mobility game being played to perfection, and Virtus.pro find themselves bunkering down in the corner, an uncomfortable spot here, even with that first point control.
I mean, you see Kellick's like off to the side, putting down some pressure onto, I know, a few different players, ends up taking out Fixa, so it will be Geeke moving up onto the point. I like the swap away from the Diva, like playing the Diva into the Sigmazuki. It's like, I mean, you saw right there. I mean, Ziad just kind of barrels in face first, is dead within seconds. So love the switch over to the Sigma. You see, yeah, it looks like you know, Alpha E and Kellick's kind of playing off on a flank there.
Fixa, a lot of heal from the AoE right now, though. It's providing powerful support in this moment. And the front line just gets bowled over. Dealing with the backline threats well. Kellick's finds a nice parting kill onto Kevster. And the Cassidy, I mean, is under assault, frankly, in this composition. But for Geeke, a pickoff here and there isn't really enough, right? Like, that's almost expected. VP are going to do so much better damage in the front line with this Symmetra that Geeke need, like, a decisive route of the backliners. Maybe Kellick's with the Jetpack Cat ult can provide some of that, but Tracer's already recalled out. So really maybe a slower play here. Kidnap comes in, trying to pull Sigma out. He's got flight, though. He's going to be fine. Yeah, and he's going to pop the Flux as well. Picks up Ziad, is going to be slammed to the floor. The Cleanse does block the follow-up damage. There's a Rust deployed on the point, but the chain means Ziad can't quite get back around the shield. Xion ultimate is out, but it's cleaned up with a nice accretion. Eisnom reads that play well. Fixa getting low on the point, but playing the shield. Has that aura fully maxed. Those heals are insane, especially with Landon around. And Geeke, a couple players alive, but they're just ready for the hills, trying to stay alive. And Alfie, oh, he can't go down here. He's the overtime touch for the squad.
Now Kellick's going to be over to the Mizuki as well, right? So the kind of fun Jetpack Cat stuff is over, or is he playing a little bit safer here around Ziad, as they've done a nice job of just kind of barreling him over thus far.
Big
that could have been
rail.
a huge rail shot, yeah.
It was big, it just wasn't enough. The Sanctuary providing so much value, and I mean, this round looks to be over. Alfie has to get some kind of a crazy OT touch, but the backline now being pressured. Eisnam wants to take the fight to the opposition. Get some kills with the OT and an instant burst from Fixa. Great find off the chain. And with a sim wall deployed on the point, yeah, this one is hopeless now. VP making mincemeat of the opposition thus far. Ziad is back on the Doomfist, but you know when you're on Doomfist in the OT, you're not long for this world, and it's exactly the case here. Fixa is just devious with these chains, man. He does not seem to miss.
Yeah, the Mizuki chain, right? It's like, obviously we talk about how good it is against D.Va. It's like, yeah, I think the hitbox on it like is like pretty generous, I would say, in terms of like where you can hit players. And you see Fixa there just kind of felt like every target that came near him, he was able to hit with a chain. So that's how they're able to kind of free Ice Gnome from the catnap that comes through from Kellex. And I know it's the Flux that comes right after, so could potentially have to use the Flux to kind of fly. The nice accretion there, taking out the Shion during the spree is... This is a fight where I thought it was kind of interesting, right? Ziad ends up trying to go for the Flux there to lift them up. Doesn't actually get anything with it. But that started off with Labda getting a big railgun shot, doing some serious damage.
I think just a poor comp selection from Geek on that map. I mean, Sigma has been really dominant there for a long time. The Cat without Bastion just doesn't seem nearly as impactful. EK, now it's their turn.
Well, now you're going to see it on the other side.
But on this map, I actually think it's the opposite story. This is a map where the mobility is so much more valuable. It's so hard for Sigma to play a true linear game. Although, as I say that, Eisnam is found. Maybe chained or caught by an accretion, but whatever's the case, he's going to have to get taxied back to spawn, try to get a swap off. But that should be point control for Geek, which is, I think, the hardest thing with the Sigma comp, right, is taking control. So a big mistake from Eisnam, I think it's fair to say, right, to lose his team that first fight. They will all stay alive and keep a bit of point control. Eisnam on the signature hazard. This is one we don't get to see opted from him, but he is immaculate on it. Already getting some good connections in. The support, though, quite good to keep Ziad healthy. TP up to the high ground now, puts Labda in position to get some of these off-angle kills. He needs to provide something here. The dive is going to be coming in sooner rather than later from VP. Kevster on this Xion can hit the flank. Here comes Eisnam up in the front line. Teleporter trying to get players out of the thick of the fight. They'll accomplish that for now, but it leaves players vulnerable here on the point. And Eisnam making mincemeat of the opposition here. The jagged wall crushing through this Sigma, and it's a clean 5-0 sweep fight for Virtus.pro. I mean, that's really just one long fight now. I mean, get a little bit of cap time for Geek, but this is where I'm really worried for them, Matt, is this retake is really challenging on this map for Sigma. It's so difficult just to get to the point and actually have some semblance of cooldowns to fight with.
Right, I mean, you're relying on the Sim TP, but even then, like, the amount of poke damage that's going to come through is going to be quite nasty to deal with. So the TP comes down, they try and bait it there, they walk up past it. The pulse bomb dropped there on the TP, seeing if Psycho can get anything. Doesn't come up with much, but it's going to be really difficult, as you mentioned. So, I mean, the point does flip, right? But you do end up losing the Cassidy. It's a large source of damage, which now it feels like Ice Gnome can play as aggressive as you want.
Sick jagged wall right on the TP, so they can't properly use it. And even the rush comes out. Sensorico's free is going to put a quick end to this. Ziad getting a nice little bit of extra stall, though, alongside the Kiriko to add up a bit of extra cap time. So decently profitable engagement from an economy perspective for Geek, and they are building towards the Sanctuary, the Sim Wall. I mean, these are the types of tools that could maybe change the difficulty of getting to this control point, right? And being able to actually just fight on it. Virtus.pro really need to maybe prevent some of these walk-ups from happening.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, right? I mean, Catnap available here for Fixa. Psycho's just giving them so much information here, just kind of scouting in the backline. That's going to be TP from Kiri already. They're going to TP now back over to the point here with the Sim. It's going to be the Sanctuary here. Drops it right on top of Labda. They may end up giving up the point here. That's a huge catnap.
Great find. Takes the Sim off the map, and the rest of the team is not far behind. Eisnam will go down. Tanks a lot of the aggression in that trade. Ziad still relatively healthy, playing the Sim wall, but Kiriko being targeted down first, getting rid of that sustain. Now Sigma to be focus fired, and this time VP don't give up point control. Crucial little detail, but it makes the world of difference. GK now, it's going to be a full swap here over to a dive mirror in desperation, trying to get this last retouch. Alfie already getting marked, though. A Cat D.Va over the top, though. That should be a pretty sick way to touch for OT. I don't think Psycho's going to expect that one, as D.Va should be able to keep this one rolling. Down to the deathmatch fight. Psycho with the pulse bomb, though. A stick here more than likely seals the deal on map 1 for VP.
Yeah, probably looking for the D.Va. If anything, is Ice Gnome looks like he has one player trying to track down there on the hazard, but Keb takes out Kelix. Kelix just kind of flying in no man's land. They end up losing FACEIT as well, as this looks like VP just kind of asserting their dominance still across EMEA. As it's going to be Ziad trying to get out of dodge, not able to get away from the spree whatsoever. So Virtus.pro as dominant as ever there in map number 1.
Yeah, in my view, just way better comp selections from VP. You know, it's ironic that they play opposite matchups on the first two control points, but to me, it shouldn't be surprising. I mean, Ruins is a really solid Sigma map. Like, it has been pretty much this for what, months? People have been playing Sigma here. I don't think you should be surprised by that whatsoever. The Capcom,
yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, Deathless for land. I didn't even realize that. That's pretty insane here on the Kiriko. I mean, he sticks around. I mean, that's really, I think, you know, the calling card of the backline, and it really speaks to how dangerous this VP squad is as they have been assembled here today, because I don't think there's a more stable backline in the world between both FACEIT and Landon. I think of them both as players who are incredibly hard to kill, like who are really sick at playing their lives. And then you add on to that 2 incredibly veteran DPS who know how to use those opportunities without ever doing too much. And then Izdom is the X factor, right? The young gun, flexing to anything his team needs, and being, I think, one of the best players in the world at being, like, you can't define this guy right now. Like, what is his best hero, Matt? Like, I don't even know the answer to that.
I mean, when you think about, like, okay, so if you're including, like, last year, like, you know, they kind of picked him up right when Hazard became meta last year. Like, Hazard was really kind of like the go-to for him, but at this point, I mean, we rarely see Hazard that much in play, right? So it's like, it's pretty difficult. Almost reminds you of someone in the sense that, like, really good at all the tanks, could be like top 4, top 5 in all of them, but like you wouldn't necessarily say someone was like the absolute best in the world at like one specific tank, at least in my opinion. Like, I think Ice Gnome is like kind of in that territory where, like, really strong at all of them across the board. You know, maybe just like like, not like, you know, he doesn't have that one hero that you're like, oh, best in the world at X or you know, X or Y. So I think that's kind of where he's at. But maybe it's the Hazard, though, honestly.
If I were building a team, that's exactly what I would want, right? Is somebody who just keeps all the options in play. And that's been, I think, something that the opponents of Virtus.pro have been really struggling with. And maybe some of the challenge of teams as they try to match up against Virtus.pro. And by the way, guys, we've got our 3 teams locked in for EMEA around the world. We're locking in our final teams to join us in Paris for the Midseason Championship. And you can do so too. Scan the QR code, use code OW15 for 15% off. We will see you in Paris with the best that Overwatch has to offer. Top teams from around the world, even some relatively underrepresented regions. South America sending a team, Japan sending a team. It is going to be a blast. And events in EMEA, I think, are always epic. The crowd, always insane. It's not something you want to miss. So check out that QR code. Check out the tickets. GK, take us to Coliseum. Curious to see what this means. I mean, GK have had time to prep for this match, so this is the opportunity to show what you've come out with, and to bring in a map that is fresh into the pool is a good way to maybe disrupt VP's comfort.
Well, and these teams, they talk about, like, they scrim each other, right? So maybe they kind of see something on the Coliseum where it'll be GK picking the map, and then they'll defer bans. So the Sojourn is the first ban here from Virtus.pro, and then on the flip side, it is a Maga ban that comes out from GK. So the Sojourn look really strong in the hands of Labda, and I see you know, Kepster more and more kind of going over towards the Xion and the Cassidy now. So pretty impactful ban to give up first here if you're GK.
It is, but I think GK mitigate the worst of it by banning out the Maga. I mean, that's what I think when Sojourn's banned, that's where you would feel really exposed against Maga, because you're like, okay, how do we punish this Maga anymore? The Maga Xion, like, Sojourn has been the answer to that question, and you take that away, you could be in real trouble. So I think they you know, are smart to target it here, but oh, I would love a Wrecking Ball here from Virtus.pro. May not get it. Kind of fun. We may just default. Actually, then now that I say that, it just has to become a Sigma poke mirror, which I think is exactly something the VP want, you know, given their performance as of late on this comp. Like, this is what they dominated the entire stage with to go 5-0. For the most part, it was the Sigmazuki. Kevster on the Xion able to add some complication, some aggression into that mix, and Psycho's also been pretty comfortable on the Symmetra. We'll see if Labda, though, on the Cassidy has an opportunity to maybe do a little bit of extra damage in the front line. Xion, known for her aggression, can sometimes feel awkward, though, in the pure poke comp.
It does feel like, though, I mean, Xion, I think we've known that, like, she's really strong since, obviously, coming into the game and some adjustments recently, but for Kev to kind of put away the Cassidy to play the Xion, I think gives you an idea of probably how strong it is, because Kev was, like, you know, really on fire for the last few weeks playing the Cassidy, so see, I get quite aggressive here behind Fix's Mizuki, just kind of playing on that off angle, putting down some damage.
TP into the back line, Lab though, what a deep move. Almost finds Landon and actually will get the final shot connected. Fixa should be able to clean that one up, but the damage is done. Wanton aggression there from Alfie and Lab, then it pays off. It really just catches Virtus.pro off guard. I think Landon was he just couldn't believe his eyes. There's a Cassidy solo in my backline.
No, he drops the Suzu right on himself. As soon as it comes on through, I think he was generally shocked that Lab alone takes the TP all the way on through, and
that's
was
a baller
able to
move,
hit him with a hinder.
You got to respect that. That's a wild move, and I love it. I love it. Not gonna do too much damage in terms of cart progress. Still the ultimate game in relatively even contest with enough of the players from Virtus.pro staying alive to hold this position, but DK will progress to this next corner.
Dude, in with a really fast rush.
This is a fast rush. Landon far behind on this. Here comes the rush advantage. Labda catches off Fixa. A big lead potentially developing here if you can get a nice cleanup team fight. TP away though keeps Eisnam alive and healthy up on the high ground, but it's not necessarily an easy retreat. A rock on the Ziad though puts a little bit of counter pressure back the other way. Still, Cart continues to roll forward. Flux is out now from Ziad, wants to continue this tempo lead. Flux is going to slam down on Eisnam. Finn finds Psycho in the meantime, and there's even a Deadeye up, making this awkward. Alfie is going to tank the bike for Lambda, I think unintentionally in that moment. Double Sanctuary laid on top of one another. This is turning into an all-out brawl, but Fixa finding that late kill onto Finn makes all the difference in the world. He's playing so nicely here on this Mizuki. The two supports for Virtus.pro staying alive so deep into the fight. It creates the opportunity for Kevster to attempt the cleanup. But the Xion ultimate comes to naught. Now Landon, it's his turn to take an aggressive flank fight in. But Ziad's here, ready to mark it. Same story for Psycho, who gets run down, and DK deathmatching well here in the mirror.
Yeah, and I mean, Kellex doing a great job staying alive that entire time, but you know, just great use of the kinetic grass there from Ziad to kind of keep Lambda up, as there was a lot of pressure onto him, as Kepster are going to move away from the Xion now, going over to the Cassidy to get us into a mirror matchup.
I like the Cassidy here. I think it's just a little bit better. Conventional hit scan, so valuable in the Sigma duel. Sometimes hard for Xion to get these flank angles, but a big symbol up the gut responded to by Alpha Yi, so that's going to slow things down, and I love the positioning of this wall from Alpha Yi. It lets the cart just march on forward. Ziad with another Flux could try to push this tempo. Fixa finds a chain kill, though, onto Finn, which makes things so awkward, so scary to commit into a fight that you would have loved to snowball through the map. BP finding some purchase now on Coliseum, starting to slow the roll of DK. They want a nice clean-up fight, not giving any kills back the other way, and maybe they'll do just that. BP stay healthy, build a nice bank of ultimates, and again, it's Fixa. The opening kill on Mizuki. I mean, we think about Mizuki in terms of the defensive utility, the ability to keep people sustained with that AoE heal, but Fixa is making plays. He is finding opening picks.
I mean, the slight adjustment recently, right, with the TP that gives it a little bit of extra time, it's just turned the Mizuki into like an offensive powerhouse. It's going to be Kitsune rushes from both sides. This could be a massive flux there. Ziad want Fixa to end up on the ground. Just Ziad flies up to the skybox, deals with him. Ziad with 4 in the fight. And that's a Sanctuary and Rush use there from VP as well.
And just when VP start to get some momentum back in the map, Ziad denies it, and I mean that's painful. Like, this was a big fight back that should have put you back in the driver's seat here on Coliseum, or at least in contest. Ziad is absolutely smoking the opposition. See if Eisnam can find as much with the Flux. Okay, that rock too close for comfort. But defensively, Kellex with the Sanctuary, I mean, you're not really worried about this. Cart continues to march. Alpha Yi goes down. Kevster forced into a desperation flank, but slowed down by the Sim teleport. It's awkward. Labda, on the other hand, is deep in the thick of this fight. Chain is going to slow Ziad down, stop him from getting through the shield, but not enough to stop him or get him off the server here. Alpha Yi and Kellex, 2 kills apiece to clean up that one.
And this is what I think is scary about this, like, EK team. Like, Labda and Alfie is like a DPS duo, is like incredibly talented. Like, it just kind of like, if they show up and get hot on the day,
Kev
it comes to it. Kev with a Widow headshot. That's probably the first we've had a Widow kill in OWCS this year. Maybe.
It's been a long time. Ain't nobody playing Widow no more. Without Labda, though, they're still going to fight this one out. They still have some scary ultimates, and like Sim on this corner, I don't feel great about trying to push through that. Virtus.pro are going to be forced into that. Oh, a big connection from Eisnom. The spam around the corner, really nice, and Desperation counter kills coming in. Alpi finds Kev, but see if they can get a second. No good shield from Eisnom, denies any more follow-ups. But, I mean, Matt, 125 meters. You've done enough as GK. You don't throw any bad ultimates into that fight. Feels like you can just
more than
stall
halfway
this
through
out.
the game, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you've kind of gotten it halfway through the game. You're also in a pretty good cycle with GK in terms of, like, your support ultimates, right? Like, if VP decides to use some here, you have the sim wall, you have that flux to be able to use, you'll kind of have an advantage coming into that next fight. So, you see here from Fix's POV, trying to get quite aggressive here on an off angle. Like, nice sanctuary there that comes in. It's going to be the flux from Ziad. Just doesn't put enough damage down to finish anybody off.
Yeah, the sim wall is actually what protects them while they're up in the air. The sanctuary, of course, not able to have too much effect. Labda looking from the outside, trying to find angles into this fight. Finn finding Fixa. Labda finds a second, and the shutdown onto Eisnom as well. And Matt, this is starting to feel hopeless. That was a big ult dump from VP. They throw double support flux into the fight. Ziad stands tall. GK still hold on to the economy advantage. And, I mean, Map 2 is certainly looking like an equalizer right now.
As Kellex with a Sanctuary as well. Doesn't feel like he's playing as offensive focused as maybe Fixa is, right? But an opportunity to kind of give themselves another a huge lead here, right? You know, you use the Sanctuary, you get the payload deeper into the other team's territory. It's going to be Deadeye here. Nice.
Oh,
use the Sanctuary, but he gets inside of it. Yeah.
TP inside of the Sanctuary, finds 3 in the chaos. GK just weren't ready for that. The early channel from Kev. Shades of Twisted Minds there, dancing on the teleporter from Psycho. And that is the first chance now Virtus.pro have to put some damage down on the other side of the map. Kellex, ooh, interesting. Okay, just speeding out of the spawn. On the okay. Ziad, though, with another flux coming up. We got to see the stats of somebody. He is.
I feel like he's got a flux every fight.
Sigma. He must have some disgusting damage number right now.
Yeah, it feels like every single fight we kick off, he's got a flux. As Finn also has had a really good game here with another Kitsune Rush for GK. So those two players having phenomenal games. How aggressive. Oh, nice job actually trying to block. Body blocks the TP as well. That is sick there from Ziad.
So clean from Ziad. He's really taking this game over. Eisnom is battling back in the damage duel, but GK just have a vice grip here on Colosseo, and they are not giving up whatsoever. You see the damage stat. I mean, he is doubling up his next teammate almost. It's Labda at almost 8K, but yeah, more than what, 50-60% more damage from Ziad.
Yeah.
I mean, Eisnom has been, I think, the best statistical Sigma player so far this stage, but Ziad is even gapping him here, just taking over here. And you know, it's interesting. Sigma has become something of a calling card for him. Think about the reverse sweep yesterday. He's coming into this series with incredible confidence, incredible individual ability. Here comes the fluxes out, but now Eisnom shuts it down. Some overconfidence from Ziad, a little bit too close range. Kevster finds a kill in the chaos, and with the rush down, the rest of the team soon to follow. GK, such a strong Colosseo for them, but a moment of weakness, and finally, for what feels like the first time, Virtus.pro are going to go to enemy territory with an economy advantage.
They have to get something off of these like next two fights, right? A minute to go on the clock. Also, an interesting note between the Mizukis, Kellex going with like the Remedy Aura perk, where you actually have Fixa going for the one that actually gives more damage to chain targets. So Fixa playing quite aggressive. It's going to be the sim wall, blocks all the damage from that Deadeye. So that's going to give them some extra space. EK, though, an opportunity with their own Sanctuary and sim wall here, right underneath this objective. That's going to be a huge flux, so a few players taking damage. Alpi barely staying alive.
Oh, the Sanctuary just a little bit too late. Now Kevster working an off angle as he's known to do, slipping through that sim wall, finds the headshot to finish off Ziad, now swings deep into the angle, wants to get this cleanup fight, and the headshot will deny the counter kill from Lambda. Crucial to stay alive when the snowball is at issue. And with the ultimates all traded off, we're down to what seems like an overtime push, but there's still so far to go, Matt. What's crazy is that they're only halfway home with, I mean, what, 2 minimum overtime fights to go. And Finn with Rush.
Well, that's why I think you're going to see, like, Ziad step up, take some damage, right? You're going to allow Finn to basically get all this healing off of the tank and get this Kitsune Rush, and maybe you just wait till OC here, but Kev finds Kellex.
Oh, but it's traded right back. That mitigates it all. Finn finds another, and that'll be it, man. Virtus.pro should just be following out of this one. It's going to be a nice slow and steady push forward from EK. They know they don't have to rush anything. Rush to be deployed right on the payload. No chance to back down from this. Eisnom has to just base take it right up front. Does put a good rock down, but I mean, the Sim just does too much inside of that Kitsune rush. And Virtus.pro showing some admirable fight back in the overtime, but it's not enough. GK develop a monster lead early and ride it all the way home. Great individualism from them. We got to see a little bit of, you know, strategic diversity even in the mirror match, but for Kevster to be forced off of the Xion certainly feels good for Lambda.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the stats, Ziad with 15k damage, just absolutely farming there on the SIG. And then you look, I mean, you know, some decent damage down from Fix on the other side. I was talking about that kind of like difference in perks, right? Loses out in terms of healing, right? But that like extra, I think it's like a, you know, 10 or 15%, maybe even 20% damage on those chain targets, resulting in some little extra damage that comes on through. But look, really good map played from GK. I know we talked to Smash the other day. He was talking about how like these teams really kind of playing all the same stuff at the moment, and you can see why some people are pretty high on GK because they are more than able to hang.
Yeah, and Eisnom and Ziad going ban for ban on the Sigma. I'm like, okay, I'm here for this matchup. This is truly world-class Sigma performances from both sides. DPS also finding big moments. I love Fixit soaks the rock for Kevster, who teleports mid-high noon and keeps it rolling by 180ing during the high noon shots. That's true expert play here on the Cassidy. You don't see that every day.
That was a sick TP block there from Ziad.
Oh,
as,
the body block here?
Sees the TP, comes up, walks up, accretes, hits Isom with an accretion, and then just stands right on top of the TP, doesn't let him go on through it. Really sick stuff.
It's hard to do too, because
Ziad,
you need to be like past the TP in exactly the right angle, because the hitbox to take the TP is actually pretty significant. Like, it's pretty wide. It's easy to, you know, it's not something, not a body block I don't think I've ever seen before, actually, body blocking somebody off of the teleport. So levels to this game right now as we see a Sigma mirror, which was the stronghold for Virtus.pro, now cracked by GK, evening the series 1-1. And man, I have a feeling we're going to 5 in this one.
This definitely seems like it's going to be a very close series. GK, I was pretty high on them, like at the beginning, like of the stage, and then I think I kind of was like, I just didn't think like this.
They had some disappointing match results. In fairness.
Yeah, they had some really disappointing, like not just disappointing results, like they just looked really poor. So it's really nice to see that they've kind of taken the talent and put it together. And just to remind you guys, if you're in Overwatch in the client and want to check out, we got some new esports skins available. The Fire and Tide esports bundle, and you can only get those player cards with the bundle. So when you're looking at them, don't just I know Jake was talking about yesterday, he's just getting the Mercy skin. You know, he's like playing a lot of Mercy on.
I'm on my Mercy arc. All right, you know, I got my ranks on tank and DPS. Maybe it's time for me to play a little Mercy. The Fire and Tide bundle could be the perfect pairing for it.
I think people would watch you do a
Mercy to GM,
a bronze to GM Mercy run from Jake Overwatch.
Oh, that would be painful for me, man. That would be.
Wants to see that.
You would love to see me suffer like that, man.
Yeah, maybe we'll get it on the Overwatch Esports channel. Maybe we'll just have it live,
special
24 hours a day,
so
you can get special event. Jake OW, bronze to GM on Mercy. A Hollywood selection here for Virtus.pro. So I also think this is interesting because it allows, I mean, I think VP would be fine with it, right? But like with how we just saw the Sigma head-to-head, that allows Circuit to potentially be picked a little bit later in the series. So I'll keep an eye on that, as it'll be VP deferring the ban over to GK here early on.
VP has been, I think, one of the biggest teams to go for these deferred bans. It feels like because they're such a chameleon squad and they're willing to play whatever, they don't really care what gets banned. They're just always going to ensure that the responsive ban, you know, blocks any kind of crazy weird cheese from coming out. And so with Xion out, they're going to respond by banning the Kiri, which interesting Kiri ban for this map. It opens up some unique possibilities on Hollywood. I mean, the Ana feels a little too crazy, but I think May could certainly get a look here.
Yeah, I'm curious what the support line will end up being, right? I wouldn't say this is like an Alari map, right? Like, you know, Circuit obviously is a great map for Alari. Like, banning the Kiri, are we looking? I mean, you could play the Ana, right?
Ana, Winston, dive. No. That's
okay.
not
I mean,
let's be so for real right now.
I mean,
I'm taking some liberties.
If you thought they were going to play maybe like a Maga, right? I mean, getting rid of the Curie and playing some Ana is viable, but like, yeah, it'll be curious, right? Because Landon is so good.
It also lets Landon
Curie,
just
right?
like go BAP and maybe just play like, I
Ooh,
wonder
that's a
about,
good one.
you just want to play like, I mean, did you ever play BAP Zen? No, Zen is too crazy. I take that back immediately as I say it. But Xian's, man, no. That's too crazy. It's too crazy. I don't completely hate
like
Alari here.
Mizuki?
Okay, maybe it is Bat Mizuki. Okay, think about this. Bat Mizuki is probably pretty insane at dealing with Jetpack Cat. Virtus.pro, I doubt this is what they're gonna play, but that's an option to play sort of a Cat Bastion look, especially on first attack. I think
Or Cat 76, right? No.
Cat 76.
What would they have
76
to do
has 100% win rate right now, Matt. Just soak that in. Just soak that in.
76 would have to like turn his gun into like the actual AC-130 from Modern Warfare.
What do they? How do they make 76? I think 76 needs one Tracer Blink. All right, just one Tracer Blink.
Yeah.
On a regular Tracer Blink cooldown.
Just give him score streaks like Black Ops 2.
Yeah,
that's
just
start
sick.
calling in RC
Get a
cars
Predator
and stuff.
missile,
That'd be
dude.
wild.
You need
Yeah,
it.
get a Predator missile. Score streaks for 76. Make it happen. Okay, so it'll just be like a it'll be Bat Mizuki. It'll be the backlines here with the Sigma in play. I kind of like this for DK.
I was gonna say I like it for VP. I mean, I think Landon loves BAP though. Like he is just that BAP. See if he can get his team through this choke point. It's a difficult choke to break. A lot of damage coming in, but Landon able to do a lot of healing as well. But Labda still finds Kevster. Great aggressive posture here from the defenders. Don't give up any ground whatsoever. Ziad, though, whoa, hold on. Charges a little bit too deep past the Sigma shield. And there's still a fight to be had if Eisnam can desperately stay alive. But Flank now surrounded by Symmetra, by Mizuki. Landon, the last member alive, just eventually cut down. Good hold from GK as, Labda finding a counter kill on Kevster with how Kevster's been playing so far this year is definitely a statement for Labda. He's at 75%. Rips a pretty quick Deadeye, although Landon has a very fast window, which could be problematic.
Yeah, I was saying I like this for GK because it's like, it kind of resembles the exact same playstyle that we just had the last map.
Oh, a little TP map flip.
Ooh, yeah, nice TP up to the high ground here. Some sim turrets to, deter EK from pushing right on in, as this is now a little bit awkward for GK on the defensive side.
And they waste no time. GK swarming in, putting a little bit of damage down, following up with more through the window now. Ziad runs through Kevster. Might be traded out again, but no, the supports are there this time. They're going to keep the Sigma alive and healthy. And the punishment from GK, Virtus.pro, they've gone for two pretty quick, decisive moves, and each time it's been batted down with relative ease, right? GK get a little bit of damage in, the poke is good, and then they waste no time. They just send it. They swarm through the backline. Oh, they might make a fast move here. Opportunity to go with the deep flux, maybe. Maybe the amplification matrix, putting a lot of pressure on, forcing maybe some.
I think that Sim TP
response
deleted already, yeah.
Oh, here comes another one. Oh, the re-peek with the window. I don't think VP were ready for it. The instant burst kills come out. Flux even thrown in from Eisnam, and GK, the aggression here is ridiculous. This Sigma comp.
Yeah.
Is a stronghold for them now. Yeah, and VP have to be starting to sweat. They have had zero positive opportunities in 2.5 minutes here on Hollywood.
No, that was your flux as well, right? EK, if you wanted to, you could play quite aggressive yet again here. It's going to be a TP across. It's actually hit with the accretion, so it's interrupted.
I like this forward TP. Sanctuary can also be good, but the Flux picks players out of it. See if Ziad can get another head slam. This time can't, but doesn't need it. Still gets the finish on Psycho. Finn will assist to clean up Kev. And, consistently VP finds like one trade here or there, but the rest of the team just forming into such a phalanx. Finn and Kelix, unkillable, sustaining through this backline fight. And for the first time on this map, there's an ultimate advantage, but it's a Deadeye for the attackers. Like, is that enough? We've seen something before from Kev. Maybe he can show us it again, especially with these sim walls to buy time for that channel to start to build up.
You're going to get an Ant Matrix here for Finn as well. Sim walls for both teams here, too. They're below a minute.
Ooh, big channel.
Kev, yeah.
He's got a lot of channel. You cannot repeat this. You have to just full hide, give him some ticks up.
Are they gonna try to
I think they are. A big attack, though.
Yeah.
They're trying to punish players on the rotate. High ground angle is nice. This is a very claustrophobic spot for DK. Teleporting to point is the Symmetra, but she's flanked, hit from all sides. And it'll be Psycho with a better position here on the back of the point, playing behind the sim wall. Touch comes in, it's good, but still Kinetic Grasp available here, plays back to the shield, a good flux here, and that should be enough to seal this offense. Lambda, though, hold on, the drone's still available. It keeps the Cassidy alive and fighting, diving into the backline. Eisnam is desperate for kills. Flux is going to slam him up onto the high ground, but Finn can still get the finish. Psycho cooking away on the point.
Alfie
with the
back
help
on
of
the
Landon
Tracer.
behind. Tracer to have to hit this clutch, but Finn is so low. Psycho with 3, fully torqued up on the sim, but it is a matter of inches, even multiple players here dropping below 50 HP as Virtus.pro get the clutch. Way too close for comfort, but they will make it to the streets.
Yes, and now it'll be Alfie going back over to Sim here as you see Ice Gnome already. They want to kind of control this high ground, right? As you get the rest of the team TP'd up here for VP. It's just Ziad at the moment. Now everybody following up here for GK as you want to try and fight for this high ground, kind of bully them off of it, which they do here for the moment.
That can be scary. Ziad gonna drop down, start contesting this point, create some complications for Virtus.pro as they bunker into the low ground. Here comes the TP flip up to the high ground, early Deadeye channel. They TP right back down lower. Lambda gonna drop and chase, has some good skulls here. Is he enough to get the kills? Yes, just barely, as the drone broken by Ziad heads up focus fire from the tank player. And with that double kill to start things off, surely it's gonna be all GK in the feed here. Even Kev, is he behind enemy lines? Where was Kevster right now?
There is, I think they think there is one player alive. Yeah, they're hunting for Kev.
He may be in the defender's first spawn, I believe. Unless I'm completely wrong. Maybe he just got out. Okay, he maybe just slipped out
yeah,
from the hallway.
They were looking for.
They thought he was too.
That
Yeah,
he got out. Yeah, because they were looking like in the back. They were pinging as well. So looked like they were a little confused there too. So Virtus.pro now, dude, we're already at a minute on offense. I mean, this is really rough to like play for this low ground position. It's going to be an Amp Matrix trying to buy some space. It's going to be DK though jumping down with an Amp Matrix and a Sanctuary of their own trying to fight this.
What is happening? Venn diagram of Sanctuaries. The Deadeye just hits onto Alfie, who has the drone to stay alive. Lambda though goes down in the chaos. Finally, the attacker is getting better purchase on a fight. Finn finds a counter kill onto Eisnam. Without the tank, it won't be easy. They need to finish this fight cleanly. Teleporting around is Alfie, staying healthy and farming up another sim wall for the next fight. But eventually, VP get the job done. And an opportunity now to snowball through second point. It's been a really tough Hollywood so far, but I give them the advantage here for this recontest. Geeka have to come out of some tough chokes.
You'll have a flux for both sides as well coming out of here as they like this position that Ice Gnome is taking right up on that high ground. You have to kind of constantly poke. Nice accretion connects on the Lambda there, but no follow-up as now he's kind of have to play from this low ground. It'll be
sim wall.
Ooh.
Double symbol.
Kind of like fake the grasp there, yeah.
Flux could be deadly. They're all caught in it. Can the symbol protect them long enough? The stun, though, is good. Eisnam saves these teams from a huge flux connected by Zia, but maybe it just won't be enough. Psycho doing his best to cook, but Alfie ahead on the beam charge, cleaving through this opposition. And EK are going to make the hold here at the end of second point. That was dangerously close. With Eisnam hitting that accretion, canceling the flux, I thought maybe VP would clutch their way through it, but Alfie just gets torqued up, and still a very strong map so far from GK, but Virtus.pro do just enough to where this feels very winnable for them too.
And that was like a 3 or 4 player flux that he would have hit there. I mean, that would have been massive as we take a look here from Ice Gnome's POV. I mean, dude, that is like so difficult with both of those sim walls coming down. He had just used his own flux, kind of floating down to the low ground. I mean, very difficult for Ice to be able to make that play. Doesn't result in a fight win, but still pretty impressive stuff.
Man, that first point defense.
Ziad's still playing sick, dude.
Oh my god, I mean, he's tearing through him. I will say Eisnam is doing incredible to keep up statistically when, I mean, you lost so many team fights there on the offense. Like, you just got cleaned up more often than not. For Eisnam to still be keeping pace on damage is also really impressive. I mean, this is a clash of, I think it's fair to say, the best Sigmas in EMEA right now. And on the comp where it really counts, right? Every mechanical moment, charging up that flux just a little bit quicker, finding those key accretions. I feel like the Sigma mirror is one of the more explosive individual mirrors on the tank battle, because if you find an accretion on the enemy Sigma's flux, it completely changes the tenor of the fight. Even just stunning the Sigma out of a kinetic grasp, so he actually goes down. It's like there's so many mind games to be played around those shields. Such a difficult resource to manage. GK, let's see how they approach this offense. It was brutal for Virtus.pro. See if they can give as good as they got here.
We'll see. GK gonna continue to kind of play. I was like, oh, maybe they try and do something different in terms of support line, but they'll continue to kind of play with the Bat Mizuki. So Already kind of giving up some space here in the choke is VP, but I think that kind of, they want to set up maybe some play here with the sim. So as they kind of round the corner, it'll be a sim TP set up there from EK. They decide not to take it. It's going to be the immortality field already used there by Landon.
Right up the gut, big damage down. Cycle needs to stay alive, but he drops first. Symmetra out of the fight. It's going to be a struggle to keep up in the tank battle. Eisnom just doesn't have the HP to keep rolling. Ziad does get low. There's just a hair's chance for a clutch, but Ziad just keep finding the kills. It's only the double support alive for VP. They just lack the damage to clean up these kills. Alfie runs rampant, and for all the fancy footwork that VP pulled out on their offense, you can just run it down mid, and it works.
Yeah. I mean, they just kind of bulldoze them over and then get them to use that immortality field a little bit earlier. And then Ziad is able to just kind of fight with inside his and then just kind of continue to beam up with Alpha, and eventually you're just going to kind of lose the war of attrition there if you're Virtus.pro. So couldn't have gone any better for GK on that first offensive push as they just kind of walk in, end up taking the point. So GK at the moment not going to TP up to the high ground. They're going to play from low ground here, starting off things, trying to get as much payload progress as possible.
Build into some kind of an ultimate. Eisnom drops the rest of the team shortly behind him. The Rock makes this TP awkward. A little bit of miscommitment there from GK. Not together on the push. Alfie beaming down massively in this tiny room, but the supports behind are going to protect Eisnom, allow him to potentially clean this fight up. Still a couple stragglers left alive here, namely Kellex, who would love to be able to play his way out of this and back to his teammates off the spawn. As Kevster finds Labda. He's without the teleport, but the Sigma is back to just get him into the fight. And VP, enough trades came down there where GK are going to come back in and keep this car rolling. Even without Labda, it's a little bit risky, though, to fight without the Cassidy. The early damage is coming in. Mizuki's looking for more poke. They don't want to yield the high ground too easily, but VP, it's a 10-ult fight. This one, I think, is going to be crucially decisive. VP have to make a nice hold here.
This is going to get wild, it feels like, as well, right? Two sim walls, sanctuaries, and matrix. We'll see how it kind of plays out as VP has control of the high ground. Kevster just dominates Labda there. Ziad ends up using the flux. Does a decent amount of damage, but nothing you can finish off. It's going to be the immortality field keeping people alive through that Deadeye. It's going to be now a flux used up to the high ground here by Ice.
But not much damage off the back of it. Still, Kellex goes down, and that may just be enough. Psycho drops with the sim wall from Alpha. A little bit outdated now post-flux. Finn up top with the Am Matrix, though. Maybe could find a kill onto Landon, but he slips away into the back room. And the Sanctuary from Fixa, a kill from Landon with his own window. It takes every single ultimate here, but Virtus.pro make the hold. GK might be all right with this, though. They don't, keep the ball rolling, but they do make some nice card progress, and they're coming in with a Sanctuary and a High Noon of their own. VP with a dry bank. Let's see how they choose to approach this fight.
I think that's where GK you have to be, I mean, obviously we'd have loved to win that fight, right? But being able to kind of get them to expend all of their ultimates, and then you walk away with the Sanctuary still and Deadeye, and you gain some card progress there. Just an overall net positive there for GK as they'll kind of continue to play this low ground.
Hyper Spears are
dangerously low. Yeah, Ziad actually gets hit with an accretion and gets taken out, so no ability to use the Sanctuary there to try and keep him up. Try and TP across. It's just too costly in terms of your overall HP. That'll be another fight that Virtus.pro wins.
Eisnom with the Hyperspheres there crushed them. I mean, they were just decimated. By the time they took the TP, everyone was down to half. Ziad was trying to keep the cart rolling, and then he's all isolated. Eisnom free to just drop an accretion right into his back, get the follow-up from the team, and that's a crucial fight win. VP needed that kind of an individual play. Now they've bridged the gap to some of their own ultimates. Kellex, the Sanctuary isn't feeling as effective when you got a Deadeye Flux on the other side.
Yeah, can you kind of grab some of those players out? Is a large amount of damage down on the Finn early on.
This is a tough place to walk.
Out a way. Yeah, I don't know. They've not figured out a way to kind of break this high ground setup.
Oh, picked up right out of the Sanctuary, and are not really able to get any value off the back of that. Accretion is good. Labda stalled out just a little bit. No, Eisnom is going to finish that kill, and Virtus.pro, they're starting to get comfortable, Matt. Starting to get worried for GK.
4 minutes off the clock at the moment.
I mean, we're down to like 2 fights for GK, and VP now have the big economy advantage. This defender position is incredibly strong. There are no free fight wins for GK, especially, I mean, Ant Matrix is almost impossible to use in this situation. There's just no good angles. Maybe he can force that drop to cart and get some big value. It's going to need to be a clutch TP out of Alpha. He goes up to the high ground. Hold on, they're trying to overwhelm Psycho, but Kevster with the Deadeye the defensive tools just come out a little too late. The Amp Matrix makes that Deadeye kill so ridiculously fast. Landon and Kevster combined to punish, and when you hear the Deadeye, right, you're so used to there being, you know, that expected amount of time before the Skull Channel comes in, before he shoots. But when Amp Matrix comes out, that time is halved, and the reactions just aren't there for GK.
I kind of want to see GK try and take that position again, though, right? They haven't really been successful trying to, like, fight over here by the elevator and kind of force them back. I think kind of TPing across to, like, more of the defensive side high ground is probably the route here, although it doesn't work in that fight. So, see where they decide to take it. They're going to bunker up here, but it's going to be the Sanctuary used on the other side of things. Ziad ends up going with a Flux here, connects with a few.
Simwall, beautiful. Keeps them alive through the Flux. The damage fold can't come in. The trades, though, are coming thick and fast, but Finn drops, and it's just Ziad now left, the standard bearer for the team. Kevster doesn't want to risk a stall here. Maybe it would have been a nice one. Ziad does still miss the spawn wave. Finn has to come up Juno. Now Lucio to getting the double speed amp. Maybe another Juno speed ring to send Ziad out just a little bit quicker, but it's so awkward. You're desperately running back to the card and into another Flux High Noon. Alfie with the sim wall, though, may have just the right tool to keep this one winnable, but only just for GK Esports.
It's like GK, I mean, a 5-minute time bank here moving into the second part of the map. Last fight territory.
Simwall's not gonna last long.
Gotta step up. Yeah, Simwall, though, does save him.
They have to push past it. The cart moving through it. Painful. VP not contesting is beautiful here. Flux available for Icenom. CP is able to shut down these players on card. He's biding his time for now. Finds his moment to strike. Picks up Ziad, but with the shield protected, the Amp Matrix behind, he should be okay, but no, they can't quite get there to the ultimate. It's the Sanctuary at 99, and they don't bridge the gap. VP dig their heels in on Hollywood to go up to series point 2-1 for them.
That was a sick map, though. I mean, VP just absolutely dominating on their second point defense there, just dominating the high ground. They give up that first point rather quickly, right? I mean, 5 minutes plus in the time bank for GK and not able to get it across the line, as you know, Kevster really kind of taking control of that high ground on the Cassidy, and then also Psycho consistently able to kind of beam up on the sim. And Icenom, you were talking about the damage that he was putting down, right? I mean, you take a look. Ziad obviously had a great first half, but Icenom dominated on defense.
Yeah, this is something we've seen from Icenom. He has such a good read on Hollywood about when to poke and prod from the high ground, getting massive damage onto the attackers. And when he just senses that opportunity, smells just a little bit of weakness, he dives in on top of you and is not scared to just turn the fight into a brawl, right? To kind of flip the story of the match from nice, slow, defensive poke into incredible aggression. Labda also had some big moments here, but felt like overall as a team, Virtus.pro, I mean, they just looked unbreakable on Hollywood second.
Yeah.
It feels like you could have had 10 minutes. I don't know if you would have made it through.
No, I agree. I mean, they were that good. And it felt like, I mean, this is such a tough walk up that you were talking about.
You can't win
they
this
drop
fight.
the Sanctuary, they get
can't.
fluxed up right into them. Yeah, I mean, it's like actually just
Labda's
unwinnable.
Like so sad. It's just the kinetic grasp right on top of you on Cassidy. You're like, I guess
Labda's like,
whose
idea was that again? Yeah, it's brutal.
Oh, this,
here,
I mean,
yeah, close to a Sanctuary, but you also would have had Psycho at 100 percent HP there, beamed up on Sim fighting inside of it, right? So I don't think you really would have won much. So Hollywood off the table. This has been a very good series, though, between these two teams. It has been back and forth. GK, what? So we have Escort right left. I mean, what
Escort, Flashpoint?
Yeah. They want to play Sig.
Would be a huge change in the series. I wonder, I feel like EK probably do want to keep playing Sig. I mean, you won Coliseum.
You play Circuit?
Circuit's kind of a classic. Can't go wrong really with it. I mean, this is where it gets deep into the mind games though, because I feel like the Sigmar, it's like, do you really want it? I mean, it seems like a coin flip to go to the Sigmar. Like, it feels like both these teams are very, very good on it. It's going to come down to individual execution. So GK choose New Junk City instead. I mean, maybe for them, they maybe want to avoid playing Atlas, where you could see, like, some of the dive come out from VP, like whether it's the ball, the hazard, I think can be pretty good here. So maybe by picking New Junk City, you can prevent some of that threat. And you think, look, wherever we go on Escort, potentially as a map 5, we're going to be able to find some good answers. But there's a couple dive maps left in the pool. And GK, you can tell they're thinking about it. They even ban out the hazard this time. VP respond banning the May. Interesting. Maybe, I mean, no one has really played the May, but maybe May actually feels pretty good in the Sigma comp on this map because there are so many of those tiny choke points and the Blizzard can do so much.
Yeah, I don't think you've seen like GK get like massive value out of playing the sim, right? Where the Mei is a really good response to it, like playing it with the Sig, right? We see that. I mean, that's like the kind of comp that we see on circuit, right? Playing like the Mei with the Sig and then maybe like a hit scan. So the Mei is off the table, so probably forces them to end up playing like a sim mirror if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think these bans at the end up being a little superfluous. I think it's just going to be, more Sigma mirror. I think these teams, maybe they think like both of them, you have to have the confidence that you can win this mirror. With how close it is, in order to win this series, you need to be able to win straight up in a heads-up mirror. It's not going to be some comp gap shenanigans, and this is what happens when two teams are so experienced with one another, right? That they know what each other come to play, and they just believe that they can be the ones to get it done on match day. For now, it's VP in the lead, but it's tenuous, and as we go to New Junk City, it's not a map that actually we see so much of these slow Sigma-style poke comps on, right? We've seen more teams go to a faster rush look, so could be a little more chaotic. Maybe there's room for one team to flip the script, but it's scary because the moment you back down now and you get off the Sigma comp, and then you like lose 1 or 2 flashpoints in brutal fashion, and then you swap back to it, and your ultimate economy is just in shambles. So it's really risky to open with anything but that mirror. But if you have the right read and it pays off, any Reinhardt enjoyers? I'm telling you, Matt, Reinhardt.
I'm the odd Reinhardt.
No cap, Reinhardt would go crazy here. Maybe that's like, is that crazy? Is that why they banned Mei? Thoughts on that?
I don't know. I mean, we'll get the teams flipped at the top of the screen. It'll be VP in blue for you guys. And obviously these two teams played the regular season. I wanted to go back and check. This was the second game of the season for GK, and GK had a brutal week in week 1. They ended up getting 3-0'd in both of their games, and they ended up playing New Junk City. It was a 3-0 for Virtus.pro. So we'll see if GK can kind of change it up a little bit. So Xion Reaper here with the Maga for Virtus.pro. It'll be a hit scan with Labda playing the Sojourn here for GK.
You can see GK want to play this one slow. They're going to try to kite away, play range, and Labda finds a crucial kill onto land, and Disruptor Shot following up some other team spam damage. Now they look to swarm forward and clean up this fight. It's desperation for Aizdom. Fixa, they find a couple counter kills, but first fight still going to go decisively the way of GK. An opening pick on Kiri, you just can't come back.
Yeah. I mean, Labda's going to get to do a Quartz impression here, you're going to be able to just kind of like farm up on that Maga. No TP to kind of like, get any of these heroes in before using movement cooldowns, as Ziad moves into the choke, gets hit with a bike to back on up. So we'll see now how VP decides to attack this, but can you protect Ziad, Labda? Can you allow him to kind of get these huge kills? I mean, Isom getting dangerously low. It's going to be the Cardiac Overdrive used really early, and the Sojourn able to just kind of delete the Maga there.
Crazy good focus fire from Labda. I mean, Alpha Yi on the Reaper, he was the hero that started the reverse sweep yesterday with a great performance on this map. Now Landon getting painfully staggered.
Nasty.
I mean, we're going to come down to just one fight for Virtus.pro to try and get this retake, and they're going to be behind on the economy game. They got to come up and contest into Sojourn spam. It's feeling a little bit dire. Historically, I feel like the Xion has looked good in this matchup, but Labda just keeps finding opening picks, and when he does that, he feels like you can't even play the game here with the Virtus.pro DPS.
Yeah, it's been pretty difficult here for Kep to kind of find an angle to really attack this Sojourn on. It seems like GK as well here. They're not really like the team who's going to be that aggressive here early on. As I say that, though, they go in besides their rush. Yeah, they decide to kind of change the pace there. They have the Kitsune rush. That's the time to go. So that is a really easy first point win there for GK.
Hey, a couple cheeky picks from Labda basically wins them this flashpoint. The rush does need to come out from Finn, so VP have a little bit of an economy advantage coming into this next fight, although there's plenty of other ultimates to work with for GK's side. Kevster, I think, especially is going to be called upon to show something impressive here. Labda with the OC is going to be a problem. Fixa quite a ways away from that beat. Expect Sojourn to do big things in this fight, but the rush comes out early. Some big damage has already come down. Alfie with the beat on into the backline, looking for a Blossom target. May not even need it. With Fix It down, the mobility called into question. Satsuriku Spree is out from Kev. Managed to do just enough to find Lambda inside the cage fight from Ziad, though it's actually Virtus.pro who's coming on top with a couple of these kills, but with Kellex, Alfie finding kills on the other side. It's up to Izon to clutch this one out, and Malga might just be able to do it, but no, Reaper, a little bit too much life steal with the Kiri beside. And Alpha Yee's Reaper, man, indomitable. So comfortable in this matchup. He is a difference maker. We don't often say that about Reaper players.
Yeah, he's got Finn there with him right inside of the cage, and you see Finn just kind of focusing solely on keeping Alfie alive. That's the only chance they have to deal with that Maga. Fix It with a beat here, though. This is a prime opportunity for VP to be able to take a fight. That is huge. Yeah, that's the OC that was used as well.
Yeah, the beat overwhelms. I mean, in the end, economy-wise, it's pretty normal, right? When you beat the OC is a good matchup for Virtus.pro. But Psycho finding that instant kill means there's barely any opportunity to trade, and the fight is over in a matter of moments. A little bit of stall from Finn, but he's going to miss the spawn wave for that. I don't know how worth that is. Even Kiri with the fast recon. Wait, Fixa on Cat? Okay, now we're getting wild. Now things are getting interesting.
Cooking.
I don't know what's going on, but this is just Jetpack Cat.
Aerial drop of the Death Blossom.
I mean, all right, that could go. Wait, I'm a fan, man. Let's fly the Death Blossom around. Would that not go crazy? Finn with the rush though, that's usually gonna be pretty sick.
Yeah.
Fixing those hard to catch this Cat, and Kellex caught on the rotation. Psycho though is traded for it, of course, committing to that Blossom, always a big risk on Reaper. Ziad trading in the rush, more than happy to burn down some of the HP of Eisnom. And you do give the flip up, but you stay alive, live to fight another day. VP with the rush of their own are gonna just re-engage back into the high ground on point. Alfie already wraiths out of the fight. I don't think he's gonna be able to stick around for long here. Rush, though, is forced. The stop connection is good. Maybe puts VP back on their heels, but still, the Rush just provides so much value in this kind of a fight. Alfie is stalling the point with the Wraith form. That's going to expire. And Ziad maybe soon to fall. And the support's still working overtime to keep him online, but the Satsuriku on 5. Disgusting damage from Kev. Doesn't get a ton of kills, but the damage is overwhelming. DK now trying to regroup back into this fight. The cage fight just barely comes down from Ziad. He's healing up,
the
though.
OC is here, too.
On the back of the shout, OC maybe could turn the tide here. It's incredibly close. Fixa trying to deathmatch it through, but Izon does just enough. But, I mean, Kevster, that first spree charge literally hit 5 players. Everybody went back on their heels, and in that moment of weakness, Virtus.pro surged forward, claiming this fight, and more than likely this next flashpoint as well.
Insane amount of damage. It's going to be a TP up there from Alfie. He's going to get a touch. Does have a Death Blossom to work with. It'll be Catnap here, connects with one, but it's going to be the Death Blossom that takes out Fixa.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Big beat from Kellex, finds all 4 targets. Virtus.pro just trying to stay alive now, waiting out this key skill. A nice stomp comes in, but Ziad bites up more than he can chew, goes down. Landon still alive with the touch. Too late. They only had 98, so no overtime triggered. A quirk of the overtime mechanics, and it costs VP a flashpoint. That's a painful one, Matt.
So Finn gets 2 here on the exit, then TP's out to Alfie, so he'll hold on to his life, as that is a brutal way to lose a flashpoint there if you're Virtus.pro.
That is one of the most painful mechanics in Overwatch. If you have 98% cap, overtime does not trigger when the enemy flips. If you have 99, it will. So they don't get an overtime.
Is it different than Control? Like
no, it's the same in Control, actually. It's just rare because it only happens if you cap on 97, 98. Makes all the difference in the world, and now you're 1 flashpoint away from evening the series. GK with rush advantage. Kevster, though, finds Lambda.
That's huge.
Can you even deploy the rush? Do you dare? Finn says yes. He's going to go for it, but Psycho has the Blossom. You might want to step up into the front line. Shout is out. Ziad starting to be called to question here, getting so low. Eventually goes down, but finds 2 before dropping, and that'll be enough to maybe stabilize this
Finn
fight.
Here
what
as
a clutch from Ziad.
Finn here with Alfie, so seems like it might be a clutch-up scenario. Yeah, GK able to do it. I mean, Ziad just kind of has 0 fear on the Maga, just barreling on in, even though he gives up his life, takes out 2. Psycho was maybe looking for an angle there to use that Death Blossom, but doesn't really find a great opportunity to do so, as Fixa still on the Cat. Opportunity here for some environmental kills with the Catnap that's coming up soon.
Lambda with the shot charge. Mutual knockdown, but it puts Ziad in a rough spot here. Has struck the cage fight. Blossom coming in as well. Psycho overwhelms Satsuriku Spree on top. A little bit of overkill from Virtus.pro. A lot of AoE in that fight. Little circle watch for you. And DK, I mean, they do go down, but they go down almost instantly. It's a very quick fight. You're right back into the engagement, and you've got tons of tools to flip this one back. They are barreling towards a map 5 here, Matt.
I mean, no way you're keeping anybody alive through cage fight spree, and Blossom there is the overclock here used early by Lambda.
Oh, what a shot.
I mean, that is FACEIT just right in front of him. Yeah, really nice shot there.
That's a huge
you're gonna be able to take the point. You're gonna be able to take the point, right? I mean,
Psycho
gonna be a TP in from Psycho, yeah.
Doesn't have raid 4. He's so close. Oh, half a second away. Tried to be greedy there. Maybe needed to get something done. Eisdom, though, gets him with a stomp. Kevster finds another kill, but it's just the dregs here of Virtus.pro trying to keep this one in contest. Alpha E is strong. Fixa finds another trade, but now it's only the cat. Surely he can't do enough. Ziad tracks him down. Nice little beam out of the air. Cat should be coming back fast, and there's a chance for a retake, but the economy still looks good for GK.
Nah, I was gonna say, I mean, I think this is set up really well for DK, right? You're gonna get up to basically even here, and you're gonna have Blossom plus both support ultimates, and obviously just the rush on the other side here for Virtus.pro. It's gonna be really difficult with rush plus sound barrier on the cards for GK. They also have to dodge any of these railguns that come through. It's gonna be 99 here to get an OT.
Rushes match, big damage down. Kevster has to bike back into the off angle. Psycho now comes to touch a point with the beat to overwhelm. Breaks the back now of Virtus.pro, and the resource gap unreal. Fixa getting a little bit of stall, but it is too little too late in this map. A resounding victory for EK Esports to equalize the score, take us to a decisive final map on Escort. And it felt preordained in this series, Matt. I mean, these two teams so evenly matched, putting each other to the test, makes that clutch up on Hollywood feel all the more crucial for Virtus.pro that they're still alive in this series. And this from the clear #1 team in EMEA right now. So GK nipping at the heels of the GOATs.
Well, it also just shows you how much GK has grown as a team. As I mentioned, right, this was a 3-0 series in week 1 here of stage 2. This was a VP map that they ended up winning 3-0 here against GK and just completely flipped the script. So I thought GK had a great strat and read on this map. At times, though, VP looked like they were going to battle back, right? This second flashpoint, I think with the way it ended, definitely probably leaves a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth throughout it.
I will say, you know, maybe this is, you know, a big thing to call out for a team as good as Virtus.pro, who's been as successful as they have this stage, but moments in this match, I felt, you know, in this map in particular, I felt them getting a little flustered, right? Like this moment where they dropped 4 ultimates on this fight. I mean, that felt excessive, and it kind of sets them up to fail later on. They don't have any ults to go, like, imagine they had even like Satsuriga Spree, some ult to jump on top of Lambda there, right? It could have been very different, and they kind of blow everything into that fight. And yeah, Alfie more than happy to clean up. I will say, pretty unlucky to say, it's really rare we see that, the 98 control cap for no overtime touch to deny them a chance in that second flashpoint. But I mean, these are pro players. Maybe the audience doesn't know that mechanic. It's pretty niche, but the pro players almost certainly do. And so it's a good read to punish the flip there by GK.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate dump that comes in from VP, that's quite rare from what we've seen from them over the last 4 weeks as well, right? You know, so well drilled in a lot of the ways that they play. That one, they would love that back. I mean, that was Cage plus Blossom plus Spree, all, and it wasn't.
And the cat nap too. I mean, like that is everything.
And I think they just used Cage on the other side, so it's not like they were kind of like
a 4 for 1. In this level of play, that's actually I think it's fair to say that's a pretty huge error from Virtus.pro. Given how well they've played, we don't see mistakes like this from them. This is playoffs, man.
So it'll be Escort, our final map here. It'll be Circuit. Okay. I like this from VP because this also takes Maga off the table, right? Ziad has looked pretty sick on the Maga throughout the series. This one feels like we're going back to that Sig look.
No, it would have been so sick if they played Wrecking Ball Dorado, though. I was so hoping for it, but that would be, I think it would be a good move. It would be a wild move, though, for sure. They're going to go to Circuit, which basically, for me, unless there's some wild bans here, it's going to be Sigma to close things out. Eisdom, I think he's feeling very confident in the matchup, although Ziad is battling with everything he has. A lot of pressure here on the hit scans, and maybe especially the Symmetra duel, where, you know, I don't even know. I think I'd give Alfie maybe a slight edge so far in the series. I feel like some of his sim walls have been just really well placed from my perspective. Some of the TPs have been good, but overall as a team, I think VP very much like this matchup, and they could attack maybe with the, like, I wonder what if you do ban the sim? Do you ever?
Here?
No, okay. No cap. I think it's not playable on this map, Matt. Like we learned that yesterday
yes.
in the Twisted Mind series. It's not playable here. GK crushed it. Okay. Oh, whoa. Okay.
Sigmazuki.
We're getting weird.
Wait,
We're getting weird.
VP bans the Sig. So okay, they want to play Diva, but then
I think this means Ramatra actually is what comes out. I could be wrong. I actually think this is a sick read from Eisnam. He's been, well, from the team overall, right? They've been fantastic on the Sigma comp all series long. The Mizuki has been a huge threat. Like, this has been their bread and butter. They go to Circuit, and so you think, okay, Sigma Mizuki, more of the same. Let's see who wins this, you know, key skill mirror match to close things out. By banning the Sig, you say, okay, let's make this a test of flexibility, of adaptability, which, I mean, between these two teams, you got to give it to Eisnam.
Yeah, and I mean, double flex support an option, right? I mean, Virtus.pro, like, you could play.
I wonder if it must be Kiri. For me, it's like Kiri's a must pick on the support line.
Yeah.
Is it Kiri Bab? Is it?
I was gonna say Bab. Yeah.
Kiri Juno. Actually, okay, with Ram, it's probably Kiri Juno with Ram. Now that I say that, it's a hard map to flank, and we've seen Juno be punished at times in the series, but that's usually because you flank, you get on top of her in the back line, and you kill her off first. That's essentially Juno's biggest vulnerability. She's not good at defending herself in those moments, but on Circuit, it's very front to back. You don't often need to do that. You're pretty much in a comfortable spot most of the time.
With the Mizuki ban from GK, does open the door. We haven't seen a Diva, right? But Ziad, we know how good he is on Diva. Right?
I think Diva's tough on this map.
though.
I think it's tough on this. It's just another map where, once again, like, Diva needs to be able to get kills, right? Maybe you could do like a sim Diva, but that's like a Twisted Minds kind of a look where you TP the Diva into the back line and allow her to really get aggressive. But it's scary when this series has been relatively slow paced. To up the pace like that, to play a hard dive, I mean, it's a big adaptation in map 5.
Yeah, but that's an old kind of you think of the GK core, right? With like Kellex, Labda, Ziad. That was like a staple of them last year, right? The sim with the Diva TPing on maps like this, right?
I would be too scared, man. I would be way too scared to pull out a comp. Like, that comp is
qualified for Paris already. Why not?
No, that comp is so, like, it's so finicky. It's like you do a bad TP, your Diva gets like rocked one time by Sigma, and she's just instantly dead to Symmetra or something. Like, or even Stigma's banned, of course. But like Ramatra is a beast in the front line. Like, you might TP your Diva into the back line. She's like, I'm having so much fun, guys. And then you're like, guys, and there's just a field of bodies because Ramatra has just cleaved a path through your team. So, this is interesting, man. Taking out the Sigmazuki, it means all bets are off. This is a huge question for the coaches, for the players to have the right read. I don't think anybody exactly knows what the answer is. It's going to come down to who can make the best call, can make the best adaptations here on map 5.
Yeah, it's also you think about some of those comps they used to do with that sim Diva. It's also at a point where the sim TP was like longer, right? You were able to TP way deeper.
That hurts on
than
Circuit
you currently are.
Of all maps, right? Circuit, I think what you were really using those max range TPs.
We'll see a final map between these two teams. It's been a really great series, back and forth.
Did not disappoint today, Matt.
Oh, I mean, I also think like the bans for this last map are quite surprising, right? In terms of like what we potentially thought.
I love this. I love this from VP. I mean, I think VP is like, they've been so good on the Sigma, but to recognize that that's not really your edge. Your edge is the flexibility. It's the ability to adapt. And so to introduce some chaos into the series, it's a risk. But Ziad, starting off on the Diva, he has the same read as you, Matt, that it could be strong. I think Ram could do very well here.
This is a playstyle that they ran so much last year. Obviously, slight differences between the two teams, but kind of the crux and the core of it still there. We'll see if they're able to kind of use this to success, because Ziad was so good at being able to like stay alive forever, what it felt like on the Diva. We'll see what the read is. VP.
What's the hit scan for Kev here? I think that's a big decision. Cassidy is a consideration, but so is Sojourn. He's going to go with the Cass. I mean, it makes sense to play, a stalwart backliner behind this Ramatra.
Really hasn't played, it's really kind of been Shiana and Cassie, I feel like, for Kev. Has not really gone over and played.
Big shot on Labda. Labda's backed off. Labda's not aggressive on the angle for a moment. Now Ziad has to take a bit of aggression, but he's caught in the sim turrets, caught in the car wash. Beautiful setup from Psycho, was ready for that flank. It's one that many players have used to great effect this stage. Virtus.pro see it coming a mile away.
And let's see if GK decides to stay on this, right?
Oh, I hope they don't, Matt. I think they may think this is winnable, but I strongly disagree. I don't. Their Ramatra is going to just dominate you. I really don't like this. I think GK are in real trouble. They're in such a, there's so much pressure on them now. Like, D.Va has to get a kill in the first 3 seconds. How do you even do that? It's so hard. Your frontline trade is losing against this Ram. Cart being rolled forward. Labda shooting into a shield more often than not. Ramatra throwing those fists. No one else can take the TP. It's only Ziad in the backline. Labda is down. Ziad getting completely marked by the rest of the backline for VP. Big Lucio dive in from Kelix. It will be enough to drop Kevster, but it takes the entire team to accomplish just that. And Virtus.pro, I've got the download here on this comp.
Yeah, and the amount of, I think they just have a great read on a VP, and the amount of damage that Psycho's putting down onto the D.Va, where, yeah, you're going to get a swap over to the Ram. So basically outside of the hit scans, a mirror matchup now is interesting strat at the start from GK. It's something they've done in the past, but obviously does not work out into the comp that we're seeing right now from Virtus.pro. It's a really fast point they take.
Yeah, and a big ultimate advantage for VP. Disgusting rush timing. Landon is almost 50% faster. He's going to send it right up the gut. GK already low. The fist pummeling now into the backline. The TP out, though, just barely gets GK away. Insane kite from them. Everybody's so low, but that's just more heals for Finn to gobble up. They lose a lot of card time, but they get out with their lives, which is the best they can hope for in that spot. Still, VP looking to pile on the pressure. They've got this annihilation. They're definitely going to keep this fight rolling. Labda wide, does get a good rail shot. Kevster completely ignores him. Deadeye's looking at the front line. Here comes the OC. The beat comes in as well just before the shield comes in. GK get the key kills to clean house, but it's their turn to throw in a massive ult dump. Took 4 huge tools to commit for the finish, and FACEIT has the beat for the next fight.
I mean, if you give up that and then like what 5+ minutes for the last part of the map, I mean, just kind of in the series now, as it feels like that was an absolute must-win for GK. But now with VP, you're in a really rough spot if you're GK, because you're going to be able to kind of get aggressive behind this sound barrier if you want. Oh, and you lose Kelix.
And the beat is perfect because there's no Lucio to run away, no opportunity to escape. Zion surrounded, beset by attackers on all sides. GK, they've made one defensive push here on second point, but we're still getting into last with around 5 minutes, Matt. Nightmare scenarios for GK, economy in shambles. Virtus.pro without a ton of ultimates either, but the challenge of this Ram comp, it's so hard to get an early contest on this final point. It feels like you kind of have to just let the cart roll. Maybe Ziad can somehow find his way in with the annihilation. That's their hope here, but it's a challenging ult to initiate with when you're the one on the back foot.
They're going to take a route around the outside here. Have to be so careful with the Lucios in the mix, as Ziad's going to go low. TP up high here for Virtus.pro, as they're going to be able to get back a little bit. Just going to create some space. Nice railgun shot there from Labda. It's not go time yet, though, for Ziad with that annihilation. It's going to be the Kitsune rush that comes in from Landon. Now it's going to be Ziad popping that Ramatra ultimate, but it's yet again opening it up.
Oh, and everybody's getting cut down, and they're going to even stagger the sim just a little bit. Nice little delay from Aiznam. Keeps that cart rolling yet further, and I believe Alpha, he does miss the spawn wave. Without the sim, it's pretty awkward now. The cart's going to roll past this first choke point essentially for free. Ultimate's going to be crucial, though. Finn needs to get towards that rush. Takes some damage on the walk up. The spam is threatening. It feels like Virtus.pro have already gotten through the most dangerous part of the choke. Now they're taking some position on this point. A Deadeye is available. Aiznam in. TP over the backline. Kev doesn't get the connection with the shots. Does get some damage onto Labda. Labda slips away, but he's on slivers of HP. The symbol now to defend from Alpha. He responded to in kind by Psycho, who wants to keep this fight rolling despite the rush on the floor from Kevster. And maybe that's a little too much, rather. Finn's rush on the floor is providing so much utility, and eventually the defenders stake their claim here on this escort. They're even going to get a nice extra stagger onto Landon. Way too close for comfort, though, Matt. At high noon, if that's just like a quarter second more onto Labda, we could be seeing a very different spot here.
I mean, if you're GK and you prevent them from getting a full map completion, I mean, you have to feel amazing going into the second half, because right now it's been all Virtus.pro as getting up potentially here with a sound barrier, getting quite aggressive. Labda using the second slide, trying to get back to the spawn.
He's vulnerable now. They're over the top of his head. Look at Kevster taking this position. It looks like they're the ones on defense right now. So cloistered, so awkward. GK with attackers right above their head, ready to crash down on them at any time. Izdom drops to the point, forces the issue. The OC comes out, but Fix is holding the beat deeper and deeper into the fight. He may not even need it whatsoever for the overclock. Still, Kevster just plinking down damage from above with the assist from Landon, who has that rush ready and waiting, has a little bit of up on the high ground, able to be utilized. Kevster, though, is down before the beat. Huge kill, AlphaYi saving the team. But Psycho still here, still dealing damage. Ziad grabs another back the other way, but Izdom's brawling. Psycho fully torqued up now on the sim, and DK may just not have the resources left. Finn keeping these heals coming through, though. Stabilize their Ramatra.
Ziad's gonna have Annihilation.
Stalling for now, and maybe they can do this hold even without the rush. What a clutch from Ziad and Finn. And it's all from that initial kill from Alfie onto Kevster. This game is done if Kevster doesn't drop so early into the fight.
And they're able to hold on. They're able to hold on to Annihilation and Rush there. Both support ults used by Virtus.pro. Now with 1:36, there's a real opportunity for GK to actually get this hold. Deadeye here. Look to see it like TP'd on in.
Forcing point, immediate force, aggression with the sim wall. So hard to challenge into this, even with the Annihilation. Damage coming in. Kevster has to keep this channel rolling. No one can help Ziad. Everyone's zoned away by the Deadeye. They can't get the support through, even with the rush on point. It's not enough. They save their ultimates, and for what? Ziad goes down without even popping the Annihilation. Psycho fills up the feed, and VP capped with 1:10. Wild scenes here on Circuit Royale. So many clutch pushes from Virtus.pro and so many insane holds from GK, but that absolute blitz through first point really feels like it took its toll right now. I mean, Virtus.pro second and third, you wouldn't see such a ridiculous time bank if they didn't just speed run first.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, right, Ziad just trying, I think he thought he was going to be able to kind of live through that maybe and then pop the Annihilation.
Just a mistake from him. Needs to pop that. I mean, not that it makes a difference really, right? With the noon zoning everyone away, you're fully surrounded. So all that block from Ramatra, it doesn't mean much when there's a fully energized sim eating you alive, you know, on Psycho.
Yeah.
Big cleanup.
I mean, he had the block kind of going. He had Nemesis form active, and he probably wanted to kind of hold it to like extend the Nemesis form, right? Like once it kind of wears off to kind of get the Annihilation, then start blocking again right away. It's just they just burned him down straight through the first that first block. So a nice job there by Virtus.pro. Is GK, are we gonna see maybe a little cheeky Bastion pick from them?
I don't hate it here actually, and I will say, Cat Bastion, as much as I flame the heck out of it, without Sigma or Mizuki on the field, I wonder if it actually might work again, right? Like, for me, those are the heroes that gave it real trouble. Ziad, though, it's going to be Manga time, baby. Manga mentality here on this offense. Never mind. Jabata. Sim Bastion, though, I think still is a sick threat. I do think that Deadeye is a very powerful ultimate, but that Bastion form can be problematic, even for someone as tanky as Ramatra. Fix on the off angle. He's going to look for a cheeky boop, try to pull people out of the formation. Makes things a little bit awkward for GK. Big damage comes in. They might try to look for a cheeky flank, but Izdom just barely staying alive. But yeah, cannot sustain through, getting forced around the wrong angle there. Try to reconnect Psycho from beyond the grave. We'll get the cleanup onto the Bastion. Hey, with Sim dropping too, it's a little bit nice. It means like the forward aggression isn't going to be so threatening for VP's walk up. But that's a heck of a fight for GK to get things rolling.
Yeah, and I mean, the Bastion damage is going to be really difficult to kind of contend with, right? Especially if you want to get aggressive from Virtus.pro. Like, you kind of use your Sim TP, you go on in, and then all of a sudden, it's like the Bastion form there. Getting ready to just pump out some damage. Kev still continuing his hot play on Cassidy, already at a Deadeye here.
Nice little opening headshots. Oh, he's got big channel. Yeah, you got to get out of this. Bastion was deep on the off angle, using that teleporter, but gets right back into a comfortable spot in the formation. VP thinking about some real aggression here with the form down. Izdom is deep, trying to cut players apart, but it's actually VP who are taking the lion's share of the damage in this trade. Psycho went deep for this move, and it doesn't pay off, although hold on. Izdom finds a kill onto Kiriko, but he goes down just after. They need some clutch kills. Kevster finds one, but Lab, the too sharp with the tracking to allow another one through. Ziad with another form should be able to stabilize this. There may just be a touch. There's no support here. Ziad is still low. Is this winnable for Virtus.pro? Kevster thinks so. He's onto the Tracer. I think if they can just get a touch, it's playable. The touch just barely makes it in time. What a save. Lucio goes down. They need the rush to guarantee it, so it won't be a free hold. Izdom wants to go for more, but just might think better.
It's going to be a rush here. Yeah.
He's got Annihilation, though. He's hard to push through, and Kevster on the Tracer, making it work, hitting the flank from behind. Labda will bring him down, and Annihilation, this time from Ziad, finds some profit, but he's running low on support. Outlasted by Eisnam, who's keeping this fight in context. Kelix finds Landon. Still a brawl to be had. Labda so low, but still has the space to deliver the damage from range. The block runs out. Shield up now. Eisnam needs to live just a few more seconds. Kevster coming back. Cannot quite make it by a difference of milliseconds. The cap comes through for GK Esports.
Yeah, it's a nice boop there from Kelix at the end. Just kind of knocks him up a little bit outside of the box. Now everybody kind of hightailing it here for VP. Are you going to switch off the... Are they going to stay on the Tracer here?
I mean,
most likely getting close to the pulse bomb,
here.
but...
Is it that? I think it might be good enough. Like, Sim does a lot of damage in this comp. I could see an argument for a Tracer distraction, you know, kind of being worth her weight in gold. Kevster slips her to the back, but DK wastes no time, putting a ton of pressure on aggressively in the front line. But here comes Tracer starting to eat players up. Psycho with the sim wall means DK have to back off. The beat comes in. Pulse bomb, a rare miss from Kev. Not that it would have made much of a difference with this Bastion beat on. He's trying to pull a ton of attention onto himself, and he's for the most part succeeding. But GK still brawling, still putting heavy pressure on the front line, and eventually the cracks begin to show. Now players traded off, but losing the sim means that frontline pressure isn't so dominant now from the attackers. Psycho able to get to work with the rush coming down for safety. Should be VP able to make this hold. They had to absolutely work for it, and VP find themselves playing Tracer once again. Kevster just can't quite escape it.
Yes, they even though they get you know, that early pickoff, still got a little bit dicey there. Now we'll see with Labda, obviously the artillery, an opportunity. You know, he gets one kill in the last fight with it. Not the hugest ultimate in the world, but can they get this Bastion with form into position? It'll be a TP straight across.
Rush is so scary.
Here dropped right away. It's going to be a Suzu use as well. It's been dangerously low right off the rip.
Oh, just barely staying alive on Symmetra. Crucial save by Finn. Only the Lucio goes down, but Kelix should be able to get back into this fight. VP, they have a retouch, but I mean, into the Annihilation, into the artillery.
Annihilation used there by Icenom too.
Yeah, I think he needed to try and have some chance against the Kitsune Rush. But I mean, these tools for the zoning are devastating. I mean, artillery just layered down into the choke. Ziad still holding, doesn't even want to pop this Annihilation if he can get away with it. And I think he might be able to do just that, although hold on, the Pulse Bomb does connect the cleanse just a little bit off, but the cap nonetheless goes through. DK hold on to some of their crucial team fight ultimates, in Kevster, despite some strong production on Tracer, it's time to go back to the conventional hit scan. Maybe a Bastion of their own.
I was going to say, does he play Bastion?
It's looking good.
Yeah, so they'll match it with a Bastion of their own. So, I mean, this is very dicey for Virtus.pro, right? Sound barrier available here. Sound barrier available for DK. You have a sim wall and an Annihilation. A large amount of damage, dropped down by Labda's nade there off the rip, and that's going to be the sim wall from Alfie.
Good enough to keep the cart rolling forward, but Psycho holds onto his wall. Bleeding an ult out is nice. See how they choose to fight this. They're going to try and peek this corner, but that Ravenous Vortex is eating them up. They try and hit the big black flank here. Gives a lot of angle here for the attackers to work with it, but the Bastion starting to bring that damage down through. They're trying to focus fire the sim. They eventually get the job done. One trade is good, but I think Virtus.pro need yet more. The cart barreling towards what feels like an inevitable finish. Ziad with the Annihilation, eating all comers, ready to take their souls. And Virtus.pro entirely dropping now. They just have the beat to get a desperate retouch. Psycho onto the Vendetta to late swap, really be able to be there in time. Swings in deep enough, though, to find Kelix up the beat. That may just be good enough. Ziad low on support. Psycho back into this, finds two with the quick Vendetta swap, stabilizes the game, and may have done just enough. Virtus.pro can sink their teeth into this third point. We know how hard this hold is to break, and GK run out of gas here at the final hurdle.
Oh, I mean, huge play by Psycho coming out of the spawn, getting Kelix, and diving in and finding yet another kill. As see how DK decides to approach this. They're going to have a rush of their own. It'll be Kev using the artillery here, trying to make it costly on the walk-up. No real damage that comes out of it. The Annihilation here for Ice Gnome available as well. Looks like DK wants to just kind of take this fight over the point here with the Kitsune Rush.
And the rush so powerful right now. Eisnam needs to get some good value out of this Annihilation. Needs to stay alive. Pops it just in time, but the damage overwhelms him. Even with the support, the rush is just too much to deal with. Labda finds another, and Matt, we are going to overtime here on map 5. DK crashed through the opposition,
with a better
straight down mid, and with a better time bank after a brutal start to this map. They are right back in it. It is down to the absolute wire as these two teams fight for their chance to be the first team locking their spot in the EMEA finals.
Is a really nice TP through here, setting up Lab to ice them. Almost able to live. You see the form just wearing off maybe a second after the Ramatra falls. The artillery used there towards the end as Bastion has definitely swung things here in favor of GK. As take a look at some of the stats. I mean, you know, Finn and Landon both having tremendous games there on the carries. It'll be GK here on defense. So although we talked about how good VP was on their offense, it is GK with the faster time.
You know, what a mirror image of a Circuit Royale, right? It's you know, Virtus.pro cap first off of a better read on the tank pick. You know, the Ramatra paying dividends. GK do basically the same thing, just with the Bastion, the better hit scan read once the Ram mirror comes out. Now, though, all shenanigans put away. It's time for the true test. It's down to this just meager time banks for either squad. Me, though, Matt, I'd rather be VP. Attacking first feels great in overtime, even with the time bank disadvantage. It's small enough that I'd rather have the chance to at least set a win condition here.
See where that win condition is with only a minute on the clock. Not a lot of time here.
Big grenade shell.
Yeah.
Lands right in the thick of the VP formation. The heal support is very good, though, from both sides. No one wants to make the mistake. Kepster so low. Fully charged Alpha, starting to chop through these attackers. Form getting very low for Eisnom. VP bend, but they do not break. Not giving up any kills. Lapta swings in wide. Kepster has nowhere to run. Neither does Fixa, and VP are routed off of the payload. Psycho, though, finds crucial comeback kills in the fight. It's still rolling, but with double support behind Ziad, that'll be all she wrote for the push. However, 2 DPS kills is more than enough. Huge. It's gonna get this cart rolling in the end. GK, though, they come away with a faster Kitsune rush, and that's the real prize now, because Finn could just end this game with a faster rush. VP are gonna need to weather that storm. But wait, Psycho is a sim wall? What did he do in the last team fight?
He was
GK are not gonna be ready for this.
Damage.
GK are not gonna expect it. Here comes the rush, so they want to end things right now. Simwall out from Psycho, instantly trying to sustain them. Beautifully positioned at the back of the point. Ziad was not ready for it. Comes isolated from the healers. Despite the rush on the payload, GK fall flat. What a play from Psycho. Ridiculous performance in the first fight. Keeps his team alive. Without that Simwall, they are done right here, Matt.
I mean, no way you could have predicted that he would have had the sim wall after one fight.
That is obscene. That is obscene.
From Psycho. I mean, it's going to be the artillery here from Kev.
Making the walk up awkward.
Some damage
Slow him
down.
down.
Yeah.
I like it. Lab not gonna respond in kind, but that means Lab is like not gonna be here for the fight.
Oh, big shot on Psycho. Okay, Psycho stays alive. The cleanse is out, but the rush advantage is now in favor of the attackers. Such a scary spot for GK. Do you touch now? Do you try to stall out for a longer fight? There are no easy answers. They're hoping for some kind of a spam kill that will answer that question for them. Eisdom bunkering well. Damage is good, but Landon holds his nerve, refusing to give up this rush until the committed payload touch comes. Here comes Ziad, drops into the front line. That shield instantly evaporated by the Kitsune rush. Zoned away by the Symbol, though. Still a chance to fight on the point. That overtime you cannot get off for even a second. Eisdom, though, holding so strong in the front line. Annihilation's out from both sides, trying to burn down one another's Ramatras. Maybe a slightly stronger connection onto Ziad. Both teams holding the beat. Comes out first, and the connection is good. Landon is out of the fight. VP need kills back and fast. Eisdom finds one, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Maybe, though, he can hold this down all on his lonesome. He's found 3 in the fight. Still has a shield to deploy. Bastion in the back with the Kiriko, but I don't think you have the damage to get on top of this Ram, and now Ram's bringing the fight to you. The cart continues to roll.
Oh, Eisdom with some help there from Fixa, able to keep this one rolling here for Virtus.pro. Looks like Fixa just dropping down there, maybe trying to give some speed to some other members of the team, trying to get them back in the fight as the artillery available here for Lab. They're going to try and make this walk up a little awkward.
Simwall buys just enough time, but the rush still providing a lot of value on the point. Will Virtus.pro be able to hold the line? These punches cleave through the wall, and maybe finally this push starting to run out of gas. Lab to Alfie combined for kills, and GK Esports will lay their mark here on second point, finally stopping this run of progress. But what an unbelievable push from VP, certainly with a massive advantage now to close things out here.
We'll see now. I mean, that sim early wall from Psycho is maybe what ends up saving Virtus.pro in this series. As comes down right. That beat comes down like a second later than Landon, I know, ends up falling. I mean, if Landon lives there, they still end up winning that fight, but could have won it even more handily.
I'd love to see a replay of the second fight, right? The one where Psycho has Simwall, because Ziad
is like running it down into the back line, which
Yeah.
is exactly what you should do with the Kitsune Rush advantage. Like he's doing but then he doesn't. Oh, there's a sim wall to come down. It's positioned so that VP can be as far back as possible and still touching the payload, still keeping the overtime live. And you just can't come through the sim wall, even with the rush. Whoever steps through that sim wall and goes past that point of no return, there's no more heals for you. There's no damage coming through that position. You just can't fight. You're 1v5, even with the rush. It's not enough.
Yeah, there's no way they thought that that sim wall would be in play at that moment. Also, Finn, I believe, when we take a look at the stats yet again, at this moment, he's got 57 assists, right? So obviously getting lots of value out of the rush. And he's got 25k healing. I mean, just a crazy game.
This game
from
is wild.
both teams. I mean, this has been a wild one. This has been a great series.
Amazing series so far. GK need a bit of a miracle to get this one over the line. So many chances for Virtus.pro. This first fight sets the tenor here of the OT. GK would love to find even just some decent trades will be good enough. TP faked out. Oh no, actually Lab is going to come through. Has the tank perk, swinging in wide. Burns down Eisnom on the flank. Finds Kevster as well. And the attackers might be getting exactly what they would have wished for. A clean fight. A couple extra seconds of delay onto the Kiriko. And they're going to be rolling this payload. That was dominant. Great decisive TP through, sending Lab into the back line. And VP just aren't ready for that angle.
And we'll see if they can do it yet again. I think the dangerous part here for Virtus.pro, right, is if you lose another fight pretty handily, right, GK will be able to kind of build up towards some ultimates, and they really just need one more fight. You see where that golden box victory is. It is not deep into where the second point is.
Oh, it's kind of an awkward angle for Lab to trying to put that damage down. Does get a good connection on the Kevster for a moment. Frontline still holding strong, but the artillery hits right into the corner. There's nowhere to hide from it. Psycho goes down on the sim. GK absolutely still in this, but with Bastion down, Kevster's artillery, can it find the connections to keep VP alive? One kill could just be good enough, but Ziad still healthy on this Ramatra. Who's going to deal with these fists? Seems like nobody. FACEIT drops Kevster on an off angle, though. Finds Finn, takes out some of the support. Although the point caps, Annihilation comes out. VP are staying alive in the back lane. They want to try and keep this fight rolling. Landon has to rush, full desperation. This is going to be the final fight now. Ziad, will he be able to fight this? The spawners are back. Psycho is down, losing the sim. Calls into question the longer team fight. Alpi, though, drops that wall, provides that position for which you can comfortably cap Finn. Still holds the rush, knows that there's yet one more fight in reserve. This one is getting absolutely wild now as VP caught in the enemy backline. Annihilation comes out from Eisnom, but it's not enough. The double support ult responds. Now Kevster needs to get to the point, needs to just die and come back for the OT touch. I don't even know if there's one more chance for VP now.
Yeah, it's going to be very close here, down to the wire. I mean, Kev's going to have the artillery. Maybe that slows them up a little bit. So Landon's still behind.
He can TP out here, I think.
Yeah.
You should be able to. Yeah, okay. So he's into the fight, into the position. They need the touch. They need the touch. Okay, it comes in just in time. Stop connects on the Bastion. Hold on. Lab's in trouble now. Still a fight to be had. Eisnom's brawling. When Fixa desperate. He needs the beat. Pressing and spamming the Q. It comes out in the moment. Hits on 5. Symbol isolates the payload. Advantage Virtus.pro. They're looking to clean this one up. Kevster, the hero on Tracer, bringing back the signature hero in the team's moment of need. Psycho just barely stays alive. The supports keeping up the Symmetra at all costs. He gets low time and time again. Labna from the back flank kills Landon without the Kiriko. Hold on, this is anybody's
Labna
game.
with two?
Labna, another. The two fix the death matching. It's full chaos on the server, but Eisnom may stand tall in the end. Down to the cage fight, still going, still fighting this one. Support behind Finn, so close to the rush. If you could just get this ultimate off, surely it would be enough, but he goes down. Are you kidding me, man? It's just Eisnom standing up against 2. Maybe not enough left for him to fight this one out. He starts to drop low. The support comes back in. Landon's still going. Alpha back as well. We're still into this one.
Somehow Zion's still alive here on the Manga. It's going to be now he falls here. You do have Kelix back in the fight here, getting dangerously close to a beat. Has to stay up.
Oh, VP, they may have just done it, Landon, but the kill, the trades keep coming. This overtime's still rolling, but Vendetta is here. And in an unbelievable finish on a map that went way closer than I have maybe ever seen before. Virtus.pro finished the job in 5, but GK with some incredible fight back. Scenes of ridiculous clutch from both sides there.
And unfortunate for GK, they never get that Kitsune rush off, that Finn farmed up. I mean, forever, we basically had a 2v2, Ice and Fixa on the point with Finn and Ziad. It felt like that fight went on for 30 seconds. So, I mean, just overall insane stats coming out from a lot of these players. I mean, dude, Finn 32k healing, 72 assists. I mean, this is just bonkers numbers from these players. That's an all-timer right there. I mean, that is Sick game 5.
That is a freaking all-timer. Wow. What? Just wow. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, and every single player on the server had their time in this sun. This was just phenomenally played by both of these teams. Geek really the first and only team that has pushed VP in such a way all stage long. Yes, we talked about how OWCS managed to get 2 maps off of them, but it never looked anything like it. Like this was incredible.
Dude,
I'm sweating, man. I'm in my room. I'm sweating from that. Like,
yeah. I mean,
I was in casting. Like, this was just insane.
I mean, that last fight was, dude, it felt like it was 45 minutes.
The last fight progresses from like before they cap the first checkpoint all the way through to the overtime. It never ends. It just does not end.
That fight was longer than some maps. This last fight was longer than some maps that VP played this stage.
Legitimately, it was like you could probably full cap push faster than that final fight.
This has been a fantastic series. I did not expect that. Apologies, Geek. Was not familiar with your game. I feel like I have to say that a lot, but man, and I talked about how close it can be in scrims, right? And how Geek has had the upper hand in scrims against them as well, but nowhere did I expect them to be able to. It's usually okay, with the bans and the map picks and then perhaps a compositional difference. But this one was, a lot of the series was just straight up a mirror match and they played it this close. It really came down to last fight scenarios on many of those maps. So incredible performance.
Last fight scenarios, that I mean, what, the difference maybe at that final one is if Finn is able to TP back and get the rush down over the objective a little bit earlier, or I think he dies basically at 98.
Yeah, he's
to the rush,
trying to get the last percent.
Insane stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, it might be the closest map we've ever gotten to see.
Let's just take a look. Let's just
replay the entire.
Look at this. This is. Ain't nobody knows what's going on here. Ain't nobody knows what's going on.
It's a 2v2, right? It's just
so he gets caged out. So he TPs. Oh, I think this is a mistake from Finn. It's a small one, but he gets caged out, and so he TPs in because he can't farm right from out of the cage. So he tries to finish the rush, but by TPing in, he becomes vulnerable for the kill. Eisnam stays alive so long. Yeah, the cart lurching forward there is gives me a heart attack from Virtus.pro, right? Just off it for a quarter second. And then once Vendetta is back, Landon, look at Landon, so safely positioned. Look at him. He knows all he has to do is bait in the back line. And then, no one can deal with this Vendetta in the OT touch. Jeez.
Maybe he felt like he needed the TP in to keep Ziad alive.
I think it is a mistake. It's fair because Ziad is actually full health there. He's fine. But you can see why. It's if he could just get... The irony is, if Ziad actually had taken damage, he would get rushed there. But because Ziad is completely full HP, he can't finish the rush charge, so he can't pop it, and which probably does end the team fight. So it's one of those things you can't communicate in that moment, right? The comms are completely hectic. You're lucky to get a focus call.
I was about to say, the comms in this last fight, I doubt there was a focus call to begin with.
I think the only thing in the comms is literally hero names. That's it. It's Gary.
Everyone just yells 1-1-1-1. Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it from the source. We do have Landon joining us here for a quick chat after this incredible series. Landon, we started sweating watching this. How do you feel right now, right after this is done and dusted?
I'm a little bit out of breath, That last fight, I think, shaved a year off my lifespan.
Walk us through the comms. Was it as hectic and as chaotic as we expected to be in that kind of situation?
I mean, we weren't even sure if we could retake. All we were talking about is can we touch? I think Kev went Tracer and took the long blink perk to get the roll out. Everyone was just trying anything we could to get onto that point. And it was just 2 minutes of, I don't know, just 700 people saying 700 things, Absolute dogfight.
Yeah, it truly, I don't know if I've ever seen a closer finish to a series than that. Maybe in all my years playing Overwatch, truly an iconic moment, one to be remembered. But for you guys, this puts you to be the first team now in the grand final, which maybe could be expected, I think, by fans looking at from the outside at your guys' great results so far in the stage. But you guys have been pretty open about how this top 3 in EMEA is still very, very close. All these teams are incredibly strong. So my question to you is, looking ahead now to Paris with these 3 teams qualified out of EMEA, I know you guys are going to be, gunning for the World Championship. That's certainly the level you seem to be playing on now. But how do you see EMEA as a region right now? I mean, feels to me like iron has kind of sharpened iron, and now all three of these squads are like genuine contenders for the world title.
Yeah, when I watch Korea, it looks like Crazy Raccoons are still like an unbelievable team, like those guys are on the absolute like top of their game. They look really tough to beat, but the rest of the teams in Korea I think are super manageable for any of like the new big three in EMEA, And then in A, I think like all three of like us, Geeky, and Twisted would all easily win in A.
Yeah, Landon, I'm curious, how have you guys pushed each other in EMEA to get better as like, you kind of talk about those like big three teams, right? Because like 4 weeks ago you guys played Geeky and you 3-0 them in week 1, right? And then kind of seeing the improvements that they've made. Just talk to like how EMEA is leveled up as a region.
I was really surprised at how fast Geeky improved. Like us and Twisted were like, we were getting beaten up for the most of stage 1, but we were learning a lot. Then in stage 2 we got a lot stronger. And Geeky felt like wasn't quite there. And then all of a sudden, like 2 weeks ago, these guys just locked in. Like they're a super tough team.
Sometimes it do be like that. I mean, this was such a close series, so obviously we're not surprised to see you in the finals. Do you feel like it's easy to predict which team is going to join you in the grand finals in the EMEA region for stage 2?
I'd have to flip a coin. I have no idea. Like, all three of our teams are like right there, Like anyone can win.
It's been an incredible competitive season, or stage rather. It's been really fun to watch you guys in action. Thank you so much for taking the time. Now rest up. That match gave us all like half a heart attack at the very least. Thank you so much, Landon, and best of luck in your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, what an intense match for Geeky. Obviously a heartbreaker to get this close. I mean, as close as it gets. Like, you cannot get any closer.
I truly think that Circuit Royale is the closest map I've ever seen in competitive Overwatch in 10 years. I mean, it was 2 straight minutes of the game being on the absolute edge. The advantage just barely shifting back and forth, and no one can get quite enough to get it over the line. Like, VP are caught behind the enemy team, the cart rolling against them, Landon's in the enemy spawn. Like, it is full chaos. And no one can, this team's like, talk about evenly matched, that no one can get quite enough of an edge to finish the game. The game could end at any moment here.
Man, they should just, during NA, they should just do a little picture-in-picture and just play that match again during NA. But
might be longer than the entire match over there.
That circuit was longer than Katsia VP from yesterday.
For sure. It's like 50-50.
That one was fast. Yeah, it is crazy to see VB being pushed like that after just how dominant they've looked like this stage, and then also in their match yesterday. So Geeky kind of coming out of nowhere, at least from a viewer's perspective, right? To like put up a fight like this, absolutely crazy. But yeah, for Landon, like as you said, right? Like it has been close. Like they're right there. Like it's so competitive. It's so fun. It's been so unpredictable. Like rip channel points left and right. It's been a blast this stage, and the playoffs so far have absolutely delivered. And so did the two of you. But it is now time to say goodbye to Jake and Matt. Send some hearts.
I need a nap. I need a deep breath and a glass of water, man. That was too much for me.
Yeah, make it 2 glasses of water. This was our biggest takeaway from today, Matt.
I mean, just how good EMEA is as a region. Like, I think like what Landon said is like, when we go to the Midseason Championship, like I think VP, Twisted Minds, and Geeky can all be teams that contend for like top 4. Like I think that's how strong this region's become, which is pretty impressive since the start of the OWCS. Like EMEA was one that we obviously knew there were good players in this region, but didn't maybe have like world championship levels of expectations. But I think it slowly turned into like the go-to region.
Yeah, the last time EMEA was on top was in the Overwatch beta. Like legit, like this is back to our old form. We still got it. You know, the times when Reinforce was a pro player and stuff like that. Yeah, we're gonna see his visage on the other side of this break. For now, we are done with EMEA. Heading into all things NA for day 2 after a quick break. So don't go anywhere.
I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. Oh, if you let me, I'll prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me, and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy,
It's gonna be all night.
energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. Be who you are, it sets you free. Never change who you are. Be who you are, 'cause you'll always be my guiding star. Be who you are, it sets you free. Never change who you are. Be who you are, 'cause you'll always be my guiding star. 'Cause you'll always be. 'Cause you'll always be.
What a clean fight for Disguise. Is that really the team kill?
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
Can they get the touch? Here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Court has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals Champion.
Welcome back to the OWCS. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Johnny. And friends, we just witnessed one, if not the most insane map in competitive Overwatch history between GK and Virtus.pro in EMEA. This is a tough act to follow for our NA teams, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, I'm pretty scared. I can't lie. Like that, I'm like, I hope these games are good, guys. But like, that was just ridiculous. If you haven't watched it and you're already joining in for NA, roll back after this is over and watch that last game of the EMEA today. Oh, it was insane.
What treat?
It was a treat, but it set the tone, okay, for the rest of the day, because our NA teams are coming to play as well. Let's take a look at what happened so far here in the playoffs in our NA region. Unsurprisingly, of course, SSG, they swept Lunix in their first match in the bracket. It's a pretty clean 3-0 affair. Now, your eyes do not deceive you if you see that 3 points on Team Liquid side rather than Dallas. That's right. This one took us all. This one came out of the left field, not gonna lie. Like, Team Liquid, yeah, they clearly put in the time. They've been in their boot camp, likely taking place in their hyperbolic time chamber, because their glow up from group stage to playoffs is insane. This is a different team.
Yeah, I think even Dallas Fuel were surprised. They're just like, wait a minute, like, we were supposed to win this series, and, you know, maybe we would have dropped a map or two. And then Team Liquid showed up like they did, you know, at the very start on Ilios, like with a great strategy, great execution. And then on Dorado, everything just kind of fell apart for Dallas Fuel. And I genuinely think that Dallas Fuel looked like they were kind of shook by what had just happened to them. It was a Liquid that looked so good after the boot camp of theirs. And now it has to be said that, you know, they can compete with Dallas Fuel and SSG. They're in contention to win the entire stage.
Do you feel like in this form, Team Liquid can, in fact, compete with SSG? Because so far, SSG were kind of going uncontested in this region, Jack.
Yeah, I'd have to pump the brakes on Johnny's take there real quick. I still think SSG are the best team in North America, and I think they will take the title of Stage 2 champs. I just got a feeling. Of the regular season, not obviously the LAN, of course. I just don't see them faltering in any stretch of the imagination. I mean, look at this 5K from Level 2. The very start of this, he hits the flourish into a double shot. Like, come on, man. He's too stylish. This team is just so unbelievably good. It feels like every other team that faces them are woefully unprepared, but they're obviously not going to be. They've prepped for the team, but it just feels like just a monumental diff compared to everybody else in the region.
Yeah, I mean, there might be an element of surprise because SSG certainly did not prepare for Team Liquid to meet them here. I think they were pretty clear on that, even in the post-match interview yesterday. Lethal was very much just being like, yeah, no, it's gonna be like Dallas Fuel, without a doubt. They will be joining us here. Lunix has what it takes, but Team Liquid was not in the conversation. And if you go further back in post-match interviews and just general statements, Mr. Sugabron, also big doubter of that Liquid team. So that is, of course, in regards to pre-bootcamp Team Liquid, because everything changed after the bootcamp. They now have the power of friendship in their court once more. They've been gelling, they've been getting together, they've been talking, and clearly it's working out for them. Now, so far, if we're looking at the map pool of what we've seen on day one, you know, NA teams, they're not as bold. They've stayed with the old and familiar, you know, like just picking exactly the same thing over and over
some Neon
and over
Junction.
again.
I want to see it. Please, someone in the playoffs. You've just got it. One person has to do it. One team even has to do it. Or one person on the team has to convince the rest of the team to play it. You probably don't have as much practice on it, obviously. It's a brand new map, but and I want to see it played. Hybrid maps, woo, they sing to me.
I mean, I think it's possible. Like, if you're Lunix, why not? Why not? It's a pretty decent brawl map. I think also Liquid could potentially pick this map against SSG. I definitely see the possibility of this map seeing playtime. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we see it later on today.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a fair share already over in EMEA. It does lend itself to the general EMEA playstyle as well, so no big surprise there. But yeah, I would see a little more from our NA teams here. Also Junkertown for sure. Again, big fan, big fan. Much love, nothing but love, in fact. Let's talk about what's up for grabs here, because our first match here is an elimination match. That means that the team winning our first one will be getting the last spot that is up for grabs in the NA region in order to head to the Midseason Championship in Paris in just a few weeks from now. Of course, the top two teams have already qualified for that. That means Team Liquid and SSG, they got their ticket. So now it's all up in the air for Dallas Fuel and Lunix Gaming.
It's got to be the Fuel though, right?
Can I say this?
It has to be. You can counteract the point here, Johnny, but go on.
Every time I see that graphic with Servo Jed holding the trophy, he's so happy.
You like that one?
And
Yeah.
it just
You
makes
like
me
that one?
happy. Like, it's contagious. His smile is just like, he's so happy. I love that graphic.
He has got a killer smile.
It does. They all do.
There you go.
They're like, yeah, look at that. And if you too want to see this type of happiness in person, grab your tickets for the Midseason Championship in Paris, France today. Scan the QR code and of course use the code OW15 for 15% off. That's right. That's right. Now, we still have to determine which our last NA team will be joining us there. And I'm excited for this one because initially, if I would have seen this matchup, I would have been like, obviously it's going to be Dallas Fuel. The way they looked yesterday, no.
No, sorry.
Doubt is starting to creep in.
No,
like, I don't
hang
know,
on
man.
here.
Is this just going to be like Winston versus Orisa? Like, what is going to happen here? Dallas Fuel, they shocked us yesterday. They really just fell flat. They didn't change anything up really either, right? They just played to what worked for them all of stage 2, which they have a clear identity, right? Like, we know what to expect to see from them, but like, their change was in order and it didn't happen.
I am just going to put this down to Team Liquid having the boot camp. Infected says ironing a lot of things out, like the communication because of the language diff. I still think the Dallas Fuel are going to make it because it's still the Fuel. They've been so clean throughout the entire stage, and yes, they did succumb to playing Kel and Diva, and that is a problem when you're playing that on Dorado, but it's okay. I think it was a small hiccup on the road to Dallas Fuel making it to the LAN, and in all honesty, it would be kind of crazy if they didn't make it because that's another top team like SSG in stage 1 not making it. There's always like one small upset of like, wait, oh no, not SSG, Team Liquid not making it in stage 1. There's always one big team that everybody's expecting to make it that doesn't. So maybe Dallas Fuel fill that boat this time around in stage 2. It just
It'd be like
feel
double
like it.
plot armor here because Dallas Fuel not making it, big drama, big storyline, but then also Lunex making it, big drama, big storyline, because this is the closest they've ever been to making their major debut on a LAN event for most of these players anyway. So, you know, they're the people's choice. Like, people are rooting for them. They are another team with a clear identity. Obviously, Zep is in the mix, so you know I can expect to see that Orisa. Now, how will that match up against this more divey style from the Dallas Fuel?
Yeah, that is the question, right? I think that is definitely a great point that you bring up, Zoe, in that Lunex, they won't really care. Like, they're just going to go into this matchup. They know what they like to play, and they're going to pull that out. Dallas Fuel, the question is, how do they react to the loss yesterday? Are they going to change something up? I don't think they necessarily have to, because Dallas Fuel were so good against so many other teams. I think to Jack's point earlier, it's just like Team Liquid, they look so much improved. And they had figured out their kind of compositions, the Bastion, the Cat, the Mauga. It looked phenomenal. And so I think Dallas Fuel looked weak against Team Liquid, but it should still be good enough to beat out Lunex. But if Dallas Fuel start hesitating about what compositions to play, what heroes to play, that is where Lunex will have the upper hand of just like, well, we know Seb is going to play Orisa and the Zarya, and we got some amazing damage players on our team. They're just going to, you know, guns ablaze, keep firing. And maybe that's enough to push over the edge.
Well, yeah, we'll find out very soon. If we're looking at predictions, you still had to give it to the Dallas Fuel. I know, you know, I always say, like, if I voted with my heart, I give it to Lunex, but just, I think pound for pound, Dallas Fuel is going to have the upper hand here on every single role. Like, they are, unarguably, actually, the better team.
Yeah, I'm burning blue. Burning blue, baby. Dallas Fuel is going to be them making it land. That's the only need. You only need one more match. We said that yesterday about 2 teams, but we need one more match with Dallas Fuel and they make it. Fully believe it.
I got Dallas Fuel too. Look, they are the favorite. You gotta predict them, but we're always open for surprises.
That's true. Everything is possible, as we learned yesterday, just in NA, right? Because Dallas finds themselves with 1 foot out the door. Let's see if they can stay in it to win it in our first match here, which is, of course, our elimination match. The winner punching their tickets to Paris. The loser is out. See you again in stage 3. Guys, take it away.
All right, Johnny. It's do or die. This is the final qualification spot up for grabs here in the lowest semis. Ilios for Dallas. And how do you think the chat's going to predict here? What do you think the percent is going to be that siding with Dallas Fuel?
All right, chat. You can't underestimate Dallas Fuel because they lost to Team Liquid. They're still playing Lunex today. they have to be a large favorite. I'm thinking like 82% Dallas Fuel. And obviously, by the time you hear this, the results are already in, so I'll have to keep myself posted. But Dallas Fuel should be massive favorites going into this one. Lunix, though, with the cat ban already here to shake things up a little bit.
Best kind of control map for the Orisa. You know, I think Zeb and what Zoe's point was that, well, Lunix, if they got Zeb, they will be playing Orisa. And if we see Kellen go Orisa, it's over. I just think the mental warfare's lost, and I just think it's done.
Come on now.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying.
You don't match Zeb. That's not the one thing we learned in the past 2 years is you don't mirror Zeb unless you're Hawk. Hawk has permission. Anyone else you can't do.
Johnny, the problem is, and my point is, on Dorado, we see Kellen on D.Va. Okay, still kind of a dive tank, but if you're kind of going against your mantra over the last few weeks of playing Winston, Ram, or like Little Sigma, like you're really kind of out of sorts. And I want to see if Dallas Fuel end up kind of pulling that off today. If they end up behind, do they end up going, okay, maybe we just play Orisa. Maybe we just play this hyper brawl style instead, which Lunix are very good at. They want to play the Orisa kind of comps. They want to play like kind of fast like that. We'll see. And Johnny, the chat predictions, 88% for the Fuel, 12%.
Good job, chat.
So pretty close actually.
Respect.
To what you predicted, the chat would say. Tracer ban for the Dallas Fuel. Sorry, Tracer ban for the Dallas Fuel. They ended up picking Ilios.
I think it's a great point that you brought up, and one I was planning to make later between S3 and Liquid is that I do think the D.Va would have been immensely useful for Dallas Fuel yesterday, but like you say, Kellan's not historically the best D.Va player. The thing is, in a matchup against Lunix, I don't think Kellan has to go over to the D.Va. You can quite reliably instead play more of the Winston, as naturally, of course, we're going to have a pause with 0.1 seconds to go until you start assembling your heroes. But I just don't think in this series specifically, the D.Va has to come out. And I think Dallas Fuel can be quite comfortable playing the compositions they have dominated on so far in Stage 2.
Yeah, the big hurdle, I would say, for them to overcome might be the X Factor Zomba on the Xion. I think that has been, at least for Lunix, when Xion's been released, that has been the star player. And that has been the player that's been opening up fights, opening up like wins on maps, on series. Like, I think Zomba, right now, as it stands, I think probably the best player on the team currently. And we've known him for the Tracer for such a long time, but Xion, okay, it's not quite like the Tracer, but almost plays the same in the way that you want to be on off angles and take shots and then safely escape with your dash, with your bike, if you're not throwing it in. I think he's going to be a real X factor in this map. But on the Dallas Fuel side, they've also got an X factor. Sonjin, he's been playing Pharah more than any other DPS right now in North America.
Yeah, I think the one thing I didn't like about Dallas Fuel yesterday is the fact that their composition was slower. Like, they were sitting back quite a lot, and Team Liquid instead opted into the Xion and the Tracer, really pushing the tempo. And like you say, Zomba, a fantastic Xion after its release for Week 2, and now X10 going quite aggressive already with the Zarya and the Reaper. This is the high tempo I was talking about. How does Dallas Fuel react to this?
Oh, wow. Nemwhite goes in to try and execute Chronic. X10 managed to pick up the kill anyway, so it is going to be a trade. This Zarya Reaper combo, good against the Winston, but they are going to have a tough time dealing with Sonjin, and this is going to be the real issue for them in the moment. Actually, traversing this space is going to be next to impossible. Nemwhite's got speed boost, sure, but they got so much poke for Lucamino in this Pharah.
And if you compare it to yesterday's matchup, in fact, they would have been playing the Mauga instead of the Zarya, and I think it would have been helpful in a composition like this. Zomba, though, does clean up Sonjin, and Seb gets to pick up the Chronic, so 5 versus 3 situation. Lunix still, with this Zarya, they get some value, and they're gonna cap this point.
I feel like I spoke that fight into existence there for Lunix. Like, yeah, the Pharah's gonna be an issue, guys. The poke's gonna be an issue, and Lucamino and Sonjin just instantly die. They got caught out in cage. Best thing you can do if you're Nemwhite there, just speed on the backline, speed on Lucamino and CJ. You've only got one outburst, you've only got one TP. Hard to lock down the Kiri, sure, but the Alari's gonna just fall over if the Reaper gets on top of her.
Dallas Fuel are going to take some time now to set up. You can see Sonjin flanking around here, trying to create an off angle to get some of these rockets in. But Lunix, it looks like they're going quite aggressive here, actually. As Dallas Fuel, they take position on the point forward now. But Lunix, I think they're having an easy time just kind of clearing the position of Dallas Fuel. And Kellan dropping real low.
He's going to die, I think. He manages to get back up on higher ground. His X10 teleports up there to try and chase him. Good bit of movement from the Winston player, though. There's the rushes on at the point. Kellen just spots Z, gets the fall. That Z was low. She falls. Lunix have already lost 2 now as the Lucio just dives, barrels onto the point. All these rush fights. They're very deadly here for Lunix because you can cycle bubbles super well. But losing Z that early, getting poked down by Chronic and Lucamino is not it.
And also, I think X10 is kind of the tip of the spear there. So if you decide to commit after Kellen so hard, then ultimately you're going to let Dallas Fuel have an easier time to set up, right? And so Lunix, they sacrifice some of that positioning. Doesn't end up getting the elimination on Kellen. And now Dallas Fuel back in control here with a couple ultimates up their sleeve.
Game position's real nice with the Winston. Really does push Winston to his absolute limits when you're playing that far forward off the spawn. Well, there's the spree. Yeah, that far, just using thrusters to get away. Captive Sun on the high ground. Does actually tag X10. The Suzu, was that from Z? It didn't actually connect with Z herself, but as X10 did end up detonating after that too. Not sure what happened or how many people that ended up tagging up. Zeb's only got 2 bubbles to cleanse, and the cleanse from Z should have been enough, but just unfortunately, Lucamino too much damage after those Captive Suns explode.
So interesting here to see how X10 deals with Sunjun, because remember a couple of matches ago, Sunjun had real issues on the far against the Reaper, surprisingly. And Sunjun probably looking for a barrage. Oh, just cleans up X10. Well, there you go. That's the answer to the Reaper. Just barrage.
Yep, and that was when Tim said to go.
Gotta go for it.
Zeb's already half HP. Nemwai ends up dying. There's one toucher, make that 2. Zeb, Z on point. Them getting booped off though as Zeb just tries to get the backline. Graviton Surge, the Hail Mary thrown at Chronic's face. But it is Dallas Fuel at the end, just cleaning that up. Yes, Sunjun, the early barrage on the Reaper. How many frames do you reckon you have to react to that with shift? Like maybe 1. It feels like if you're in that close room.
It feels like Dallas Fuel when they're in control like this, and I mean, you saw the scoreboard briefly there as well. Take a look at Zomba here with the spree. Captive Sun comes out from Lucamino, and there's just a bunch of people in a small room. Yeah, that's going to be an easy cleanup. But this is when Dallas Fuel are in control like this. It's an easy time for them to deal with the Zarya composition like they're facing. But it was actually when Lunix had control of the objective. That's when I get a little anxious. And I don't know if you felt it too, checking in with your emotions here, Jaws. I just felt like Dallas Fuel, a little nervous about the retakes because of what we saw yesterday against Liquid.
Yeah, let me check on my emotions real quick. Let me check in. Let me clock in. Make sure I'm feeling okay. Lunix definitely are. I feel alright. I feel good. I feel energized today. I got a coffee in front of me. Got some Dallas Fuel Lunix gameplay. I'm vibing, man.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I echo that sentiment.
I love this backline too from the Dallas Fuel. Not only because it's got the Alari, but it's just so heavy on the poke against the Zarya. It's real nice. I'm a little shocked they're not playing the Ana, considering most teams ban the Ana on this map against the Dallas Fuel. But in all honesty, the Alari, cool. You can get up to the high ground with the outburst. You can sit super far away. You can punish the Zarya, who's already down to 0 bubbles, mind you, as Dallas Fuel cap the point.
And Lunix trying to get back into this one, but they've already dropped low. They've expended so many resources and now disengaging. There's going to be Dallas Fuel trying to pounce on this as well. You can just see the low health bars.
Tragic. Sunjun ends up going down. Good catch though, Johnny. Yeah, low health bars for Lunix, who are just getting poked out by the Fuel as the Fuel rotate away from them over and over and over again, waiting for Sunjun and Lucamino to do damage before Kellen jumps in. Speaking of which, now on the point. Taking a large chunk from X10's, able to get away from high ground, and you have to now burn CDs to catch up to Kellen. Although he does evacuate the point, which means Lunix get a free cap.
Yeah, Lunix did survive all that damage and allow them now to get back onto the point. They're going to storm ahead with this Kitsune Rush as well, while retaining control here, so this is better from Lunix.
Yeah, Lucamino caught out as well, so that means X10 now a little bit more free to shoot at the backline. Okay, yeah, that sneak away, and then the tempo rush just nets them the fight.
Dallas Fuel here, looking to build a few ultimates. Getting close to their
Lucia's
first cycle. Indeed.
Oh, Lucia's 1 HP.
Careful.
Yeah, don't Ajax this. Chronic's already down. He should be good to win the fight now, surely. Kellen's got a primal rage, of course, next to the high ground, but oh, dearie me. Nemwai down. No beats, but Lucamino falls, so a trade there onto the backline. CJ doesn't end up using Rush on the point. Kellen spots a very low health Kiriko. A teleport away at the last moment does save Z's life. Death Blossom from X10's coming up in just a moment. It's Nemwai with a tempo sound barrier. She ends up coming in. The barrage dodged out by X10, hits the shift 2, gets away with murder. The Dallas Fuel now cannot catch up to Lunix. A two-player spree from Zomba as they maintain control at this point.
I'm telling you, some of these retakes are taking quite a bit too long for Dallas Fuel, and enables Nenwai to get back into the fight with the sound barrier. Just felt like you had to get it out to kind of push Dallas Fuel back, and now Kellan makes the swap over onto the Mauga, abandons the Winston. They have a captive Sun and a spree in hand, but Lunex, opportunity to close things out with this Graviton Surge.
I'm really feeling the pressure on the Winston to get something done. Captive Sun instantly popped. Looking for Nemwai ideally. Or someone in the back, and oh, that was a whiff, Luca Mina. That was nowhere close. That was on a different stage of Ilios. CJ gets, was that a solo grab on the Kiriko? Sure, why not? We'll take it. Lunex is going to take this round as well, Johnny. Kellan, no wall, no health, no cardiac overdrive, no sustain, no nothing. Dallas Fuel fall over as Lunex, with dominant kind of pace-setting ults, sweep Dallas Fuel on Ruins.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel are just not comfortable. X10 doing a great job staying alive in scenarios like this. 21 health. I mean, that's just brilliant. And by this time, Dallas Fuel too committed. Zomba cleans up with the spree as well. You gotta give lots of credit to Lunex for surviving all this poke damage and then turning things around onto Dallas Fuel. And now Lunex clawing themselves back into this Ilios, giving themselves a chance to steal map 1.
Cat Bastion very popular on this point, but it has been banned. I want to see again, Zomba. I'm telling you, I think right now, full Lunex has been the best performing player. Very scary on the Xion. Well, it's not like he's the early adopter, but he has performed extremely well on the brand new DPS.
I mean,
back on the Winston for Kellan.
Upper hand for Zomba in this Xion matchup. I think you're right to point that out.
Super low. Classically, the Winston counter to the Zarya. Oh, CJ. That's a big right click from Zeb, and the bike connected with CJ practically at the same time. So no chance for CJ to react. TP, Suzu, no nothing. Dallas Fuel cap, sure, but they've already lost 3 players. Kellan's the only one here on the point actually contested.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 scenario, I believe here. Kellan has to drop out. I mean, that is the Winston, so fragile. Have to play around this shield, and once again, Lunex pretty comfortable playing this Zarya and Reaper composition. And now, once again, we're looking at the retake here.
My heart jumped to my throat there. I thought that was a boop onto Zeb by Sonjin down well, but I think Zeb ended up seeing him right click on the floor and bouncing away. All right, Lucamino just continuing to play this Alari. Actually jumps over the fence. Yeah, don't want to be down there for too much longer. Actually gets a Suzu to make sure he stays alive. Nemwai ends up falling prey to Sonjin, who basically is the main pocket for Zeb at this point, just taxiing the Zarya around. Lunex are going to force to reset, as the Dallas Fuel picking off the Lucio is the ideal target for their comp.
Yeah, Lunex caught in a bit of a tough spot there. They had the decision between engaging pretty quickly and putting pressure on Dallas Fuel, or waiting instead for the ultimates to come online. And the ultimates, they just never came, so ended up getting picked in that fight, and enables Dallas Fuel to get back into control though. Crucial for Lunex here to actually get rewarded by the Sunbear and Kitsune Rush usage. Those are the big tools they kind of need to dislodge this poke composition from Dallas Fuel.
Alright, Sonjin unlocking the barrage again. They're playing super far forward too. I like playing far forward against the Zarya comps. Make her burn bubbles really early on. It's up to them to kind of regain space. Zed extremely low. He's already used a single bubble. Here comes the barrage though, straight on top of Zeb's head. X10 sure, trade Sonjin, but there's no real backup here for Lunex. So many squishies, forcing Nemwai to even use the beast. Both support ultimates Lunex expended as Kellan jumps away with 100 HP remaining left in the tank. Zomba pops the spree, but nothing much can be found by the Xion.
So you don't get value from the sound barrier. You do end up flipping the point here, which is going to be great news for Lunex. You will have an opportunity to come back regardless of the result of this team fight. Seb holding the point for now. Kitsune Rush from CJ, and so as they clean things up here, Lunex not going to have a great time in this fight. Dallas Fuel were forced to drop the Kitsune Rush because of that point flip.
All right,
that's
X10
brutal.
goes down at a pivotal moment as well. They're not going to have this Death Blossom when they most need it, I would imagine. Graviton Surge for Zeb. Just chuck it. If you can snag that far, if you can snag that Kiriko, just get somebody. It's a hard comp to use this Graviton Surge against. Still going to be able to trigger OT though. Zeb's just juggling the point right now, but the spree from Chronic opens it up. X10 returns to the fight though. She picks up the kill onto Chronic, and Zeb's still looking for someone to hit with a grab, and it looks like actually he already used it. Zeb ends up just falling over to Sonjin, who is dominating, in fact ruling the skies for the Dallas Fuel. And that is round and map. Dallas Fuel 2-1 on Ilios.
All right, but it stayed competitive throughout. Lunex, they're showcasing that they have a little bit of firepower they're hoping to bring in this series after all, but Dallas Fuel, they're just too strong on this kind of composition and end up cleaning things up. I really do think it came down to that fight when Nenwai, she decided to drop the sound barrier, and I think it was a great sound barrier by Nenwai. You just didn't have the tempo to kind of like push with that overhealth and secure the picks required onto Dallas Fuel. So good disengage by Dallas Fuel, and after you lose that sound barrier fight, that's just terrible news for Lunex, and you end up losing the map. But all in all, I think good signs here for Lunex.
Yeah, you're in what? You're in a 4v4 at that moment. You lose one player if you're the Dallas Fuel, but you still have Kellen up. And then you're hoping if you're Nenwai there, the rest of your team gets kills with the overhealth. And that's both support ults dropped as well. Z ended up popping the rush, I believe, almost exactly as Zeb ended up going down. Thinking again, you can kind of win that fight with Zeb, put him in cage. But yeah, rough stuff. But again, the Ruins round, Johnny, was very, very dominant from Lunex. They were able to navigate the Pharah on a very open map.
Yeah, and I think maybe Team Liquid just kind of showcased the recipe on how to beat Dallas Fuel yesterday. And obviously you're Lunex, you're picking up on that and thinking about how can we actually make that our own. And we saw the Zarya come out for Zeb, which we have seen quite a lot. Zeb's hero pool primarily in stage 2 has been the Orisa and the Zarya, so no big surprise seeing the Zarya Reaper come out, but I think that they showcased an understanding of how Dallas Fuel composition works and what their best chance was, and I think they delivered a decent performance after all, despite the map loss.
Yeah, I think so. Just pretty little confidence, I think, in this series. Not going to be too much of a flattening on the other maps. We'll see where Dallas Fuel want to go. I'm begging, like I said. Neon Junction, Colosseo, maybe. You know, I'll even take a Colosseo, and I'm saying that as a Colosseo hater. Don't forget, drops are available right now if you connect your Battle.net. What you do? You like Colosseo is a lot better than it used to be. Okay, I will give it that, but it's still a pain map. It can be at least. Don't forget the drops available right now. OW_Esports on YouTube and Twitch. Connect your Battle.net account, and you can pick up those marvelous things on your screen right now. I think I got the Mauler skin. Can't remember which one I got, but I want the Overwatch Esports loot boxes. I want more Overwatch skins.
What is your dream? What is your dream skin coming out of the Overwatch Esports loot box?
It's funny because I think I have every legendary skin because of Overwatch League, but I would take. Ooh, what would be a really good one? You know what? Actually, would be a fire one. NYXL Tracer.
I have that one. It was like the first one I bought because of Sabiobi, yeah.
Yeah. And a little SBB. Tracer, wouldn't mind that. What else? What would your top one skin be from the loot box?
Well, so, okay, my strategy back in 2019, it was that you bought the signature skins, right? So whenever there was a player who had like a go-to hero, like you mentioned, New York Excelsior Tracer, I just pick up that skin. But I'm a huge Prophet fan, and so I just ended up buying all the damage skins for London Spitfire because Prophet could play it all at an insane level. So I got like London Spitfire May, which then, you know, became Backbones May, which ended up being great news. True. But I just have all the London Spitfire damage skins, yeah. So, well, I'm sorted there at least.
I also just rock a lot of the Soul Dynasty skins because black and gold never gets old.
Oh, yeah.
Such a classic combination of colors. Yeah, oh yeah. I've been rocking the Alarion for a long time before the Mythic came out, is all I'm saying with the gold weapon. Chee. All right, we're going to Circuit Royale, a Bastion ban. No cap Bastions. We don't want any of that smoke. Dallas feel very good at that comp on this map too, so no shocks there. And a Zarya ban is going to put Zeb into Orisa mode, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is kind of a must map pick because you want to avoid Dorado, and so you end up going to Circuit Royale. And I don't think Lunex want to go to Junkertown either, and so, well, no Circuit Royale it is. No we'll kind of see how we fare on this map. And because, like you said, Seb's hero pool so far has been the Orisa and the Zarya. The Zarya ban it is going to move Seb over onto the Orisa. But this is where it gets kind of tricky, because Dallas Fuel, although they're showing this Freya Pharah composition, they have a lot of options on how do they want to play around this Orisa, because I don't think we'll see Seb flex too much in the tank role for Lunix this map.
Yeah, I doubt it very much. I'd be very shocked if they end up going like Zev, Sig, or anything like that. Chronic, oh man. Now this is what I feel like a vintage Chronic pick is. Vintage Chronic screenshot on the Freya.
Talking about signature heroes.
Oh yeah, 100%. Rock his look. Actually,
One day extend, you'll get the picks on the Widow.
No one is going to get a pick on Widow on Circuit Royale and they open the gates out. It's not happening. Come on. King's Row, I'll give it to you. Mistakes are made. Violet. Cough, Violet. But it's just not happening.
He got money.
It's facts. All right, Zeb on the Orisa. X10 not playing the Pharah, not playing the Widowmaker either. Saw a little bit of Pharah here from Sonjin previously, so no shock to have that again. I think this pick is just so strong, even on maps like this. Yes, you're going against X10 Sojin, which is really scary, but the amount of spam is just ridiculous. And Lunix, honestly, with their heads-up play, playing Nenwai on the Juno and the Kiri for Z, I think you need double flex support like this just to output as much healing as possible against the spam.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And if you're Lunix, you just have to be patient on this time around. There is every opportunity for you to get picked here by all the heroes you're seeing on Dallas Fuel defense, but you just have to build these ultimates and then just be very patient. Decide to commit all these ultimates when you have the advantage in one of these fights. If you start popping ultimates left and right and you don't build yourself a solid bank, that's where this first point starts running away from you.
So low. X10's now 1 HP as well. Got to avoid those rockets. Sonjin's actually the first one to go down as the first ult of the map has been popped. They got Orbital Ray too. Like you said, you've got to be very patient here. Zeb does end up falling, but it should be a trivial captive. Captive Sun, and even the bolus as well actually connects with Z. It's only CJ left on the point though, holding it down for the time being. Surely not another kill. No way. Surely not another one for CJ. He dodges out of the way, but the fire is already back. Sonjin's already taken out Zomba. A little boop there onto Nenwai, but waving at Lucamino. Holy Giga Chad. Nenwai gets taken down, but she capped the point anyway.
Wow. CJ so close to another miracle clutch right then, but it is going to be Nenwai. She stands out on top there. And, well, we talked about all the poke potential from Dallas Fuel. That also means that the offense generates support ultimates quite quickly. And there you go. Keep doing rush.
It's real nice. Now they got Orbital Ray as well. You can really, again, what they found success with in earlier was just fighting all that tempo. Good flux. Punishment with this comp, Johnny, is that they don't have a flux counter. They've got a spear from Zeb, but like that's really it.
I mean, top 3 kind of like most difficult retakes is approaching this second point of Circuit Royale when you're playing an Orisa. There's going to be a lot of pressure here on the support players to make sure you stay alive, because Sonjin's going to be poking Lucamino's going to be poking from the high ground. Chronic can fire some railgun shots. This is going to be quite difficult for Lunix, but they have the ultimates if they can approach and get into a good enough position.
Well, the OC from X10 is going to get popped. They're actually just going to respond with a rush. X10 tries to get an angle on the rest of the team. That's a nice little body shot on Sonjin. The spree from Zomba is the one thing you have to look out for. Straight over the top with the amplified damage of the Orbital Ray as well. It's going to put them in a position where they can crack this hold open on this corner. And a late death on Chronic 2 is a dire sign for the Dallas Fuel.
I mean, X10 is just firing on Sojourner right now. She's doing great. And now Lunix. They did use the Orbital Ray though, so obviously you needed that kind of retake, but you would have loved that ultimate now for this kind of a retake set. She's going to have the Kitsune Rush here. Dallas Fuel. And they retake now with this Sigma.
Good
X10 again.
An amazing spear too. The Captive Sun at the back for Lucamino. Detonates X10. So it's a 3-on-4 right now with Lucamino struggling to keep himself up. Zed finds yet another kill onto the Alari, Johnny, but is it actually enough? There is a beautifully timed Suzu, a better spear onto Sonjin, cancelling the barrage. But you can't do too much more there as Zeb just carried that fight on his shoulders after X10 set him up with success.
Just 2 minutes on the timer now. That was a great opportunity for Lunex to cross that payload and get onto the 3rd point, but now instead you're looking to retake this without any ultimates at all. You essentially will just have one more ultimate cycle here on the attack. And that spells trouble for them. They are so pivotal as you look to retake this high ground, but now instead Dallas Fuel back in full control.
Now it comes the flux again. This rotation, this cycle of fluxes, it cannot be understated how little they have. Like, this spear is the only thing from Zeb. If they connect one, golden. But they almost ideally need to pick first. And actually, you know what? That is the perfect pick. How is Kellen in that position where he's picked? How? They're going to hide from Chronic for a brief moment here, Johnny. But now they could just hold W and win.
And with Lunex getting all this position, they have the shield perk as well. This now becomes real competitive here. Sunjin though fires back onto Zomba. Oh, but X10 again.
Okay. X10 manages to find another one. Spear, swing, and a miss. Only connecting with the Orisa, maybe. Yes, so actually, Zeb ends up being able to shrug that off with the gold, with the shield, with the spear spin. Ends up walking away with basically 100% HP again. X10 rips the OC, taking to the top of the tent with half HP. And now Sonjin is back in the fight yet again. Orbital Ray for some additional damage and to stay on the point, but Kellen's already found Z. Zeb extremely low in what could be the final fight of the map. There's 30 seconds to go. And Lunex are going to have to scramble now to get another touch.
And especially if you have to rush things here now to try and get to the car, you're going to take so much damage on the way. We see last-minute swaps here from Lunex as they go cat here to try and get someone to the payload.
Someone's going to try and get around them. Managed to get around the map.
Do they know?
Surely they know the cat's coming.
Know.
Yes, the disruption shot, they know. And then everyone's like, well, I got to touch at some point. Chronic goes down though to Zomba's spike. The touch? No! The outburst! Eventually, though, Zeb manages to make it in time. X10 ends up going down to the barrage and Sonja with another. Both DPS dead for Lunex. Z is going to follow. And there's the Terror Surge. A lowly attempt on the point for Zeb, only netting a single kill. Even playing on the rush, the Orisa is just no match for the Dallas Fuel. They're going to hold them on that 2nd point. Couple of meters. Actually, not even that. I think it was 1 meter and something before Lunex dunked that point in on point B. A valiant attempt. But the Dallas Fuel slow comp, poke comp, and managed to rule the day.
And I think this kind of just showcases how good Dallas Fuel are on Dorado. The fact that you feel forced to go on towards Circuit Royale here. And obviously Dallas Fuel, they're very comfortable on this map as well. But this is the best chance to win the series if you are Lunex here. Stand white with the clutch.
Okay. And look at that. Goodbye. That outburst was ridiculous from Lucamino too. I thought that was basically over. You are scrambling and you're almost in a way fighting a 4v5 as well because your cat's not in the fight. Your cat's not doing anything. So.
Yeah, you ended up being in a pretty tough spot back there. It's just like, do I commit? Do I stay back?
Yeah.
And just kind of got forced away. Couldn't cross the choke with confidence. And yeah, without that extra healing, Sunjin just kind of cleaned up on the Pharah as well. So, I mean, I respect the attempt though. Because you're thinking like someone has to get to the cart, and they ended up having someone to go touch. But I don't mind the idea. It was a good idea. The execution in the end just seemed a little bit questionable.
Ooh, Zeb on the Sigma now. On defense, all right, makes a lot more sense. Pharah's going to be a smidge harder to execute if you're Sonjin. Here's the non-shot, Johnny. Here's the second non-shot. I'm telling you, it's not happening.
Okay, but like once a year. Once a year it does happen. You gotta be ready for it.
Once a year. What? Okay. Sun just explodes.
Look, Jaws. If you don't go fishing, you can't catch fish.
I'm telling you, chat. Yesterday after the broadcast, he went home. He was already at home. But he went online, looked up some quotes, and he'll be dropping it today.
I promise.
Johnny the Wise.
I made it up myself.
Johnny the Wise does it again. Sunjin on the May this time. Yeah, the Pharah may be a little bit too hard to execute. Ooh. Smooth headshot onto X10. This is going to be the big counter here for Zeb. It almost feels like Lunex. How do you feel about an investment of the May for Lunex? Okay, calm down, Sunjin.
Sunjin is having a great time on the May here.
Zeb
is actually going to move over back to the Orisa here, which
way better against the Mei.
Yeah, that does kind of sting that swap though. And Dallas Fuel, they're steaming ahead here. They've built ultimates that Lunix kind of gave away there with that first point of control here. Obviously, you have this great position to hold this corner still, especially with these Orisa cooldowns, but getting back into this fight, finding the picks required, that's going to be real difficult. And Chronic is the one to open things up.
Oh, yes, Sonjin's going to get walked past, turns around, gets a kunai to the back of the head, but Gold Orisa means very few cooldowns now left to survive. And Kellen knows it too. There's the spear spin, and the rush just is secure. Don't hate it whatsoever. Zeb extremely quick, manages to dodge out for a couple of moments, but it's a last chance hurrah for Zomba to good couple of shots from Lucamino, and that'll be the point. Not much resistance at all from Lunex.
And I think all in all, we're seeing a great response here from Dallas Fuel after their loss yesterday. The way they're flexing over to these picks, and now Sunjin playing the Mei here. Lunex, it's real difficult to keep up with the picks that Dallas Fuel are showcasing here. This is the big fight here. Lots of ultimates on the board, and Lunex one grand stand here. See how
Capture
Sun utilize these ultimates. Oh my,
Zomba's already dead. Rip it now. Capture Sun. Pop it in. Wait, they're going to orbital ray, and they're going to rush at the same time, and you're going to lose the fight. Straight into the blizzard. Oh dear. Absolute cinema for Dallas Fuel as they watch Lunex use both ults and then group up and then get blizzarded and fluxed. They got a captive Sun in the back pocket. Who's here to touch? Zomba's going to get rocked initially. Zed's going to try and get there in time, but Exen's already dead. Spree comes out 0.78 meters before they actually end up capping the point. Captive Sun already used. And guess who's low in the backline? It is going to be Zomba, who ends up falling prey to Lucamino. And honestly, non-map there for the Dallas Fuel. They walk over Lunex in a big statement maker of a second map.
Yeah, way more dominant in that one. Now Jaws just a map away from qualifying to the Midseason Championship. And I think this is a Dallas Fuel team that is quite hungry for vengeance after taking that 0-3 loss to Team Liquid yesterday. They look fired up in this matchup against Lunex. And Lunex, unfortunately, have to be the one to take the beating as Dallas Fuel look to return to form.
They end up taking him to Circuit Real 2 to avoid the inevitable Winston on Dorado. Inevitable Ana Winston on Dorado. Then I had a little clutch moment here, of course. Nice little highlight for the support of Lunex. But yeah, that was Dallas Fuel all day. And you kind of touched on it, Johnny. But how kind of painful it is for Zeb in that situation where, okay, they end up rocking out with the Pharah, then they change to Mei. So now I can't play Sigma because we don't have a Mei. I have to go Orisa to stop the Mei walls from basically deleting me on the Sig, which is one of his main counters. And then I can't do much else because I don't have an ult. And then Kellen's out-tempoing me with and outpacing me with these fluxes. This is the big fight too. Look at that. Orbital Ray Rush. I can hear Cruz in my head. We just can't let overlay our support ultimates. We just can't. And straight into the blizzard. It's... man.
They came with a plan, and then Dallas Fuel just ruined the plan. Now, I don't know what the answer is to get back into this series, Joss. We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it. But don't forget, you can get 15% off your ticket to mid-season. That's coming up at the end of the month. It's not too long away, Johnny. There you go, OW15 at checkout, and you get some sweet money off, which that you could then spend on some merch, perhaps. Some Overwatch plushies, perhaps. We had the cool Zeta Division 1s over in Tokyo. That was pretty sick. Little Easter egg, they're actually on Neon Junction. Don't tell anybody I told you that.
Whoa. You're just
Secret
revealing
Easter egg
secrets.
floor drop. I know, just like that. They're hella cute, man. They're hella cute. There was like a Genji one, there's a Tracer one.
Yeah.
There was Kiriko. I got the Kiriko one. Yeah, I got one as well.
You're a Genji.
All right, Kings Row is the pick for Lunex. Very strong map. To be fair, I don't think you want to go to Neon Junction or Hollywood because this is the best map for what your team likes to play.
Yeah, I mean, as a Hopium dealer, I'm even coming kind of up empty for this one. So Lunex going to go ahead and ban Sunjin's Pharah, which actually I think would have come out here on King's Row. We've seen Dallas Fuel, they love playing that poke-heavy style, even on a map like King's Row here. So pretty straightforward target ban there. Dallas Fuel here, what are they going to do in return? You kind of can ban the Orisa if you'd like to, and then just build your composition around this inevitable Zarya from Seb. But this opportunity here for Dallas Fuel to kind of target ban what Lunix does, because they have that more narrow hero pool compared to Dallas Fuel.
I think it's a good takeaway from the Fuel on this map. Kiriko banned by the Dallas Fuel. Where does that put the backline for Lunex? Because Z is, well, I would say her best hero is the Kiriko currently. I think Nemwai, the way they're able to kind of double flex, but if they want to play the Lucio Kiri, they're able to do that. If they want to play the Juno Kiri, they're able to do that as well. But where does that leave the team now? Where does that leave the backline for Lunex?
I think it's a brilliant ban from Dallas Fuel because they are so comfortable playing without the Kiri. But then you look on the other side of things to Lunex. It's like, okay, do you want to play Juno Brig in an instance like this?
Ooh. Right.
And I'd say that Brig is so limited, right, in a meta like this. So Dallas Fuel quite comfortable playing around a potential backline or like that. But you might see Lucamino flex over more to the Illari. You know, they probably play some BAP if they can as well. And so getting rid of this Kiriko now is just going to make life so much tougher for Zed over onto the Lunix side.
Because check this out. You could play just the Ana and Illari.
Oh, that's true, the Ana.
Dallas Fuel. Yeah, because if you're like, oh, Lunex, you have to, you know, if you really want to play the Juno Brig, like the Ana's going to destroy you. Looks like CJ's going to go on the BAP instead. It's probably the better hero, to be honest, right now. But the poke game is kind of insane again for the Fuel. The Sonjin trolls CJ.
I think BAP has become one of my favorite heroes.
Brings back memories.
Like, I didn't appreciate Baptiste back in the day, especially like when Violet was tearing things up, playing the Baptiste in the Overwatch League. Like
no one's gonna blame.
I look back at that now and I'm like, I didn't appreciate it enough. And now in the Big 26, I'm like totally a Baptiste fan. Whenever Landon brings it out, Ultraviolet brings it out, it'll be CJ and C bringing it out this time.
It's called C aim heroes. That is what I like, and BAP is exactly that. Just an aim hero. Yeah, exactly. And you can't be blamed for hating that pick as well, because Baptiste was meta perma in the double shield. So yeah, and double shield was, let's just say, it wasn't my favorite. It wasn't my favorite meta rule time.
Opinionated, I'm telling you.
Look, I'm not allowed opinions. Not allowed to have opinions on the podcast. That's crazy. All right, well, Lunex have managed to get themselves on the point. Sonjin gets picked up in Hotel. Lunex have found what was the perfect opening pick, and they're trying to just push Kellen off high ground, and he just slip and fall as well. Chronic gets two, though, on the trade, as unfortunately, Zed might just lose this fight against CJ. Yeah, he does. Okay, that's not a good start. Finding the pick onto the May of all things is just so difficult. Yeah, you still end up losing the fight. If you can't trade the kill onto CJ and, you know, not even like force lamp early on, that is a rough go of it for Lunex, and it's actually going to prompt them to comp switch completely. They're going back to the Vendetta and Zarya combo.
Yeah, and it worked beautifully for Team Liquid yesterday, and I'd say Lunex is another team that feel quite comfortable playing this. Zumba was fantastic on the Vendetta when the hero was leased as well, and so going up against Dallas Fuel composition, I definitely see the swap, I see the logic behind this. Now it's all about execution. Elimination, you're facing it, and you have one opportunity to qualify for Midseason Championship. This is what you're betting on.
Oh, they're backing all the way up. In fact, they're all huddling together. Dallas Fuel have earned themselves support ultimates already. Z ends up rocking the window really early on. It's going to be a window versus window. It's not a dead eye through it. That must have charged up in, what, maybe like a half a second, if that. An instant kill onto X10. She didn't have a chance to move away. Good headies from Chronic. Forces Zomba away too, meaning Keller can also move up. Rock onto Zomba. Forces him back as well as the bite follows him to the spawn. Goodbye. If they can kill Zeb too, that's going to be a lot of energy actually lost for the Zarya. There's one bubble left remaining. Captive Sun's going to come out as Zeb ends up falling over to Chronic. Captive Sun connects with one. Z down. Spawn door touch here for Dallas Fuel almost as Kellen also moves up.
Yeah, and I think Lunex have to play a pretty patient game here. They had control of their own high ground, but then instead decided to put pressure on the point. The amplification matrix came out, but it kind of plays into Dallas Fuel game. They want to play this long distance poke instead of Lunex. They want to get on top of Dallas Fuel, but they have to play patient to make the rotation all the way around. As you see them approach here. Good initiation here by X10. Can't you find anything?
Good shield though coming from Kellen. There's the Flux 2, connects with people in Hotel. They've already traded 1-for-1, 4v4 sound barrier from an NY. Hits every single member of Lunex there, apart from Zomba, of course. But Kellen's just hiding in the corner. Clear Kellen! He was just hiding in the corner. What was he, a statue? Is he playing Mecha Chameleon? He ends up getting away thanks to the help of that drone, but he is still fairly low. Graviton surge from around the corner, and now they're in trouble. Kellen getting chunked out, but still the shield providing adequate cover for him to stay alive. Sonjin falls to Zeb, and there's the chase down. X10 goes down, sure. The window on the high ground completely ignored by Zomba as he picks up a double. Lunex, with only 30 seconds to go, are going to be able to cap this point.
And that push through the left-hand side did wonders for Lunex as they just get way more value out of their composition as a whole. They finally capped this first objective, and now they kind of can get rolling here, if need be, as the payload is revealed here. Kellen swaps over onto Ramatra, trying to absorb some of this tempo now coming out from Lunex with this Zarya, with this Vendetta. Seb's actually going to swap over to the Orisa, so surely that will trigger a swap from Zomba as well after this ultimate is used.
Then we're taken down to a half HP. Sonjin looking to descend on his prey. There's the spree. Oh, Zomba though. Zomba and Sojin coming up with clips there. Jumps on the bike, 4 HP, tries to get away, begging Lucamino for heals. Zomba trying to go for the chase down, but it's just too low. Standing in front of Kellen right now. And yep, there's just a generic left clicks from Kellen and just gonna fell the Vendetta. What an amazing opening there from Zomba. It's going to give them more space. Even the trades there are good for Lunex. Captive Sun for Lucamino. Tags one player, but they dip into books. As Lucamino does get healed up, Nebwai waits for that ult to fade away, and they end up moving up.
Yeah, quite an ambitious play there by Lucamino, who we do love see making plays, but it didn't work out that specific instance now. This is Lunex now pushing forward, feeling quite comfortable, and Seb can get quite disgusting here with the Orisa on the second point. The tempo, the aggression, he's pushing with. Now though,
Steps one.
C has the amplification matrix. There's a good position for it.
It's a really good position, forces Dallas Fuel away, but Zeb can't follow up on that instantly, Johnny, because he was too low. And now Zed on the sidelines with a massive flank. She's already managed to kill Lucamino. And now it's just clean up is what they're after.
I'm telling you, they're down 0-2 in this matchup, but X10 has been killing it. So reliable on all of these maps, securing picks like that, and an overclock flank like that turned out beautifully. Dallas Fuel, they're gonna have to let this one go. Sonja's over onto the Echo now, and I know you have some high ground to play with here, but this is highly unusual, dare I say.
Am I crazy for saying not? I don't hate it. Don't hate this one.
I love everything.
Oh, looks like Lucamino. Oh, the Sky Noon. Oh, straight for the sound barrier though. Now Cronus going to be in trouble. Annihilation, Terror Surge, everything used on like one section of the map. Lucamino's going to be able to get away. Kellen, I don't think, is going to be quite so lucky. A lot of focus fire on Kellen as he manages to drag Z down with him into the grave, thanks to that Ravenous Vortex, as Lucamino...
All right, buddy.
Oh, we've seen this one again. We've seen this one before. This is just, look at this.
Is this even worth it? I don't even know if this is worth it.
It might not be.
Well, you're not going to die
anyway. Let's get back
so.
to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
One of the funniest clips I've ever seen, honestly, is Lucamino doing that yesterday. Zomba lying in wait for maybe Kellen to walk up so he can get the wall. Not the best wall of all time, but the Blizzard might be good enough. An instant freeze there onto Kellen thanks to the left click, but an orbital ray is going to help sustain those wounds. Looks like Lucamino's in the back line right now. He's going to have to fight with that window. Bro is stuck in the stealing. What was that? He was just bumping his little head, just trying to get away. A little bit of a movement, I think, error there from Lucamino, not being able to get out of the line of sight. X10 rips Sonjin's head off as Lunex, I think they're going to finish with over a minute.
Wow.
1 minute and 1 second. You take that any day of the week. What a final push from Lunex.
Yeah, they didn't let off the gas after they capped that initial point, and that is when they really feel at home here on King's Row. I feel like we've seen for a couple of years now this team rolling with 7 or Orisa on that second point. And I don't love the Echo. I think you're just a little bit too vulnerable. I understand that, you know, stylistically, counterward speaking, you can get some value from the Echo. I just don't trust you to stay alive long enough against a Baptiste composition. There's plenty of hit scan to pick you out of the sky. I almost wonder if you want to slow things down instead with the Mei, but Sunjun went for it, and I trust Sunjun with my life, so didn't work out this time.
You trust Sunjun with your life?
I think I do, actually, yeah. I think I was speaking truthfully there, not hyperbolical.
Not hyperbolic at all.
No.
Oh, I like that. I don't mind the Echo, and I'll give you my reasoning why I don't mind it at all. I think with Lunex's comp, having like an Orisa with... Oh my god, we're going back to double shield. Having the Orisa with... It all comes back, Johnny. With the Sigma, I think is extremely strong. I think the dupe is just so good on that point as well. It's so scary. And the spam is into Orisa is just so easy. You're landing the tri-shots, like... Every single one is going to be a headshot. The sticky bombs are always going to connect. And I think you're able to build up ult so quick. Yo, what can happen? Oh, wow. Nice movement from X10.
We're in this together.
Well, Sunjun's gonna stick with it, so... No, don't get me wrong. Love seeing some Echo gameplay, alright? It's been a while. We'll just have to see if Sunjun can make it work. I think I like it more on the attack here, on the defense. You can be quite flat-footed. Don't feel like you have any positioning to play around, but Sunjun here definitely has lots of positioning to play with, and the damage onto the Orisa is crazy.
Where did Zeb go? Yeah, that damage was ludicrous. Even through gold, through everything. Wow, that was a fight from the fuel. You hit a blink and you miss it.
This is where it gets scary. Now with Dallas Fuel on the attack with this Echo, they have the opportunity here to really step things up. The way Sunjun predictably is going to play these rooftops and then just threaten with the sticky bombs at all times. Chronic setting up for a flank here with the railgun as well. Lunix are going to be so careful here as well.
Zomba got back spawn. They can't play up, Johnny. That kill from Callan on the May of all things as he pushes up meant that Zomba couldn't rejoin the fight with the rest of his team. So it's going to be Lunix waiting for this. So this choke point is basically free. Choke point, not checkpoint. You know what I mean.
Oh, Callan? Rare?
A rare hint?
Like, never happens.
Never. Absolutely not. Nice lap from Z. Actually keeps the rest of the team alive. Yeah, Kellen's just kind of jumping in face first and just tanking what Z and X10 just dominating him on the high ground. All right, okay, so actually, despite Zomba losing his life fairly early, or late even on that first point take, they're able to hold choke anyway.
Yeah, now you just have to be careful for these flanks because you can see Sunjun is flanking around here, has the duplicate available as well, and now Dallas Fuel, they have the angles required. Kellan making room here with the bubble and is nanoed up here as well. Terrible news for C, going to get picked off in this fight, but the trades are coming in though.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be quick enough as it looks like Lunix are just going to try and die on the point. The call was made. As you see Nenwai and X10 flinging their bodies towards Zeb to try and get another trade. It's going to be a team kill for Lunix. Just the nano. That was it. That was everything that was used from Dallas Fuel. Nano's still that good, Johnny. You can just use Nano to win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue is that Sunjun wasn't scouted right. You have to know that these flankers are going to try and take those angles. And then it just makes Kellan's life so much easier when you know you have that backup. I like that Sunjun was able to play forward and gets a pick up to Zomba here as well. This is Dallas Fuel running away with things here, girls.
Yeah, it feels like the tempos quickly slipped away from Lunix. An early window to try and push them out too. Feels like a desperation ult from Lunix and from Z to try and get something, try and get a pick, but no one's in LOS at all, and they don't even use that ult to create space.
I mean, it's going to be a sound barrier push and just pray.
Oh, you can't use it now. Nenwai. Oh, the sound barrier. Kellan luckily was not chasing the Lucio. Here's the duplication. It's going to be onto the Orisa. The captive son onto the high ground as Nenwai is already felled by Chronic. And again, another decisive fight from the Fuel. These are not close. A back-to-back team kill. That's 4.5 minutes in the bank. Sure, it was an ult dump, but that's fine. You trade that. You trade an ult dump for the checkpoint any day.
Yeah, Lunix looking for answers here. Maybe here on the third point, they will have a better chance, but they gotta start competing for these rooftops, and Kellan and Sunjun are just waiting quite happily already. Seb's trying to make their way on towards the cart here. X10 goes down though and losing the Sojourn. This is just another fight. We can have to stall out the cart.
Yeah, these high grounds are very important, like you mentioned. They're going to just try and go in. Zeb has already used gold to try and get the kill on the Ana in the backline. A Terra Surge might do it, but no, CJ nades himself, jumps on the Mega Back, ends up going down anyway, but he isn't trading. A late Frisbee from Z, the Immortality build, not enough to save the Orisa. And Dallas Fuel are going to run it down again. X10's going to go down without a mega kill onto Sonjun.
I mean, again, you gotta start competing for the high grounds here. It's your only chance for somebody to teleport up there. Trying to raise some damage down, but CJ with this no-no, bound to pop it onto Kellen here. Here comes the lead.
Spear's already been used. Spear was already used, so there's no way to get Kellen off the backline, so he pushes them all the way to the spawn doors, and he's going to hold them, hoping the rest of his team can actually finish this one. Remember, this is for a place in Paris as well. This map is not going the way right now of Lunix, despite their 1 minute and 1 second time back. Kellen's going to jump back in, close to Primal Rage. Zeb's extremely low. Capture Sun thrown out on the point. Nemwai cowering for cover. 3 minutes and 3 seconds versus the 1:01 for Lunex. The Dallas Fuel, they've got so much left, it feels like. Not happy with how that series went yesterday. It feels like they got fire in their bellies coming in today.
100%. Looking like a different team this time around, and Lunex having a terrible time of it. I don't even know here now. Well, Dallas Fuel, are they just going to stick with this on the defense as well? Just like, yeah, that worked great for us. Why not, mate? Just double down on the Echo defense. Why not? Pharah gets banned, all good. All good.
We play Pharah version 2 Echo.
Oh my god, this is devious. On the overtime perks as well. This is devious coming from Dallas Fuel.
Yeah. We'll see. Looks like Sonjun again sticking on the Echo. Really like it. Lunix with the same idea. Maybe X10 is hovering the Bastion.
I think you probably have to just play the Bastion in overtime because it is so potent. Now, the question for Lunix becomes here. If Chronic ends up picking the missiles, we get it, Sonjun. We get it. CJ doesn't like it either. If Chronic ends up picking the missiles perk here, does X10 wait to pick the perks and then just roll out with the turret here instead, and then Zomba with the Tracer? I think that's just a lot of hit scan damage from Lunix here. Actually could reasonably deal with this Echo and Cat Bastion comp. See, they waited to select the perks.
Yeah. She hasn't picked the perk yet. Just waiting to see.
Oh, and that's what happens to the Echo. That's what I told you happens with the Echo. That's tougher on defense.
Mind games here with the Bastion. There you go. Okay, X10 not choosing the missile perk. And it looks like neither has Chronic. X10 extremely low. Drop back down to earth now. Now the formers run out. They're still shooting, firing at Kellen, trying to destroy the shield. But CJ almost impervious to damage on this high ground. Both Traces end up trade, sure. But you're not going to get too much position off that. Maybe, just maybe, Zeb can make a play here. But it's up to the Bastions to get kills. And X10's found hers.
3 seconds to go here. Zeb's going to end up touching the objective here as Lunix kind of storm forward. Dallas Fuel sitting back for the time being. Lukavinas just trying to touch here, but have to take care of your tank player as well. Dallas Fuel with the retake.
Yeah, I think they just want to give up ticks. They don't really care about it right now. Zeb has ended up using the grasp, so a little bit more of a susceptible target. That's unbelievable lamp, though, coming through from Z, saving Zeb. And now, the Mortar Barrage, X10, just trying to look for a kill onto CJ. Nana's already been popped onto Kellen, has got the rock, and has got the flux. It's going to be a direct connection with Zeb, misses the rock of his own, and Kellen brings it back down to earth. That's the Dallas Fuel holding on to the first point. 63% for Lunex. But now they're fighting for their lives here. They got to keep themselves in the series. They need a reverse sweep to lock in that last place in mid-season. Whereas the Dallas Fuel need merely 64% on first point.
This would be one of the best Kings Row defenses we have seen from Lunix if they're able to clutch this out in overtime. 3 minutes for 63.9%. That is more than enough time for Dallas Fuel here. And the Lunix kind of struggled to get across the finish line on that first point. The Cat Bastion gameplay just wasn't clutch enough, and CJ getting that Nano out. Crucially, that was the difference maker in the end there, and Dallas Fuel ended up retaking the point here. So kind of feel like you're forced to bring out the Bastion yourself here in overtime. We talked about how good Bastion is in overtime when you get those perks available. But just because you're gonna have to deal with the attackers potentially playing Bastion as well, so it just ends up being the best consistent pick for the defensive side here. But can you compete with Dallas Fuel for 3 minutes on compositions like this? This is a very tough task for Lunex on a composition they're not necessarily that well versed on.
3, 2, 1.
And it just takes one big ult cycle from the Fuel, or even, I'd say, one big nade from CJ. They've gone Winston. They're not playing the Sigma. They're not playing slow. They want to go quick. They want to take high ground. They want to take space. They've gone Cat Bastion. Oh, good headshot. Woo. Oh my goodness. Forces Zomba to run away. I'm not sure if Zomba ended up using recall though. Again, kind of checking Sonjin onto the Echo. And is Sonjin going to switch? Yes, straight over to Tracer to try and match Zomba. Oh, and he gets the clip as well. The one clip is devious. Switches from Echo on the Tracer. Does it better than Zomba could. Zeb now in trouble. It's got a rock. It's a big nade, yeah, on X10, on C. And Zeb just basically has to play in the audience here. Has to wait for his team to do the work. CJ and Kellen have already come up with kills, though. They've got a tick on the point. Dallas Fuel have team wiped Lunex. And there's the checkpoint. There's the map, the series, and their place locked in at midseason.
The Stage 1 champions hungry for revenge here in the Stage 2 playoffs as they look up their spot for the midseason championship after a brutal 0-3 loss yesterday to Team Liquid. Congratulations to them. And no doubt about it, Dallas Fuel, they're back.
They're indeed. I mean, Lunex fought back, you know. They showed us that they can shoot on more than one opportunity and occasion. But overall, this was just kind of Dallas Fuel in the driver's seat. They stuck to their guns, you know. I don't think they made any drastic changes from what we've seen from them yesterday. It just overall looked a lot more cohesive. And it certainly played much better into the composition that we saw from Lunex than it did into what Team Liquid was bringing to the table yesterday.
Yeah, I think, to your point earlier, Jaws, I think that the fact you weren't able to compete with a D.Va, I think that's a big difference maker here for Dallas. They just look way more comfortable on compositions like this, based on Lunex kind of like narrow hero pools here. So this was a way easier for matchup for Dallas Fuel, and potentially a bit of a warm-up now, as even though we have 3 teams qualify for Midseason Championship, it's going to be a hotly contested run for the #1 seed and being the champions of the region overall.
Yeah,
what do you think is the takeaway here for their next opponent? Like, looking back at this match, like, do you feel like you've learned anything from their matchup against Lunex that you can potentially use/abuse in your lower bracket? What is that?
No, they're going to play Echo and Farah, but I mean, we already kind of knew that, and everybody kind of already knew that. I think at this point in the playoffs, there's nothing much they can really hide. I'd say maybe, you know, Kellen's got a little bit of a mean Sigma, at least showed it on Circuit Royale, sure. But if they have their opportunity, it still will be a Dorado pick. I think the biggest takeaway, if you're facing the Fuel at some point, is just look at the series they played the other day when you force them into uncomfortable roles. I mean, if you can do that, then Dallas Fuel are fairly vulnerable. I think with how they play and their unique style, it's been a boon to them, and they've said that in interviews. You just gotta try to do the same thing again. Like, just wait, the cat was like, the cat was
rude.
Just waving
Just
back.
Rude.
Wait, that was a
it's
sick clip.
Their style, you know, their compositions that they're running, it's what makes and breaks the games for them. It's like it is what makes them so strong, right? But it is also what the opposition can abuse. Team Liquid certainly did, and they are certainly willing to do that again if they meet them in the lower final. Is there anything you feel like Dallas Fuel could still be hiding up their sleeves, Reinforce?
I don't know. I feel like rarely do we ever get to see teams hiding something at this stage. I mean, Team Liquid yesterday, you could see that they looked well more Belarus on something like Zarya.
Like, they just like swapped out the entire team.
Exactly. Like they came in with some planned compositions, but for the most part, I think Dallas Fuel, they're just going to be rocking with what they've done so far at the stage and what has worked for them overall.
Indeed. Well, that's what kept them alive here in their lower bracket. They got to punch their ticket, and we now have CJ joining us for a quick yap after that victory. A dominant performance, CJ, so congratulations. How you feeling? Any weight lifted off of your shoulders now that you know that you for sure have qualified for the Midseason Championship?
Honestly, not really. I think going into this match, we knew we were just gonna probably 3-0. They don't really play of like any comps that are difficult for us to play into. Like they don't play any like the Malga comps, so I think just going into this, it was just kind of expected.
Right,
kinda
so
wanna roll
not
back
face
the-
it all by your loss. Sorry, I'm gonna jump ahead here and ask something else. I need to ask obviously about the loss yesterday because it came as a big surprise to most of us watching. Right, what was your big takeaway from that series against Team Liquid, and are there any changes you feel are needed heading further into the playoffs?
I think going into the series, we just had like really bad practice overall. We were like scrimming Lunex and SSG, who don't really play Malga. They're leaning more towards like the Orisa style, and we can't scrim Europe because Sanjin's still in Korea. So yeah, we didn't really have any practice in the Malga mirror. But I think in the match, I just think that we rushed things too much. I think since like I guess it was nerves, I'm not sure, but we were just like playing way faster than we should have, and like without like clearing angles or like playing for our comp. So I think going forward into the next series, if we do play TL, I think compositions will probably roughly stay the same. It's just like a little bit of a playstyle change.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you're feeling confident going into that series. I think it'll be a good rematch because you just didn't, like you mentioned, you didn't really look like yourselves. In terms of North America, then, if you do end up facing TL, do you think SSG have just hit the tier break this stage? Do you think they're just that much better? Are they infallible?
I don't think they're that much better than everyone else. I just think that they've been scrimming like a lot of Europe, and they're like really good at these like cat comps, whether it be Cat Bastion or like Cat Cass. And it's something that's still like kind of difficult for I guess us and Liquid to get a grasp of, just because when they have Infected and playing the Malga, they can't really play Diva comps, and obviously us, we can't really play Diva comps. But yeah, I feel like SSG is like probably like still roughly the best, but I don't think it's like a large margin that they're like just infinitely better than everyone else.
So CJ, having bad practice, that obviously is something that makes you feel pretty bad going into a series like that. But I want to ask about the loss yesterday. Did that also kind of come as a surprise to you guys, or has you felt like this stage you've been learning a lot throughout all these weeks now? Or did it come like kind of sudden to you? You felt like you were on top the entire stage, and then that was a bit of a surprise loss to Team Liquid. How do you kind of recap how the form has been like this entire stage, and then you ended up with a loss yesterday?
For the loss, I don't think it was like expected, but I don't think like we go in knowing we were gonna lose. I think in this meta, as I've been saying like previously, we're a team that like thrives on our mechanics, and like all of our compositions that we have played in the past are like, for everyone to shine, I guess. But with these more macro-based comps, we don't really play them, like Kiri Lucio or like Kiri Cat Malga. Like these comps are like, I guess, kind of like a new concept to us as a team, since like that's all we played in stage one were just like these mechanical comps. I think Liquid, they've been together for a while, so they're like really good at these comps. They know like how each other want to play. But I think with more time and with us scrimming more of these like macro comps, I feel like we'll be right there with them.
Well, today you guys look back in form. It's not going to bring back my channel points I lost yesterday on betting on.
I'm sorry.
But that's okay. I'm not mad. I just felt like I should mention it. But CJ, it's great to see you guys back in action. We wish you best of luck in your upcoming match tomorrow.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, it's a pleasure hearing from CJ, getting some insights there. Yeah, don't really like that, Jack. It's not funny when all the points are gone. It's not funny. I was thinking about it as I went to bed,
Hey, that's fine. A lot of people lost channel points throughout this weekend. It's been fun. Yeah, I'm really hoping for the rematch, honestly. I think SSG, they look really good, yes, but a TL Dallas, you've got to give us that again. I want to see it. It can't be a 3-0 once more.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be super interesting to just see how they stack up against, and essentially also just to find out whether what we saw from Team Liquid yesterday was just a fluke. Is this for real? Like, where are they landing? And we'll find out very soon, because they will be going up against SSG in our upper bracket final. First, a quick break, which should give you plenty of time to cop the Esports bundle. That's right, Fire and Tide bundles are available now in our store. get those beautiful skins, but also, of course, these incredible sprays and name cards that are exclusive to the bundle. So make sure to purchase the bundle. Now,
Let it be known,
snacks,
I bought it
some drinks.
today.
You bought it today, see?
I bought it today.
And yeah, you're leading by example. Exemplary, very good. Might be a tax write-off for you as well, so get on that. Now, we see you after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning, I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by my good friends Jack and Johnny, and we're about to set the stage for our last match of the day. It is the upper bracket final here in our stage 2 playoffs in NA, and it's an unlikely matchup, honestly. Like, we did not expect to see Team Liquid being the team going up against Space Station Gaming. In fact, Team Liquid, or rather Space Station Gaming, did not expect to go up against Team Liquid, as was evident in yesterday's post-match interview with Lethal. He was very sure to see Dallas Fuel up on top. Let's talk about what went down for SSG so far, though, because they've not dropped a map here in the playoffs. They've been looking flawless. They've been looking pretty darn flawless in general in Stage 2. You know, they just dropped 2 maps overall, and it was the odd maps against our bottom teams, the Cafe and the Sky, so probably can't read much into that.
Yeah, I don't think there is realistically to read too much. Look, at the end of the day, they're very dominant. They're very good. Is the tier break there? I certainly think so, but CJ in the previous interview said, nah, not really. I think on good days, they're just really good, but the gap can kind of close between the rest of North America. But I don't see a world where they don't win the region. This obviously is Dallas Fuel on your screen.
Kellan's was SSG, right?
Game.
They're living, they're living rent-free in our in our minds.
Kellan's so back.
Kellan's back.
So back, so back.
Kellan's on all the North American teams. It's just a matter of until Team Liquid.
So true. You love to see it. That's right. No, but yeah, so Space Station Gaming, I mean, obviously they're looking to cement themselves as the best team in NA so far. They've done a good job making it look pretty darn flawless, and here they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tier break there. I think they match up well against both Dallas Fuel and Team Liquid, so I guess there should be a tier break, but I think their flexibility has been so impressive in Stage 2, and they admitted themselves in the interviews they felt pretty rigid in Stage 1, and they saw some pretty mediocre results based on that fact. And so now, here in Stage 2, I just love Sugarfree's flexibility. It's not just the Tracer, it's also the Symmetra, it's the Mei, Hawk being able to play this Diva. I think that is going to be a game changer in this series against Team Liquid, and I don't think we're at all going to see a replicate what we saw from Team Liquid yesterday. It's going to be much tougher in this series.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they even bust out the Hanzo, you know, it's very NA of them. But they're making smart swaps, and they should be considered the heavy favorite heading into this match. Now, on the other side, though, Team Liquid, they've leveled up at supersonic speed. It's actually a night and day difference between what we've seen from this team during the group stage versus what they showcased in their match yesterday, which was quite dominant against the Dallas Fuel that we rated really highly.
Yeah, super high. Come on, Fuel. What happened, man? No, I think
another opportunity to dog on them. Good job, Jack.
Well, I'm not dogging. I'm just saying I want them to succeed. I want them to succeed.
Because
I want Team Liquid to succeed too. They're missing out on the Stage 1 LAN was just disappointing, in all honesty. I wanted to see these guys go against some of the best teams in the world. But yesterday, you know, and locking themselves in with the spot, I'm excited to see how far they can actually go. I think Zera's been very good. I love the addition of attack as well. I think Team Liquid, they do look so much better. Just, it turns out when you're in-person boot camp, you just level up, you go in the chamber, and then you come out 1,000 times stronger. It was truly night and day, like you said.
They did indeed. In fact, we shared yesterday as well that they're, you know, booking triple blocks and whatnot, so they've really put in the work. Let's talk to their head coach, Kosaurus, right before this match. Kosaurus, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. We won't hold you up too long. This is, of course, an important match for you, but talk to us about the journey that this team went on over the last couple of weeks heading into this playoff.
Yeah, of course, if we head back to Stage 1, we kind of had to reformat our team, and now coming into this Stage 2, we have Attack and Kivas, who are over there in the background warming up, and we reintroduced them to the team. And you know, at the start, especially in this group stage, we had like a very, very slow start, and both SSG and Dallas Fuel were able to get the better of us. But as we, you know, have put pressure on ourselves, and I always like to say that pressure makes diamonds, we're coming out on the other end, and I think we're peaking right now in this playoffs.
Yeah, I think with how well you did yesterday, and like the boot camp and Liquid saying, it's been a big boon for you. It's a great look. How do you guys feel going to an international, though? Obviously, this playoffs, you're going to be playing the same kind of teams you have been, but yeah, how do you guys feel? How confident is the rest of the squad? Because it will be the first real big chance for you guys to show us what you got in 26.
Yeah, we weren't able to make the championships clash, but at the preseason boot camp we had quite a good performance against a lot of other teams. We showed up against Virtus.pro and then made it close against Twisted Minds. So I think out of all the NA teams, we'd like to show that, you know, NA is not at the bottom, and we can do better than what we've shown so far this year. And you know, now that we've made EWC, we can put money where our mouths are.
All right, so you beat down Dallas Fuel 3-0, looked real confident yesterday. Now you're facing SSG. How do you think they differ against Dallas Fuel? Do you think they are a much stronger opponent than Dallas Fuel were yesterday?
I think SSG is definitely stronger. They've kind of reinvented themselves this stage compared to last stage, where they're just kind of Lucio key one tricks, it felt like, just like us. And they were better at it than us. But now they play almost everything, right? They play the Cat Bastion, they play the Wu Yang, they can still play that Lucio Kiri. So I think today is going to come down to who can show the most diversity in their compositions and who can surprise the enemy team.
We're so excited to see what you guys have in store for us. Kosores, thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck to you in the squad.
Thank you.
That was Kosores, the head coach of Team Liquid, sharing some insights about their journey in the last couple of weeks, which in fact they talked about this yesterday as well, right? Like it's not been an easy adjustments for the individuals, for the team as a whole. Obviously a new meta, new players, new everything. So there was just, again, a lot of moving pieces. But listen, they show up when it matters the most. They are making it to the upper bracket finals and will be playing SSG right here, right now. I'm super excited. I felt like obviously SSG still has to be considered the favorite for obvious reasons, but given what we've seen from Team Liquid yesterday, they can take maps for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I don't want to say SSG are going to roll them. I don't want to see a 3-0. I want to see a 3-2. I want to see a close game. Like, Team Liquid have got to bring it. I did vote for SSG though. I think still they're really good. They're kind of clean with it, and I like Sugar Free. Sugar Free does show a lot of flexibility, like you were mentioning, Johnny, too. I think there's just so much still left in the wheelhouse for the team, and they're going to scare everybody. I think it'll add to.
5-map bang.
Yeah, they gotta
Just
go
give us
all
a
now.
5-map bang.
Yeah, 5-map. That's right. Manifested, y'all. Manifested in chat, and you know, burn the stage or whatever it takes in order to get us to a map of 5. We're here for it. We're ready. Let's see who's gonna come out on top in our upper bracket final in NA. So guys, please take it away.
Here we go, Johnny. Who's going to find themselves in the final? No shock. Ilios is going to be the first map. Always on Ilios. We've seen a little bit of Nepal from EMEA. Come on, NA. What's going on here?
They love their Ilios. It's almost like Kazors brought it too. Remember? Toronto Defiant? They used to be so good on this map. They kind of picked it up. They tried to compete with the Koreans. And then a couple of teams were like, yeah, we can't compete with the Koreans. But Toronto Defiant, they certainly did. And then obviously kind of took a few members of that and made Team Liquid instead. It's going to be the Bastion ban here from Team Liquid. So shying away from the Cat Bastion. And the Kiriko ban from SSG is going to open up things for Ultraviolet to pick that Ana again.
Oh, yeah. Ultraviolet, Ana. Do you still think Ultraviolet's the best flex in NA?
Oof. I mean, yeah, I think you have to say that, yeah. The individual skill on so many different heroes, playmaker, shot caller. I think you gotta go with Ultraviolet. But I will say, if we're talking Team USA, still love Landon.
Yeah.
I love Landon.
Oh,
I know
Landon,
Landon plays in EMEA, but American, so I gotta include there in the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Gates are kind of come down. Yeah, no Kiri, no Bastion, so I'm looking at these backlines. Hibis, Ana, Vegas still on the Cat. I think the Cat is almost a go-to on this map, regardless if a Bastion's available or not, just to help someone like a Cassidy, and even a Shion in that regard too. I still like the Cat here. And obviously environmentals.
Team Liquid playing D.Va themselves. It's a look we haven't really seen from them because Infected has been a mainstay in this roster, but this is what Attack allows you to do. Play the D.Va comp.
Sugar Free forcing the recall really early away from Zero, so he's going to have a bit of an easier time finding his way to the backline. Admiral does eventually get healed up by UV, but these nades are going to have to be clean from Kibis. Swinging around Hawk's mech is going to be so tough. Best hero on the D.Va is what he's been known for so long, even going back to like the Atlanta Rain days as well, Johnny, in Overwatch League.
Went for a bit of a dive there. Actually didn't end up getting anyone, and now Team Liquid on the back foot of that failed dive. Lethal going to get picked up here. It's going to be a point cap from SSG. Yeah, Team Liquid really invested in trying to kill Ultraviolet. They couldn't. Now SSG winning control, but Zero gets to pick up the Sugar Free.
Yeah, wins the Tracer 1v1. A little bit of help from the Diva there and the assist feed. Thanks to attack. All right, can Space Station actually hold on or even get a pick themselves? Hawk's going to get out of the fight, even lose mech, maybe not quite. Looks like Zero was chasing him, but was unable to get that final point of damage to actually make him get out of mech. UV lethal dead. Okay, a quick reset for SSG after they only get 16%.
This is where Team Liquid is such a scary team. I mean, look at this composition Team Liquid are playing. They could jump at you any opportunity. Sugar Free here. Does get one clip, manages to survive this one, but Kivus has a nano boost. Lethal though, Skynoon.
Skynoon, Diva, Eaton, swings down to Cage. Oh, not quite, needs to be like a fraction lower there.
Tree.
But Spree. Yep, the nano boost Spree. Who'd have thought it, huh? Pretty good combination of ultimates. Sugar Free at least comes up with a kill. However, Tree needs to stay alive. Dash up in 1%. Oh, the stick from Sarah dunks on Sugar Free. Sugar Prawn down. Oh my goodness. Team Liquid treated Sarah coming alive.
What are we engaged there? When SSG were engaging with the Skynoon, Team Liquid flips things around with the Nano and the Spree. And now 55% and counting. SSG, they have to work their way up here, but with the orbital ray. But Team Liquid, they could dish out one biotic grenade and just put SSG a stop to their tracks here.
Ultra Ray from Violet is going to be... It might be a little tough to use on this point because there's so many ways that the enemy team can get away. Ultra Violet's going to use it anyway. High ground, catnap. Uh-oh, onto the Diva, going to try and drag him down to the death box. Oh, with the sleep as well. It's perfect, but he still gets away. How is Hawk alive? How did Hawk get out? Eventually, he's going to get demexed by the looks of things. Yes. Okay, there it is. Attack kills lethal. Space Station Gaming control the point. A rather large, kerfuffle there on the outside of the map. Killing Hawk would be rather good for Team Liquid. They are gaining control, almost, but it's actually attack that ends up losing mech. Hawk eventually ends up going down, but Team Liquid are still holding on to this point. Like, how have they not letting go?
So much percentage built up there for Space Station Gaming. Admiral gets a couple here. Attack finally goes down. This opens things up for SSG to retake the point.
By 83% for Team Liquid. There's the cap from SSG finally. That was an amazing disengage from Hawk. And now they're down to 0 ult on either side. Although saying that, I say that as Jedi and Pulsebomb come up. SSG, my bad. Yep, Skynoon. Hunting for the back line. Oh, that's a perfect domination onto Vega. Dunk straight on him and gets airlifted to safety as well. They trade supports though with UV dead.
Okay.
Pulsebomb from Sarah tried to go for the a kill onto, I guess, Sugar Free. I'm not sure who he was aiming for. Hawk brings him down, though, as Admiral trades. Again, Space Station do end up flipping, with Team Liquid getting 84. The Pulse Bomb gets dodged. Kivus gets bailed out, basically, by Vega there. By the cat. That was an insane series of events.
Team Liquid now trying to put pressure here, trying to reclaim the point. Kivus has this nano boot. Who is it going to go on to?
A couple of shots there on the Tracer. There's the nade, the nano. And now Attack, he's so healthy. He's going to get catnapped straight down into the death box, though. Attack gets completely dominated in that fight. Admiral and Attack end up trading. Point gets split again for Team Liquid. SSG is still on 99 with the lethal on this high ground.
But Hawk will get back to this point, and a tank is going to be a big difference maker for SSG here. If Lethal can get this Skynoon as we approach this final fight, that could be what ends up claiming the point for SSG here.
Lethal's so close to this high noon. He's up into the sky. Tree with the Spree. Well, he gets absolutely no points of damage by the looks of things. Looks like Lethal's just going to be happy with an ejection from the mech. Both Divas using their self-destructs, but it's actually Lethal that dies. Overtime. Liquid in control. Nano boost deployed onto Hawk. Looks for Vega. Flies away in the end. So Hawk looking for his next target. Can't find anybody. Nobody was found there at all as Vega gets out of the way. As Team Liquid almost sneak the point away, sneak the round away, but Space Station Gaming managed to get back on. Ultraviolet ends up going down. They managed to get a D-Seal onto Hawk as well. A pulse bomb for Sarah as he keeps juggling the points. And now overtime is looking also scary for SSG. They're going to chase Admiral away. A late nano boost onto Zera. And a nail-biting end as Team Liquid claim the round.
What a look this is from Team Liquid. SSG, you would think that the Cassidy and the Cat will have the upper hand, but the way Sarah and Tree are just navigating these angles, the way they're flanking around, getting pressure onto the SSG backline. Tree 13-1, Attack as well 15-2, doing a great job on the Diva. But this tempo that Team Liquid are bringing, and the way they're finding a lot of picks are in the middle of these fights, that is the big difference. It ends up being what gives Team Liquid the very first round here on Ilios. They're playing so impressively right now.
Against Hawk's Diva too, his best hero. Attack's going to swap to the Sigma. Kiv is back on the Ana. Ultraviolet is going to do the same. I think the Ana is just so strong. Again, on this map, pop him on the high ground. You have the Cat for protection. A very easy line of sight for the Cat to throw in heals too. I think it's just such a strong comp. Slowing things down with the Sigma too is going to be good for the team. I think Attack much prefers this style of play.
Pretty neutral matchup here, Jaws. This could come down to individual playmaking here. No composition having a real upper hand. Attack drops
Attack's
low.
really low. Needs nade. Okay, he ends up using the grass too to try and stay alive. Looks like Hawk has traded sustained cooldowns and popping the gold. Decent damage from Kivis with the headshot perk. But the rest of the team have to stay in his LOS. As Sugar Free just dies to the pulse. I think Vega got the perfect kind of cat scratch on him. Zufi also dies.
It's going to be a swap here. Sugar Free moves away from the Tracer and actually onto the May here. Yeah, what an accretion from Attack. Is Team Liquid applying pressure here onto SSG. And we talked to Kazoris before the game. It's about who can showcase a deep hero pool throughout this series. SSG, they're left kind of stumbling at the minute, trying to figure out their optimal approach for dealing with Team Liquid's composition right now.
Rolls off the high ground. Love this angle from Attack. Which requires the...
Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Wait,
whoa, whoa.
oh, they're in the wall. Tree couldn't get away. He was actually in the wall, stuck inside the object. The actual door stuck moment. Nice flashbang from Zera. Doesn't quite end up picking up the kill onto the Ana. Oh, he's whiffing though. He's whiffing all those shots. That was like 3 in a row from Zera. He needed to connect to kill the Ana. It didn't end up happening. Good peel from SSG too. That's point cap.
What is happening in this series? Sarah, we gotta clean those
madness.
up. Absolute madness indeed. And SSG, they reclaim the point here. With their ultimate economy they're building right now, they're looking pretty at the moment. Hawk though, losing armor for the fighting stuff. It's a Sky Noon.
Oh, you got to... Oh,
No,
the
no,
nano
Sky.
boost. No, the nano boost. Get him up. Get him up. Lethal. He's on the perfect angle right now. There's the nano. Oh, Lethal. Ends up... well, he got one short, but Zera, I think, got one better. Apple ends up going down. Points still in control by Team Liquid as they... Yeah, managed to sneak the cap away as they put Lethal in a perfect spot to end up... Oh, sorry, they put Zera in a perfect spot to kill Lethal in the end. What a messy team fight. As SSG, they regain control, but it looks like Liquid have been able to get out of their spawn, at least somewhat. They've regrouped with Attack switching over to Diva.
I mean, this is madness. Oh, Sugar Free goes down with the Blizzard as well. This is now Team Liquid can push forward.
Catnap? He'd be able to get this kill. I think Admiral was dragging him towards the back line. It was just getting out of the way. That was really about it. Oh, what a strange ult there from Admiral. Okay, how are these kills coming through? Seriously.
I mean, the healing is fairly low, even though there's Anas, they're constantly contested. Admiral gets a pick on the Kivis right there. And meanwhile, the Cats are dealing damage, so not a lot of healing going on this battlefield, and we're seeing picks being traded at all times. I feel like the point have flipped like 6 times the past, I don't know, minute. It's absolutely crazy. As we're approaching 2 Sky Noons again, this is just an absolute fiesta.
Here is almost 2-tapped UV cross map. Nano boosting 10%. Gonna be able to farm that one off of the Orisa's head, I would imagine. Or anybody else that comes in blind sight. There you go. He's got about 4% to go.
Lethal.
High Noon, Sky Noon. Admiral already down. Oh, Vega dies too. No! He dropped off the map. Vega died, so he dropped Terra. Oh, dearie me. It's a disaster.
2v2.
Attack gets nano boost. It's a 2v2. More honest Overwatch, but it's a nano, Johnny. I mean, Attack's winning that 9 times out of 10. Space Station Gaming, they get 95%. Team Liquid get the cap.
Okay, but it's going to be last fight territory here now. And SSG, they still have their nano boost available, along with 3 other ultimates. This has to be Team Liquid coming up with a play, either Tree or Sarah, finding something that can give them advantage in this matchup.
Oh, oh, he died! No! Vega died! Wait, what? Wait, Vega actually just died to lethal. He got 2-tapped. Oh my goodness, that was almost the sickest play of all time. Throwing the bomb in the backline. There's the nano boost onto the Casty into the sky. He ends up hitting the roll straight around the pillar. Both Ana's already dead, but Lethal looking for more. A silver bullet across the map as SSG managed to get the cap again. Almost gets the 2-hit onto Tree, but manages to get the bike or the dash just in time. And SSG get the cap anyway. Oh, round 2 is theirs. There's no touch from attack as they sneak the cap away. What is happening?
Vega, I saw the vision. I mean, they killed the cats.
They killed the cat, so Zera just plummeted to his death.
Just absolute madness. Vega, I saw the vision with the bomb. That would have been legendary. That would have been epic.
He dies before he moved it like a meter.
I mean, Lethal's like, oh, there's a cat with a diva bomb here.
Yeah, he's like, better shoot that guy.
Oh, no. But they had to go for a play like that. I just love the creativity out of Team Liquid. Just so happened that Vega got scouted out, picked from the sky. This has been a roller coaster of an Elio so far.
Holy moly. UV went down to like 1 HP from some cross-map shots. Yeah, now you get high ground control. Yeah, thanks to that pressure, actually. Kivas gets this one 3.
Oh,
this has been
smack.
Oh, how do you counter that if you're Kivas? Lethal goes over your head as Cass and shoots you twice. You just can't. There's the counter. You just can't.
All right, well, that was one of the first fights of all time. SSG with the point cap. Team Liquid. You know they're going to keep contesting, though, as Attack finds a pick onto Sugar Free yet. This is where it gets quite difficult, though, because Team Liquid, they can roam around with this Xion, with this Tracer. Meanwhile, SSG have to probably put a lot of resources into protecting Lethal in a matchup like this. The nade onto Attack, we're going to be all right.
Maybe chill. It's still a diva after all. Ends up getting away, fully healed up again. All right, more shenanigans with Lethal into the sky. Ultraviolet's waiting to be dive bombed. He's playing all the way back on the little staircase. Okay, Lethal's on the high ground. Attack's here too to absorb some of the damage. Silver bullet. Tree ends up dying, yeah, to UV. Ends up tapping him in the head with a headshot perk too. They're almost going to get a cap as well. They'd end up going into the point. Attack self-destruct, back of it. Ends up remeching. SSG get, what, 15% or so. But there's still a lot of members from Team Liquid to actually go for a retouch. Hawk almost out of mech. Attack's going to try and lock this one down. Abra doing his best to heal up. Hawk with the nano boost now onto the diva. There's the catnap. Oh, they're going to drag him off the edge again. Oh, but Abra ends up going down. Attack chases him away. And the cat is killed. The catnap from Vega. Kivas is dead. Attack just tries to get a trade onto Hawk's mech. No self-destruct to get the remech either. So it will be the cap for Team Liquid as they build up percent.
Ultraviolet picks out Vega here, but it's not going to be enough. You have to contest this point, and Attack being healthy here with the diva mech. That is going to be the difference maker for Team Liquid here as well. Sirius doing a tremendous job on the Tracer, staying alive in this fight, finding picks themselves. This is a Sky Noon and a prayer for SSG going into the next one.
Self-destruct. You think this one will be a little bit more simple? Kivs is calling it out, though. Yeah, the Casty's already being shot as he makes his way towards the point. A body shot onto Vega. High noon pop from Lethal, still holding it as he's dangled in front of the point. Attack ends up going down. Yeah, well, at least the mech does, like you mentioned. Now Lethal on height. Kivs 9 HP. And Attack's body gets cleaned up too. Baby Diva down. Space Station should be able to clean this one up, no problem. But Team Liquid drops like 90-something%. 89. It'll do.
Now the big question for Space Station is, how do you win one of these fights with the Sky Noon not being available? Can Lethal get there in time? Maybe. It has been what is kind of pushing these fights over the edge for SSG here. Is Team Liquid doing such tremendous work with the Xion, with the Tracer in a composition like this. Ultraviolet, can you maybe find something with the Biotic Rain here to buy Space Station some time?
I think I'm calling these common pick on at this point. Oh, UV's dead.
What a setup.
Nice. Yeah, nice setup from Sarah and Attack being on that off angle. Lethal's on the enemy high ground right now, but he's guarded by the fearsome cat. Hawk gets slept in the end. Sugar-Free with a nice pick off onto the Arna before Vega can teleport him away. Sugar-Free ends up getting 2. Still alive as well. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if a Hawk's alive on this point, they're still gaining percent. I mean, D.Va Mech, I mean, the self-destruct is going to give him an extra life. They managed to D-Mech attack, forcing his own self-destruct. Can't quite get the baby D.Va cleanup, however. But look who's back in the action. Oh, the stick from Zera. What was that onto April? Into the sky. Hawk ends up getting de-suited. Can't quite get the kill, but no, they can actually. Swimming in at the perfect moment after that self-destruct. Team Liquid end up getting the cap too. Space Station need to touch. But Team Liquid are going hunting right now. I'm looking for that touch to come in. And so is Zera. He's nanoed. Sugar-Free's going to get there in time, Johnny.
Skynoon here. As you got to keep contesting the point. But can Lethal find anything? It doesn't look like it.
There's nobody around. There's nobody around. He didn't even pull the trigger on that one either. The cat nap from Admiral. Vega's going to have his in a couple of moments, but Hawk ends up running him over. Lethal with his silver bullet. It's Admiral. It's just dancing around the point, trying his darndest to stay alive. Healed up in the end by UV. Thankfully, his Hawk is just solidifying the point for SSG. A double kill onto attacking Zera. And now where there's a touch for Liquid. It doesn't look like it's going to come in. There's no one there. A Space Station finish up the map. That has got to be one of the most chaotic games or maps of Overwatch of all time.
Happened. Just happened. What was that? I think it comes down to Sugar-Free clutching things up with the 2K in that very final fight. It boils down to a 2 versus 2. Hawk has the superior mech health with the D.Va. And I think SSG clean up on the back of that. Skynoon couldn't really find anything from Lethal. I mean, so many like individual plays back and forth. Like you said, it's almost like a pick comp. You're just looking for these dives to stick onto the Tracer. Just absolute madness the entire Ilios.
Dude, yeah, I mean, Cat does break the game in a way where like these immobile heroes are now so mobile that they can traverse not only like past cover but past high ground around the map in the skybox like they're Pharah, like they're a flying character. They're a flying character with almost better movement because they have almost perfect control, right? Thanks to the cat rather than Pharah who has to use her jet fuel. It is insane. I think it is a pick comp at this point. It's just ridiculous. Was that another stick, by the way, from Zera onto Sugar-Free? My God, man.
It's like dive comp, but it's not coordinated dives. It's just constant dives.
It is. With the Skynoons, with the Cassidys in this comp are dive characters. That's it.
It's nuts. It's crazy. Please, 5 maps of this, please.
5 maps of craziness. Don't forget, both the teams have already qualified to the Mid-Season Championship at EWC, but you can pick up your ticket. 15% off, you know the drill. OW15 at the checkout, and you're good to go to get yourself a little discount. Help with the travel costs, of course, there. Save yourself a little bit of money, pocket it, or spend it on some merch. Up to you. But yeah, make sure you join us over in Paris, France for that one. It's going to be a blast. Hope to see you there. Now, as we get back into this series, Space Station with a map under their belts, but honestly, that could have been a coin toss. I'm going to just lay it at that. Neon Junction. Yes. Okay. Neon Junction for NA, finally. Got my wish. Thank you, Team Liquid.
All right, what do you want to see, Jaws? You made your wish. It came true.
What do I want to see on Neon Junction?
Mauga?
Honestly, no. I want to see D.Va or Sigma on this map with Tracer, Xion. Maybe D.Va. Just more D.Va, actually. Just more D.Va, more dive with the Tracer and the Xion. Looks like attack stepping out, though. Infected coming in for TL.
Okay. Well, I respect your wish, Jaws. We'll have to see if that comes into fruition. Infected being subbed in. I'm kind of suspecting a tank ban here to kind of protect for the Mauga as well. Jaws, it just makes the most sense.
It does. Mauga's pretty good on a hybrid and good on Neon Junction. We'll see. Team Liquid, yeah, banning the Orisa. Okie dokie. It's going to force Hawk onto something else. We'll see how Team Liquid or how SSG want to ban the shield, maybe. I don't know. Well, actually, would you ban here if you're SSG quickly before they put the one?
I mean, they're probably going to place the Sigma composition, maybe with like a Symmetra or something like that. Or
okay,
I'm not too sure actually. The thing about SSG is they have so much like flexibility in this stage. So like on New Junk City, they'll play something like a Wu Yang kind of composition, right? It's going to get rid of the Xion. I actually kind of like this because they're slowing Team Liquid down. What I think Team Liquid has done so well versus Dallas Fuel yesterday is just the tempo is just unbelievable. And you saw what Team Liquid are capable of on Ilios. It's like they kind of like getting messy with Zero and Tree playing Tracer Xion kind of compositions. And so getting Xion here, even if you have Zero flexing away from the Tracer, just having, you need to play a reliable, slower hit scan here now. And I think maybe that's what SSG is trying to do, just slow things down a little bit.
I don't mind the tempo change whatsoever. All right, let's load that in. Neon Junction, Johnny. This is our first time casting this one too.
Yeah.
W. Upper finals. Winner here goes to the stage to playoff finals before they go to Paris at the end of the month.
Oh, let's go.
Infected Ryan.
Come on.
Ryan Hart.
We've seen it on Neon Junction once already in EMEA. Come on.
Infected does love some Ryan.
I think it actually like matches well into SSG, except for the fact when they play the Mauga position. And so the SSG playing Mauga here is actually just like, nah, maybe let's maybe not. Let's maybe not play the Reinhardt. But if like Hog was playing something like a Sigma or a Zarya, that's when you start contemplating this pick for sure.
The Mauga and the Bastion as well. Like, how long is this Ryan going to survive? All right, they're going to TP out. Let's have a look. Or a TP drop, even. Zera's just going to wait for this one. There it is. There's the teleport.
Hey, man, I'm saying Reinhardt got buffed. The break points with the Fire Strike. Way better now. W.
He's making it happen. He's making it happen. Oh, Infected's getting a little bit bullied. Nice little peek over the statue there from Lethal. Getting some damage in. The shield already very low. And in fact, down to only 21 HP. Gonna heal that one up. Looking for the stop right now. Gonna try and charge the beam. But good pin from Infected. And they're gonna shield off the heals as well. Holy Reinhardt gameplay. One of the best Rhines to ever do it in North America. That is honestly picture perfect. A stomp attempt from Mauga from Hawk. Infected shields him off after he pins him. That's how you play Ryan.
Yeah, I think Hawk wants that overrun back, as in away. Right?
He's just using it for spawn. He's playing Doomfist.
What is happening in the series?
Hawk's playing Doomfist.
And Infected
changed to Mauga. No way.
The Hawk is crying in the lobby, bro. No way.
Oh, he is mad right now. No, he can't do it. He can't do anything. You can't do anything as Mauga against this comp. Like, you just take infinite damage. Oh, dear.
What a sad rollout.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You gotta
Infected.
You gotta go.
Spreading from ear to ear now. Well, you know what? Okay, killing Sarah's a good start. We'll take that. We'll take that. Unfortunately, though, Sugar Free's down to the Mauga, and then Hawk just stands there really sad. Like, please charge my punch. Please,
he's punching.
A punch charge. Look at his health bar, bro. It ain't happening. I hate to break it to you. He has to get out.
He's kind of making space for the Tracer and the Bastion. SSG, they're coming up on support ultimates here as well.
He's watched one too many Quaked on rollout vids, mate. I think is the problem here.
I'm distilling Doomfist opium.
Yeah, sure. I mean, sure. The Terry's going to jump in. The Terry's going to fry him. Checks out. Down to half HP already. Orbital Rate's going to be good, though. They're going to actually respond to it with a rush. Nice kill on Tree instantly after the slam. Still got the Meteor Strike in hand, though, is that Orbital Rate, and the wall is just so horrible for Space Station to get through. Meteor Strike pop, but UV and Lethal are already dead. Space Station Gaming could throw in a couple of ults here just to try and get some picks and then hit the reset, because Hawk not surviving too much longer here. Absolutely no way. Zera charged up with a beam too, just laser beaming him down. And now the only thing Abra can hope for is some extra time off the bank as he just ints onto payload, and there it is. He's switched over to Mauga. We're so back.
We are so back. Ultraviolet here on the Wu Yang though. That is going to be one of the difference makers here. Admiral over to the Kiriko as well. Wants to get back relatively quickly here as well. Try to go for a contest.
He's got Cage too. Just insta-cage them out there. That's perfect. Cardiac Overdrive's not going to be enough here, you'd think. Nice little wave there to actually top Hawk up, but already so low. Ultraviolet blown to smithereens thanks to Tree's nade. Admiral gets the tree, but sure, whatever. That's fine. Team Liquid happy with the time bank. 4 minutes and 40 seconds moving into this last point.
You remember at the start of the weekend I said that this is a good map pool for Team Liquid? Well, this is why. I think they can bring out these Maga compositions here on Neon Junction. They can always rely on New Junction City as well for compositions like this. And this is where they have the upper hand against teams like SSG and Delos Fuel. And Team Liquid really pushing the tempo now.
Huh? What? Why did Sugar Free die? Oh, there he is. He's on the floor. What? How does the Reaper die there? It must have been like a nade combo or something. I'm not 100% sure. They're on the final stretch. There's 4 minutes still in the time bank, and Kivus has a rush in, what, now? They're going to be perfect at this point. Space Station have got no ults. Close to they got their own rush, but this is going to be overwhelming for them, I got to imagine. Yeah, look at this. Everybody from Space Station Gaming had to get out of there. Emergency ult for Tree unlocked too. They're still pushing this payload in. What? We'll ignore that nade Tree, no problem. A kill onto Lethal. Good tracking, in fact, from the Bastion. But they've already lost Sarah and Vega. They couldn't convert the kills after the rush. Ultraviolet playing in the front line almost gets stomped on. Hits the ride the wave though and gets out of there. But with Tree dead, their lack of damage is so evident now as Team Liquid. They're charging out and having to reset.
Crucially, like you mentioned, they didn't get enough value from that Kitsune rush. And Space Station, they held onto their ultimates as well. After you get those couple of picks, no need to drop ultimates. And that gives you a good opportunity now to hold on this third point. Sugar Free, waiting in the wings here. Looking for some initial damage.
Oh, the Tidal Blast as well as the cage gets popped. This is surely going to be a knockdown onto Infected. It is. Wall's going to come through to try and save him. Nice Suzu too to keep him topped up. They're taking so much poke damage though, but now Vega can pop that Ray. But it's too late. It's too little and too late. Sugar Free with a triple Death Blossom after that cage gets deployed in their face. No matter how much amp healing, amp damage from that Ray, you cannot underestimate Reaper in a close quarter situation.
So SSG, they're holding the fort now on this third point, but the layering may be a little bit too awkward in that fight as Team Liquid now get an opportunity with their own Kitsune rush to finish this map. Can SSG buy enough time here to maybe build an ultimate of their own?
We gotta just get more value.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, and Infected just dies. Still 2 minutes in the bank. But now the ult cycle comes in. Yuffie's gonna get Tidal Blast in a couple of moments. Only 20% away, and with the poke with the triple orb, he's gonna get it so fast. Look, he's up 90%. I finished that sentence, he gained 10% by hitting the triple orb on Infected. They're gonna try and go for the charge in. They want to try and make this quick. There's the rush in the choke point, and now Hawk tries to get out. A nice wave is going to help him keep topped up, but now Infected in a good spot. Tidal Blast on the Reaper Centrate. The backline Sugar Free dealt with almost instantly. That Tidal Blast over health was just eviscerated by TL. And now Hawk in dire need of assistance. Ends up popping the artillery barrage here for Tree, but Infected's already dead. A minute and 30 seconds to go. TL forced to reset.
And you gotta say, this has been a sensational defense by SSG. Admiral drops the Kitsune rush as well to kind of close things out there. And a minute 30 here only for Team Liquid after a dominant first couple of points. Vega's going to come up on this orbital raid. They're looking to push the tempo at all times, but Ultraviolet goes down early to 0 actually. This is the opening.
Just a right click. That's got to be paired up with a kunai or something. That was just so quick. Death Blossom for Sarah in a couple of moments. Cage for Space Station Gaming. They could lock this one out if they so choose. Cage fight, Death Blossom straight on top. Nice Suzu double cage of and Tree with a triple nade. And that's going to do it. It's under a minute short, but Tree gets the triple nade after the Death Blossom and the Orbital Ray. The ult dump for TL. As they sign, seal, deliver that payload onto third.
Under a minute, like you said, they push the payload across the finish line. But if you are Space Station here, you have to be at least slightly satisfied with that defense on the third point, because it started out real rough for them. Take a look here at one of these final fights. Is Sugar Free actually just cleaning things up there with the Death Blossom. I mean, it looks good when you drop the ultimates.
Oh, look at that.
That's ridiculous.
That was crazy. A nade killing 3. I don't think I've ever seen that. That was ridiculous. Thanks to the Death Blossom and the Orbital Ray, but it looks so good.
Ooh.
All right, defense. We're so back. Infected playing the Rhine again.
Okay, so this is interesting. Definitely prefer the Reinhardt on the attack because it gives you the opportunity to kind of pick where you want to go, when you want to go. On the defense, you're kind of playing a bit more reactively to whatever the offense is bringing in this one. But maybe you can still maintain some proactiveness here on the defense. Where does Serio want to teleport you? How can you find an off angle for tree? This is going to be a challenge for Team Liquid. But playing this composition, they're very confident in their ability to make it work.
Ooh, the Ramatra with the Bastion, and then the May as well. Tough comp for Infected to deal with. They're waiting. Looks like they're going to shield forward. Paying attention to where this teleporter is just going to be very important for SSG. They're on the high ground. They're ready to descend.
This is 2016,
they're ready.
Bro.
It is. It really is. Death is coming for them if they are dragged off this high ground. Got to be careful. That Ravenous Vortex, very deadly. There's the teleport. And here comes the Rhine and the Bastion. Coupling up with the form. It's nice, but the wall stops Infected from moving on. I mean, yeah, that's it. That's the pain and torture and suffering that I was talking about. Infected's job is just so hard on the Rhine if he can't use that teleport readily. This comp is almost perfectly built for countering the Rhine, it must be said.
Very distracting stuff here. Easy does it. And well, you gotta still say that the reaction from SSG, it made sense. Their first intuition was to flank around, get below the Reinhardt competition, and then force the teleporter from Sera. It was still good positioning from SSG. Their first intuition there saved them a lot of time moving forward to the second point. So good reaction to the Reinhardt composition. Now, Infected's back over onto the Maga, as kind of expected here. This is where SSG could start running away with this series, but both Kirikos going to get close to this Kitsune rush.
It's just going to be a rush for rush. The Zera wall, though, has been the thorn in the side for Space Station. There's the Vortex to try and couple up with the Lethal Zol, but Sugarfree's already dead. Looking for another blast. There it is. After the knockdown, too. They're very good at kind of holding on to these. Trying to protect the front line is lethal. Making sure Hawk can try and stay alive. Annihilation in a couple of moments, too. Here's the wall in the small space. Infected to Admiral Trade. Zera playing behind this wall. Talked up to level 3 beam. But it's all this Hawk with the Annihilation still in hand. As Space Station Gaming make a fairly easy go with this fight. They save so many key ults too. They've got Ray, Blizzard, and Annihilation for this next one. And Liquid have only got a Ray.
Yeah, aside from the Doomfist gameplay from Hawk, this is an SSG team that have looked really prepared for where Team Liquid is throwing their way. Lethal finds a pick onto Zero. And this is SSG rolling with the brawl compositions now against Team Liquid.
Okay, yeah, don't give Sugarfree a right click. Just gonna play on this final little stretch here.
I mean, this Blizzard here, Jaws.
It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome to play into. Double orbital Ray, Bastion playing in it. Infected going so low already, but they're trying to outpace this Ray. Use the Blizzard straight on top of it, so no one's benefiting him from it right now. Infected throws down the cage, traps Sugarfree in, but Sugarfree's gonna be able to survive. He's got block wall all ready to go. Lethal, artillery barrage, Infected low. Hardly any CDs left, but he's got healers in his back to keep him topped up. No one falls either. Double Ray fight, no one dead. Annihilation used too. Here's the rush from Ultraviolet to try and turn the tides in their favor. Infected finally falls, and an emergency artillery barrage from Tree, but he gets bowled over by Sugarfree. And there it is. That was almost a goat's fight, Johnny, with the amount of ults that was thrown in and no one dying. 4 minutes in the time bank. Very similar to what Team Liquid had.
I think this is such impressive play by Space Station. They commit to Blizzard. Sugarfree doesn't get any value with it, but they decide to sit back. They slowly disengage. They build up the Kitsune Rush from Ultraviolet, and that is the difference maker as well for them ending up capping that second point. Now, we saw that very stalwart defense that SSG were able to pull out on their own defense. Now, can Team Liquid do the same? Kivis got a rush in hand.
Got a rush, and a very good place to use it too along this stretch. Tempered aggression, however, with that Bastion form not being available. Hawk now pushing all the way up. That wall is, again, just proving quite the nuisance for TL, so they end up just walking around it. Straight into the Blizzard, however. Tree gets frozen a second ago, but saved, thankfully. Team Liquid still standing, 5 players alive. A freeze this time onto Zera. A good swish kill onto Sugar Free, just trade 1 for 1. And now Infected can just play these corners, waiting for that Bastion form to wear out.
You gotta be mindful here of the Mauga Cardiac Overdrive timing here. Turret form here from Tree. This is Team Liquid making a push for it.
Playing on the corners, waiting, hoping they can get a free kill with the artillery barrage. Looks like Hawk's going to tank the majority of that damage. Zera waiting in the wings with the Death Blossom.
Both teams here just building ultimates for the time being. SSG, they're coming up on a double support ultimate. This could be the ultimate cycle for them. Infected goes down though. Here's Cage Fight.
Annihilation 2, but oh, Zera. Yep, in that orbital ray and the cage. That's a big ult investment from TL. 3 key ults blown in that fight.
Wow, they were really
good. Get a stagger kill too. Yeah, I like this. Sugar Free surely dead.
Suzu?
Oh, the Suzu. Surely you kill Sugar Free. Okay, UB's dead too. My goodness. That would have been a disaster if they let that kill get away.
They really brought the entire squad as well. They're like, we're gonna push on with the entire fight.
They're rolling deep.
They're rolling deep indeed. Lethal here swaps over onto the Sojourn, and naturally we like this up against the Mauga. I think the big question here is going to be the angles though. Will you have the line of sight to find yourself useful as you start generating your first railgun? I mean, one railgun shot here could be a big difference maker, but look how close corner this map is. Okay.
Oh, Vega just gets one tap. They got the Annihilation too. Both rushes are going to get ripped at almost exactly the same time. And now Sugar Free's got this Blizzard as well. There's surely just too much here for Space Station Gaming, but they've lost Hawk in the front line. Infected's just got to keep this fight going. They got better spawns. Blizzard.pro now. Hawk is dead, sure, but we trade for Infected. A better look here for SSG as they manage to isolate the tank from Team Liquid.
And they're going to get back with a Diva as well with that Matrix. Just got to survive this turret form. They're going to do so. Now they can push as well.
Captain Tree. Oh, Tree dies. I mean, surely that's it. I mean, Hawk can just Matrix all these bullets as well coming through from the Reaper. It's just such a good finish comp here for Space Station Gaming. Infected is just such a giant wall of meat that everybody from SSG are going to shoot at. Nice switch up from Hawk in the end. Oh, for a minute potential here too. Team Liquid, they end up killing Lethal. Admiral barely hanging on to life, clinging and hoping he gets the orbital ray off. Looks like he's going to be able to. Tree dice on point. Oh, and now we're rotating Divas too. Luckily, we can't play 6 of them anymore. Blizzard on the point, and that should be that. There it is. Barely any time over TL. 1 minute versus 102. My word. That last point, that went basically the same for both teams. They both had, what, like 4 minutes going into last?
I mean, this is a replica of what we saw on Circuit Royale in the EMEA. Both teams mimicking their time to approach overtime here, this time on a hybrid map, but it has to be said. I mean, that Lethal pick, just straight off the rip when you lock in the Sojourn, that's crazy. That Lethal is able to open things up like that, allows you to round this corner, and then it's all ultimates from there and brawling it out. But that opening pick from Lethal, that was sensational.
Yeah, they don't get it done if that pick doesn't hit.
No.
Picking off Juno too, you lose speed ring, you lose a whole lot of heals, even an okay amount of damage coming out as well from the pulsar torpedoes. In that close range, they're going to be hitting most people. Oh, they're playing it safe. No Rhine on defense. They're playing Mauga. Much better on the attack, the Rhine, because you can swap. Whereas Team Liquid are going to get perma-countered.
Vega's still making swaps here. Going to be the Juno at the end of the day here. Let's see how Space Station react to this now. It's going to be a pretty good standard composition from Team Liquid. SSG as well, they're rolling out with a pretty standard one. I think SSG are quite happy with the composition they're playing here.
Hey, they got Cat Bastion or Cat Cass.
Haven't selected the perk yet.
Yeah, they're waiting. Ooh. Oh, we know there's a tree on the other side with the Bastion, but there's no cat to fly him around. So happy to kind of take the trace for the time being. Cardiac overdrive spots on either side. Tree goes really low. He's got the heal on himself, of course, as well. Look at that. I mean, Hall just falling over. There's 20 seconds to go here. Team Liquid, they're going to get the payload going. Tree assisting in all those kills with a quintuple kill.
I'm kind of surprised that Sugarfree picked the missile perk there. You knew they play the Bastion. It's going to be the swap over into the Tracer. I wonder if Sugarfree picked the wrong perk and now feel like you have to play Tracer instead.
Yeah, they haven't even got a single tick on the point, and they have to touch as well. Space Station better get a move on. They're going to get a touch with a Tracer, but everyone's already gone down. Sugarfree has to survive, and look, gets another touch. Sure, Zera is traded, but Sugarfree has one blink left. He can't get away. Yeah, Vega's going to chase him down. There's a high noon from Lethal to maybe separate the team. Gets another touch, but oh no, he doesn't. Doesn't roll on quick enough. Vega takes down both DPS. As the defense looks pretty damn solid. No capture progress whatsoever. No tick for Space Station.
I mean, straight up, that was just a poor attack. SSG, they have higher standards than that, and that is an attack they would like back. Now, there's a great opportunity here for Team Liquid. 1 minute and 2 seconds to avoid a draw and steal a map here on Neon Junction to tie up the series.
Okay. Oh, Hawk on the Sigma instead. I love the Mei on these defenses too. Having the ability for Mei just to wall one person off is just so strong. Because you only need a pick, and you're only fighting against a minute. Yeah, the spawns are really close here for TL, but...
We'll have to see if the Mei can be the difference here. Maybe looking for something cheeky here. All right.
This is a do or die. If they get found or they instantly fall over, it's done. You need this wall to be perfect from Sugarfree. Gonna take the fight fairly early. Dip around the corner. We'll see if TL make changes.
Whoa.
Zera.
Whoa. These are some big changes.
Okay, Zera over to the Vendetta. Infected Thought for half a second. Zarya was the core, but switch back to Mauga.
This is so all in. If SSG can just absorb all this pressure coming out from the initial dive from Zera, they're going to have so much health. If they can just stay alive, avoid getting picked here.
Vendetta's going to be hard to actually execute, though. Lethal and Sugarfree just so damn healthy on the Bastion and the Mei. There's so many survivability tools. Zera also ends up going down. Look at the assist speed, too. 5 players shooting at that Vendetta. It's 15 seconds to go. Johnny, they need to touch. They need to regroup. Zera's going to spawn. Now with only 12. This is one final attempt. Otherwise, it's going to be a tie.
Zero will be here, though. There's going to be a touch coming in, but you got to go in all together. You got to play as 5 in a scenario like this.
Bomb's already used from Lethal. Sugarfree manages to find Zera. Oh, not quite. Manages to use that ship to get away. That wall now already expended. Zera can go in. Ultraviolet already down. One support left for SSG as Zera is carving them up in the front line. Sugarfree also falls, losing on support that early. It just cannot happen. And now they barrel on to get a final touch, but it's not gonna come through. TL. 33%. They understood the assignment. Making some big swaps. They tie us up.
Wow. What a chance they took there on the Vendetta composition working out. And ultimately, you saw how pushed back they got on the back of that initial Zero dive there. When the blade comes in, you're diving in as the Vendetta. All of SSG, they feel like they have to retreat, take a step back so they can go for the re-engage. But by that time, Tree is already set up on the Sojourn, Infected is putting pressure on the point, and with all that space earned, Team Liquid are able to put enough pressure onto the objective that they end up capping things out in overtime and tying up the series here. But what a map that was from start to finish.
Look at the stats as well. Did you see how many limbs Liquid had, like as a team, and how much damage as well? I mean, everybody was rocking over 10k almost across the board, not only just for TL, but for SSG as well. Like, my God. Just a high limb game. A lot of highlight clips too, it must be said. That was crazy.
What a map. Like, both of these maps have just been peak. In their own way too, just completely different styles, both teams going head to head. dare I say we're peaking.
Hey, this is going the distance too. Minimum of 4 maps now. It's so, I mean, this is going to be a close series, and I hope it is. This is a revitalized, reformed Team Liquid. Yeah, there you go. There's the stats again. Look at that. 30 elims, 23, 33, 23, 34 on the Liquid side. It's crazy. It's insane. The Junos are the ones with the least damage, like 4k a piece, sure, but look at the healings from Juno. 25k, 22k. Like, the Kirikos are rocking like 10 plus k damage. Like, jeez. Just a bloodbath map. Disgusting stuff. I'm happy we saw some Neo Junction too. I was happy to cast that one.
Yeah, what a map.
TL and SSG. One each now. I like the proactive changes too, even going over to Vendetta, like just making sure we have the upper edge, making full use of the entire minute they had. Time minute in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, the risk they took there, I thought that was very impressive from Liquid. And now the question is, where do you kind of go from here? The thing is, they're both so evenly matched in so many different styles that I'm kind of like it's hard to really identify what the upper hand is for either team. I would say maybe SSG, if they play a brawl map and ban out the Mauga, then things get a little bit more difficult for Infected. Or maybe if you're able to force the D.Va matchup somewhere, that could be the edge for SSG here.
In the store right now, you can pick up the Fire and Tide bundle, the exclusive bundle. You get a few of those things exclusively to the bundle 2, the sprays and the name cards. They're looking rather clean. Some of the old Overwatch Esports skins, reimagined, recolored for this one. So if you didn't like the colorway from previous, you can pick up this one instead. That's available now in the Overwatch Esports store. So make sure you go pick that one up. Ooh, Dorado.
Wow. I mean, it has to be said, historically, you'd say, yeah, we can have Hawk play the D.Va on a map like this and then ban out an enemy tank as well. But Team Liquid looked real good yesterday on this map.
What are the bans for SSG? SSG are taking it and banning first.
I mean, the Wrecking Ball. Not quite sure even, because even if you ban a tank away from Infected, like, yeah, they can always, you know, play the Sigma or something like that. The Winston, I think, is going to be too vulnerable. We saw that yesterday. It's going to be the Mizuki ban, actually, which prevents, you know, the slower kind of Sigma composition to take place on the defense for Team Liquid here. But it does allow them to play a pretty active dive approach here.
Team Liquid, what are you saying? What are you responding with? Can't ban a support, of course. Maybe even going at Hawk's hero pool. I actually wouldn't hate it. Targeting Hawk a little bit here.
Yeah, I think there are so many options unless you want to shy away from like a Cat Bastion or something like that. They've already banned the Bastion.
Yeah.
On map
Yeah, in
one.
theory you could ban Cat if they want to get that out of there.
Right.
It's going to be D.Va. Ah, yeah, there you go. Targeting Hawk.
Yeah.
Banning D.Va. All right. Getting D.Va out of the pool. Very good map for dive. Probably one of our better ones, to be fair. Dallas Fuel love to pick it. They love to play Winston. They love to play Ana on this map. They love to play dive. So, yeah, getting Hawk and forcing them onto a non-dive comp and forcing Hawk, not necessarily off comfort, but comfort for this map, most definitely.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting Dorado. I don't think it'll be at all what we saw yesterday between Team Liquid and Dallas Fuel. I think SSG has a little something up their sleeve here, because you can't really match Team Liquid when they play Tracer and Xion. And so you don't really want to opt into that super high tempo, those kind of compositions here. And so SSG, they're probably thinking, you know, they can play Cat, Cassidy, and keep doing what they were doing on Elio, sort of. I think that's my best bet.
Yeah, Cats, yeah. Can still play Cat Bastion. I mean, Hawk can just play Malga if he wants.
Exactly.
Can play Sigma. It's just forcing them into a camp where they play like this Rush or they play Poke. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm glad this isn't a 3-0. That's all I can say. Our bracket has been full of 3-0s, although the TL Dallas Fuel game was very entertaining because TL had shown us kind of something new in this playoffs. But yeah, I'm glad we're 1-1. EMEA have had some good games, Johnny. They've had some good games go to 5.
They
So
did.
yeah,
They get the
I'm happy with
bangers
America.
recently. What's up with
Happy
that?
this one's going the distance too.
Yeah, hopefully this one goes the distance. But I think what is so amazing about this match is not only that like they're going toe to toe, but it's also that what Kasura said pre-game. It's like the hero pools are so deep between these two teams that you kind of not sure what the enemy team is going to play. It felt like this entire stage, we talk about Dallas Fuel, you know we're going to play the Pharah, and they're going to try and pick your opponents apart. Lunex, they love playing the Zarya and the Orisa. And now you see this SSG Team Liquid matchup, and you're like, what are they actually going to play? They can play a lot of different styles.
What are they cooking?
So what are they cooking? It's a bit of mystery out
I
there.
we'll have to wait and find out. That's fine. That's good. That's why I like this map pool too, because you do get a little sprinkling of, we got a little bit of dive here. We'd go ultra poke if we chose Junkertown. A little bit more dive maybe for Hollywood, especially on second. Like, I like it. I like the hero pool that we got right now. I think it's pretty good.
No,
have to wait and see or they end up picking. Obviously, we're just waiting to get into the game. Be done yapping in a moment. Don't worry. We're almost there.
It's just a cat bastion.
We're still waiting on TL by the sounds of it. You guys got to get in. You
Come
got
on,
to load in. You got to lock in.
They're
No
all
one's
there,
in.
bro.
Yeah.
Boot camping. You know, it made me think. Jaws, the boot camp.
Go on.
Because boot camps are
No,
so
is
effective,
that it?
right?
Oh.
Boot camps are so effective. Like every time a team goes to boot camp, they just like level up tremendously. It's like a speed boost. They just get so much better, so much instantly. Here's what I'm proposing, all right? Boot camping, but for stuff besides esports, all right? Like, I just, like, maybe I just want to get the entire talent team. Let's go to a boot camp, but it's not like we're going to scrim or play matches or anything. Like, we're going to go to a boot camp.
going on holiday.
And just go hang.
Wait, what you're describing, Johnny, is a holiday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what that is? I mean,
with a lot of activity schedule, I guess. It has to be a little bit intense. A boot camp, it's not a holiday because it's intense. So,
okay, check this out.
A trip with an intense amount of planning and scheduling.
We go Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
Go snorkeling.
Okay.
Go diving. Or we go skiing.
I mean, that just sounds like the best time already. Boot camp for non-esports, I'm calling it.
It's calling a holiday. Esports man discovers holidays. All right, here we go.
I'm just
Cat
saying.
Bastion.
Maybe they're cooking in real life over there.
It's so true, bro. All right, Cat Bastion. 2 Sigmas. Okay, so it is going to be Hawk on 6, and they're going to rock with the Mei. And like this, I like this style from SSG, and I really like the Mei too. I think Sugar Free's Mei has been really good. Whoa, Slingshot Hawk on Tiger. Love to see that.
I mean,
and now Sugar Free just plays point.
The balance is so good, right? Because you can get away with playing the Cat Bastion, but Hawk isn't also left on the payload by themselves. And so you have a little bit of balance in the front line, but also so much aerial pressure here. So Team Liquid, how will they adapt to this approach? Obviously, SSG, they will play a lot around this turret form. And when the turret form is done for lethal, that is Sarah's kind of time to strike with the Cassidy.
So they've managed to gain quite a bit of space, taking this high ground without any casualties, but not dishing out as much damage as they'd like on Team Liquid. Lethal's definitely going to change that, though. Nice rock onto Infected. Had to put the shield behind him, mind you, to stop him getting shot in the back. So a two-pronged approach. A duo effort from the tank and the DPS of SSG. That might just be point without that singular pick, too. That's the point.
Okay, clean as you like from SSG here. And I wonder if Sugar Free is going to stick with this Mei now, because I feel like on the second point, like, yeah, maybe you can contest the high ground here, but it is a pretty wide open point for a Mei to be played here. We'll see if they can make it work with this momentum now. Artillery strike.
There it is. Oh, on the roof,
no
too.
way, dude.
Whoa. You see Zera roll, too? It was like, absolutely not. Getting out of this one. Do not drag me to my doom. Unfortunately, though, yeah, this Bastion has to be dealt with.
Oh.
Sky Noon onto the cat. Needs to hit the second shot. No, it's all right. Vega's there. Manages to get both Lethal and Admiral. Little support combat.
3 versus 4 here. Sugar Free does find a pick onto tree. And I guess that is the smallest of silver linings is that while that battle is going on, you can put a lot of pressure onto this card. You can see Sugar Free here down with Hawk. At the end of the day, someone has to go to contest from Team Liquid, and because you're not playing the May yourself, Infected can't really drop down.
Well, there's the rush. They're trying to catnap right now. They got the they got the Cassidy for half a second. Beautiful looking flux here from Hawk. He's going to manage to isolate Infected, get him off onto the high ground, put him in the 1v1, but Infected actually rocks him off height. Zera is down. Team Liquid down a player as they put the Sigma back up on high ground thanks to the cat. And now Infected might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get kidnapped too. He manages to get away. Oh no, Vega dragging Hawk away from the fight, but still Infected, overwhelmed with the amount of damage that SSG were throwing at it. Hawk getting trolled by his own Maywall. All good, not a problem.
And honestly, just the May has been the difference here. It's just putting so much pressure onto the court, so a lot of ultimates drop there. Could have gone either way. Infected, last-ditch effort here on the Wrecking Ball. Not going to work out for you. Sorry, buddy. But Team Liquid playing this Cassidy and the Xion, they haven't quite found the value they've wanted. Sugar Free swaps over here to the Tracer, though, but already 2 pretty quick points on the back of that May, and it comes back to kind of haunt Team Liquid here again.
Oh, Infected over to Mauga instead. So they're fighting from high to low before the cat plops him up on height. That's what I'm saying, man. The cat really does just break the game in that regard. It's kind of crazy.
All right, Team Liquid need an individual playmaker to step up there. Kivis is behind on the Kitsune Rush timing. And Tree, can you find a moment to utilize this spree here? SSG, if they win this fight with double support ultimate, I mean, that's map.
All right, maybe not. It's taking too long to get healed back up. He's almost out of there. Oh, Sugar Free definitely out of the fight now. The bash is pretty low too. There's a small optimization there a second ago with Infected. He ended up tanking one of the lethal ult, like the Bastion ult shots. Because he wasn't in any danger of kind of dying, so he tanked it to give Kivis and Vega more ult charge. He was sat in the corner. It's quite nice. Very small, but it could have meant Kivis got this rush online a fraction earlier. Oh dear.
Here we go again.
Dear. They're in cover though. I mean, surely this doesn't work. They managed to ping out the cat. High noon from Coast over. Oh, the catnap. Oh, is that? Oh, Emerald still goes down. Whoa, that was close. Abel ends up using the catnap like in very close proximity to himself. Nice defense from Team Liquid. The point hasn't moved an inch either. In fact, it's regressing.
Yeah, I kind of think that SSG missed their timing there at fight when they ended up being picked indoors. That was their one great opportunity to kind of close out the map, and now Infected built up this cage fight on the defense. Team Liquid are quite comfortable here on the defense. This is now going to be a challenge for SSG to get back and get this payload pushing.
We'll just get out of this choke point first. Oh, Sugar Free got dominated by Tree, forces him to rotate. Tree should be able to escape to safety. There you go, there's the cage. Actually pushes Lethal out of cage range, but it's Hawk was the main target. There's the catnap. Hawk escapes for his life and also rips the flux and hits Infected. Spree from Tree ends the fight so cleanly. After every cooldown was used, he sneaks into the backline and picks up a double.
And suddenly it's Space Station now left to kind of adapt here to what Team Liquid are doing on the defense here instead. It's going to be Hawk moving over to the Mauga, taking the Brawl matchup. And well, you do have a Reaper here, so we know what Mauga and Reaper can do in these very close cornered battles. I almost wonder if Team Liquid here, they maybe don't want to fight in this choke anymore. They want to give themselves a bit more space. As I say that, Infected just charges in.
Does Lethal dead too. This proactivity here is looking clean until the rest of your team fall over, unfortunately. Team Liquid have lost their tank, but SSG are going to be able to march on. I think Team Liquid, they're just going to poke and prod for a little bit, rely on Sarah's high ground positioning to keep control of this main lobby.
Huge pick from Tree, actually. Just on the off angle by himself, finds Sugar Free and capitalizes on it, and just buys even more time for the defense here. Great play by Tree.
Sky Noon as well. Oh, this is so bad. Suzu, not quite. Lethal shuts him down. Both Cassidys end up trading, but they've already used so many cooldowns. Surely it's a free pick onto Hawk. The catnap steals the Mauga away. No cleanse to help him. as Infected also picks up another kill. 45 seconds left on this defense for SSG.
And Zero swaps over to the Reaper. Now themselves, they really want to hold these close cornered choke points and not allow SSG to step through. They have the Sky Dune themselves though, but swinging through here, Admiral's gonna become a big target for Liquid.
Can Lethal get this one done? Here's the flashbang. Sky Noon, Terrace in the backline already. The stop is good for a kill onto Sugar Free. Didn't really stand a chance. Catnap doesn't secure anybody. Zera hitting the Wraith form, and now they march on forwards. There's a rush at their backs, but the same can be said for Team Liquid here. Cage, fight, locked down, Hawk. Hawk's so close to unlocking one himself, but the spree finishes him off before he can use it.
That's going to be it. And this is just SSG's their time bank out here on defense. What a 3rd point hold from Team Liquid. The way they changed this defense around after a pretty brutal start. Mightily impressive, and it came down to individual plays. There was a couple of fights they found picks, a couple of fights with decisive aggression through the choke points, and then in the very end there, the Sky Noon came in from Space Station Gaming, and Team Liquid just decided to flip the map, make it difficult. That was a really impressive, well-rounded defense by Team Liquid. Great teamwork.
Suzu into 3 people focus firing. That was so nice to stop that play. That was an almost guaranteed triple, too. Yeah, look how close Hawk is to the cage. He gets it as soon as he dies. It's just not quite there. Kiv is only dying once, too, for TL. That is kind of a crazy stat line.
Do you play for your life when you play ranked?
Play for my life?
Are
yeah,
you like,
probably,
yeah, we're losing this team fight. I'm gonna run back. I'm not throwing myself on the card.
Yeah. Well, no, if I throw myself on payload, I'm that guy. But if I'm playing Ana or Alari, I will be staying alive. Like, I am not throwing myself on payload because I'm not playing like a million miles away.
I do it like involuntarily. Like I just end up playing with a pretty low death score. So I press tab like at the end of the game and I'm like, oh, I died once, but we lost the game because I'm not committing. I'm just backing off and my team's like, where's our tank, bro? Like, he just doesn't hold cards.
Yeah, wait,
like,
you're the tank player, man.
Yeah, but you know, I don't mean to. I just naturally, that's the way I play. Anyway.
My Chud tank player not going in.
I'll play.
All right. Cat Bastion. Yeah, I bet he does. Cat Bastion. Here for us, SSG. Half a Bastion player here and Infected using the Malga instead. There he goes, over the top. It's going to be hard to really drop him in. They're going to have to play a little tentative at least, especially with Hawk in the front line. Siri heard the Cat Bastion. She loves that one. All right, bit of poking and prodding so far. Nothing too egregious here, apart from Infected being on stairs already. Good damage onto Lethal, but I think it's so low, he's still up there. And unfortunately, he ends up perishing at the hands of Lethal. Looks like a nade is going to follow Infected into that small room, but they still control high ground, even though the payload is slowly moving for Team Liquid.
Infected drops real low here. Does get the Mega. So SSG not able to capitalize on that one for the time being. Oh.
Artillery barrage, okay. Oh, Infected's going to get out, no problem there. Nice solo kill onto Zera for UV. And now Hawk hits the rock on the stairs. Suzu deployed onto Infected. Those healing offered are getting eaten up. Good grasp from Hawk, acting like a diva matrix to make sure the heals couldn't connect with Infected.
Team Liquid coming to a bit of a halt here on their own offense, and this time bank already trickling away. Every second matters big time here, as they need to get something going here with the Tracer and the Xion. But you're looking at the side of SSG. Who are you really going to pick on here? Tough to get the cat out of the sky and the Bastion. Mei has the ice block. Kiriko can teleport away. Team Liquid here, it's a tough challenge to play this Xion Tracer composition. Find the value they need.
Rush on the high ground already. Now is Infected's chance to go, but he's actually going to get forced into a bad spot. The catnap into the wall and the rock. Infected lost control of his character completely. And it looks like Team Liquid are going to lose control of this fight too. 1 minute and 40 remains. They try and clean up Kibis. Oh, and they get him on the exit. And even Zera too.
Yeah, and Zera dropped the pulse one there as well. I almost think a swap needs to come through now from Team Liquid. I don't think they can keep committing to the composition like this. Only have 90 seconds to go here, but with no swaps coming through, they double down on this one. They think this is going to be the answer for what SSG is going their way.
Looks like it. Taking a little bit of damage here, but going to shrug it off, no problem. Trying to pop Mauga in a spot again where he can get a cage fight maybe. They got the catnap too, but they are against the Sigma Flux. There's the cage fight on Hawk. Artillery barrage from Lethal, trying to peel for Hawk here. He has managed to get around the veranda here, these little market stalls, but he falls down without even popping his ult. Just not a chance to. It would have been a Flux Jax if he even tried. Nice. Nice teamwork from from Team Liquid there. Hitting that cage fight and getting the catnap to isolate players even further.
Yeah, that was a cage fight that needed to get value, and they did find it, so that unlocks the first point here. And Team Liquid move on here, on towards the second point, but noteworthy, a lot of time drained from that time bank. And SSG will keep applying pressure onto the objective. They're objective gamers with this as Sigma and May, rather. And so Team Liquid, they gotta keep finding the momentum, keep finding picks now when they don't have the cage fight available.
And Hawk, he's got the Flux. So maybe as soon as they try and go for a high ground play, that'll be an option for him to use. They got Blizzard soon as well. So we're in a spot where Team Liquid almost have to take this as a try fight. Oh, the good connections. Another one too. Oh, what a shot onto Vega. And another one onto Kibis. Woohoo! Little highlight reel for the Bastion perk.
Is this going to be the swap here now? With Lethal committing onto the tank mode, it is indeed, and Tree takes this opportunity. Now when Lethal has this tank mode perk, Tree is going to have the upper hand in the Bastion head-to-head. And Team Liquid, they utilize this opportunity here now to try to get the Bastion advantage. That will be the thing that ends up winning them this map.
Is the juice still worth the squeeze, though, for Team Liquid? They still got to deal with Hawk in this high ground, too. They can close the gap onto Tree still using this height. Now flying the Bastion around now. Here comes the artillery strike on this high ground. Infected falls down to lower, and now they try and go in even quicker with the rush. Flux is going to connect with the Bastion. Oh, he traded, and he was blown to a million pieces. I mean, Tree, he swapped onto the Bastion just like that. And oh, the post bomb on the ice block. Tried to catch the timing on the May there, so when she pops out, she instantly dies, but a little bit too early from Zera. And now that with only a minute to go, he's still going to fight into a Blizzard and a catnap.
Yeah, and this is brilliant reactivity by Space Station here. Zera's going to play the Cassidy here now as well, but Space Station, they know their win condition here. They're not going to win a head-to-head with the turret forms, and so they kind of have to play around Tree's own turret form and either play really aggressively or disengage.
Look at where Hawk is, by the way. He's on the other high ground. That is a scary place for the Sigma to be. Oh, and Infected just dies.
Look how they're committing,
I mean, they're committing so deep. They need these kills. Any late death here is kind of awful. 30 seconds to go. This one fight, Johnny.
Yeah, and Tree is just not finding the angles for the time being. And still, this May has been so pivotal for Space Station now because they still control the front lines while all of this Bastion shenanigans is going on. And the Infected is having a real tough time on the Mauga here. So 10 seconds to go here. Liquid's last opportunity to get this payload rolling, but SSG has been in full control.
Oh no, oh no, Zera! He was trapped in the small corridor. The rock ends up hitting Tree as well as Hawk is in such a dominant angle. The cage fight, but it's just matched with a Blizzard. That's it. Push over, map over. SSG, they take Dorado. What a magnificent play on the defense. The cap play and the positioning was just exceptional.
Yeah, you gotta say that was an amazing defense by Space Station. Just so confident in their composition, their approach, their win condition. And even though Liquid, you know, theoretically, you might think that Team Liquid, well, the Bastion pick makes sense. They're doing all the right things right now. I think that SSG's execution of that defense was perfect. Even though Tree was making these big flanks on the Bastion with Vega in the sky, SSG said, okay, well, if you're going to keep flanking, then we'll just commit to a 5 versus 3 in the front line. Yeah. And SSG reaped the rewards.
I think what shut down that flank too is Hawk being put up on the bridge, you know, like the gate area. You put him up there on the SIG, and it's like, well, we have to push him off somehow. We can't send Infected in. You're sending him to his doom. You know, oh, yeah, Infected, go touch the point, buddy. Yeah, thanks. And then he gets shot in the back by Hawk and the rest of the team. It's like, well, what can we do? We need the Bastion to take an angle, but then Hawk's standing in front of your face. The furthest possible point. Oh, this triple was nice. I'm glad we're getting this on the replay. Look at that. Double direct. Boop. Nice. That was real clean.
Look, the perk is good, but clean.
Infected in the catch-22 as well. Like, I am playing Malga. Cage fights are generally good for our comm. Like, if we get on the high ground, get a cage fight going, we're probably going to be able to pop off, but then Infected's like, well, I can't switch to 6. It's been too long. I've got a cage. Like, maybe we can get it moving. It's like, well, actually, no. It feels like we should have swapped a couple of fights ago over to Sigma ourselves. We just couldn't get it done. SSG, match point. They're looking at a final spot here in the Stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah, and Team Liquid with a real thinker now, because the Mei has been the advantage versus G. Do you want to ban out the Mei from Sugar Free? Well, that's going to open doors versus G to deal with Liquid in a different way. Like, if we go to a new Junk City here, for example, and you decide to ban the Mei, well, the go-to composition versus G has been the Wu Yang instead, and Ultraviolet has been fantastic on that hero. We even saw it briefly on Neon Junction, and Ultraviolet was phenomenal on it. So SSG, I think they're really flexing their hero pool muscles throughout this series and just showcasing how difficult it is for Team Liquid to deal with whatever thing SSG is throwing their way.
Well, they're very close to almost making it a perfect Stage 2. They've not lost a series just yet. SSG, they're looking good, but Liquid are looking a bit better compared to their regular season run. It's whether they can actually catch up to Space Station at this point. New Junk City, map choice for TL.
I mean, there are so many opportunities for hero picks here, Jaws. Like, you can throw out the hero ban. It'd even be fair to bring 2 hero bans to the mix here. Because SSG, they've been playing the Mei, they've been playing the Symmetra, they've been playing the Wu Yang. There are so many opportunities for compositions that SSG can play. And then, what is Team Liquid's preference in all of this? Do you want to go to something like a Masuki? What do you do here if you're Team Liquid?
Yeah, maybe you can maybe play Mizuki. Wouldn't hate it. Sigma ban for TL. Hawk's gonna go Malga then.
It's very much looking like we'll just see the Malga matchup. It's very much looking like that will be it. And then comes down to the damage pairs. Team Liquid, they prefer the faster approach with the Shion and the Tracer, and I think that can be very effective on a map like New Junk City. You know, open up things on the first point already. Lots of flank angles to get on top of your opponent, to collapse on top of them. But SSG, they've been showing their dominance so far with the Mei, playing with a more stalwart front line. And Team Liquid, at the end of the day, they're going to have to adapt to that.
Yeah, they got to get a move on. SSG's a chance to ban. Look, I think TL, they are getting outpaced, it feels like.
What if you ban the Tracer here?
And slow it right down? You know what? Okay, I like that. Ban Tracer. Shion's already been banned by SSG. Lucio. Double flex then, sure.
Yeah, so, I mean, maybe we'll see the Wu Yang composition come in here from SSG. I'm kind of worried that if you do play the Wu Yang, that you'll be under so much pressure from a Tracer and a Shion. That's kind of why I was thinking of not enabling Team Liquid to play that fast tempo. Then you can slow things down, even though the Sigma has been banned in a position like this. The Lucio ban is interesting, though. I think we saw it in EMEA as well, and Jake was like, a Lucio ban, like, is that really necessary in the Big 26?
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like it. Most teams are opting for the double flex, and with how good, like, Wu Yangs are in North America, okay, that's fine. Like, we'll play Wu Yang. Like, we're cool with that. I think Wu Yang, does suffer from the whole Tracer, Shion dive shenanigans. Shion's just such an insane flanker like Tracer. It's a bit crazy. You're like, best flankers in the game, Genji, Tracer, and then Shion comes out. It's like, okay, maybe not. Shion's just a little bit too good. Getting over health is still too strong, is all I'm saying. It's so strong.
Savor this moment. Savor this moment.
I'm savoring it, man. I love watching Shion gameplay. I think a lot of people do as well. At home is a good spectacle when they hit a giant spree, especially when it's nano. That looks sick.
All right. So now comes the question of Team Liquid. What is their backline going to play with this Lucio ban? Either it's the Juno Brig or maybe Juno Kiriko. I think either of those you can get away with things. I think forcing onto the Brig is a little too forced. Not getting enough value out of that one.
I think Brig is just not it at the moment.
Right, I don't think it's it either. It's just historically Team Liquid have been enjoying playing the Juno Brig, you know?
Yeah,
so that's kind of why I mentioned the Juno Kiriko. I'd say that, you know, that's something that Team Liquid has played less of, but almost feels a little bit mandatory in a composition like this. Well, it's going to be the Shion Tracer, like I pointed out. So SSG, they know this is coming their way. Now it's just a question of what do you have prepared, knowing fully well the 3-0 are going to roll out with this.
Sim change to Reaper. Okay, they're going with the Reaper Zarya.
All right. Let's see it.
I like this comp, but I think both of us were expecting it to just be a Malga mirror.
Yeah, honestly, it has to be said that this composition from SSG, it can be picked apart. If you don't get full value from your bubbles, that's one bubble deployed already. Let's count it. When the second one comes out, Team Liquid are going to try to get this dive going.
Okay, Zera takes a kind of a ludicrous amount of damage there. Has to pick up that mini, wait for his team to back him up too. Point almost gets taken by the Reaper. It should be, yeah. Zera had to actually recall, so he's going to be out of the fight for 7 seconds or so. He's going to try and regain some position. TP with the bubble. TP from the Kiriko to get it out of Sugar-Free's face and out of his domain. Zera still kind of peppering away at individual players from SSG, just hoping his team can follow up with a kill. Kivis is going to be able to escape alive, but there you go, dire triggers. Goodbye, Zera. And goodbye, team. Sugar-Free finds 2. Game picked apart, but they are outmaneuvering Team Liquid right now, Johnny.
Yeah, they are, and especially because Vegas over onto this Jetpack Cat as well. It kind of gives Space Station the upper hand, both when it comes to contesting the objective, but also just out-sustaining Team Liquid. Oh, when it's going to be a Rhino swap. This is what I talked about. Woo. Up against Hawk Zarya, this is where this matchup is really viable for Infected.
All right, we're seeing it. Ryan, Bastion, Sim, no Lucio, but they're just relying on the Sim to close the gap. Rectangle Man is going to do rectangle things and hopefully not instantly die.
Back out, back out.
Back, get out. Get out. No, whoa, that was close. My goodness, Zera almost had his head ripped off. Anybody going to touch? Yes, Team Liquid. 3 players on the point already. Vega's going to help them secure that one too. They sneak it away, but they've lost Kivis already. Oh, an awkward fight now for Team Liquid. The Cat is only the only one applying heals to the rest of the team, and the SSG have 2 support ultimates coming out. Now they it's just go time. Infected's really low too. That teleport is hopefully there to save him, but Sugar-Free just runs him down. SSG only used the rush. Oh, you're smiling. That's 100-0 on first point, pretty much.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are kind of forcing it here. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the Cat. I know Cat is better than people give it credit for, and they're going to swap away from the Cat. It's going to be the Juno carry. This is just a better composition, both with the Reinhardt and without the Reinhardt. I think this is going to work out better for them. Infected now, with that speed ring, can at least get close to their opponents. Just a healing as well from the Juno.
Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, there's the grab. Nice grab positioning as well. They do manage to escape alive, however, despite the grab on surge connecting with Infected. A small teleport away, getting him out of danger. It's the point cap, though, for free. Here's the orbital ray, and they know Team Liquid have no support ults, and that's going to be the big problem. A defensive use of the ult from Tree, I don't hate it. In fact, I love it. That ray completely nullified by the Bastion ult.
It has to be said, the Graviton Surge is out, the Orbital Ray is out, Team Liquid, now they can finally go to work.
TP in the Rhine, and now the Reaper doesn't have the Ray form, so they can fight on the point. But now they have to deal with this Deadeye. This ultimate laying from SSG is so clean right now. Maybe even a Death Blossom from Sugar-Free is going to extend this fight even more. Team Liquid can't afford to lose anybody. Their time bank, their time in this point is getting drained so quickly. There's the wall. They're going to chase down Hawk, but he manages to get out after that double bubble. Not quite enough, though, to help. The rest of the team looks like SSG weren't able to pilfer him in time. but they put themselves on one fight.
And I think it looks real good from Space Station because naturally they did get 80%, and you always want to value this objective time. This stagger is brutal. I mean, that's...
Dodge the turret.
one of the most brutal staggers. Also, didn't, you know, instinctively kill the turret as well, just like knew that that was the way out and kept it alive for the time being. But even though you have 80% here, Team Liquid, they are now so potent with this ultimate bank built up, the ability to always pressure with the Symmetra teleporter and a Reinhardt. They're in a really good position here to win this round, even though they let SSG get all that percentage.
Big slam?
I don't know about that.
Come on. You gotta hit it. Come on, Infected. No TP.
Just hit one, bro. Just hit one. That's all I...
Just hit one. Yeah, you don't need to hit multiple people. Just hit one fella on the other side. Just hit
80% here, Jaws. This is crazy.
Yeah, it is very close. Silver Bullet from Lethal trying to find an off angle with no ult. It's going to be a little bit tough. Good Sunni rush. Pin. Shatter. Infected. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. He's so low. Grabbed on Toast from Hall. Oh, this is big. Teleport away. There's the Shatter. Oh, it hits. I'm not sure how many people, but Skivis. Tree gonna get kills thanks to that orbital ray. Did anybody go down there from the Shatter?
I think he whiffed the Shatter on the Reaper. I think the Reaper just died. I don't know if he hit anyone. That was a 2-fight point, by the way.
Yeah.
Team Liquid won one fight, and that was enough. Or, well, technically they won the 2 fights, I suppose, but... I mean... Ridiculous.
We were ready to pog. We were ready to lose our minds.
I was ready to pog.
All good. They managed to make it to the point first, too. Ultra from Admiral is outpacing Liquid right now in terms of that ult, but SSG are in decent standing. Oh, take it down. Oh, don't use ult. All good. Save for next fight. Oh, they're going to use it anyway. Okay, to actually counteract this wall. Tree pedaling back. Pops the artillery barrage, looking for somebody. There's a car around that corner. Oh, Sugar Free ends up getting run over by Tree. Okay, what a perfect response from Zera. That wall is so powerful against the orbital ray. It absorbs a whole lot of damage, so you can't even focus it down when the ray has been deployed.
Team Liquid looking so comfortable on these maps now. They didn't have the opportunity to go to Neon Junction previously before the playoffs, but now you're feeling comfortable on the hybrid map. You're feeling comfortable here on Flashpoint or New Junk City. The path to winning a 5-map series, it's so much easier for Team Liquid now with the way they're playing these kind of compositions, and now they're looking to run away with things here in New Junk City.
Yeah, they're going to try and get a big lead over them. They've already up to 70%. They want to extend it for as long as possible. Also got the Annihilation pretty damn soon. Those teleports, they're so good, in fact, to help Team Liquid get out of there. Sky Noon over the top. Yes, Zera was thinking about dropping off the edge there, but he ends up going down anyway. No mobility really for TL apart from this speed ring from Vega. But a fairly decisive fight. Wait, Infecting... Wait, he pinned Admiral?
What?
How? Is he on the ground?
You're not supposed to pin cats. Like, that's an unbelievable... Last effort charge. I love the 200 health charge from the Reinhardts. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna die, so I might as well just charge and hope I get something. And well, Infected is rewarded for his efforts. 89% here.
Shatter, TP onto the point already. They're trying to flip the sights right here.
Big slam.
It's 1-8 Shatter. Now that is a big slam. Oh, it immediately gets stunned though. The hit today was so good from Lethal, actually stopping him from getting the pin kill. Annihilation on the point from Hawk. So damn healthy. Pin goes in and 200 HP pin. It ain't happening this time, buddy. Ain't no way. And now Tree with the world on his shoulders. He's got the healing, of course, but yeah, Hawk's got too much damage. Which looks like SSG's point here. With one lone sim just trying to run away.
And they found the composition that works for them against what Team Liquid is bringing now on this Reinhardt and this Bastion. And this is SSG now with an opportunity to close out this series, qualify for the Stage 2 North American Grand Finals. What does Team Liquid still has to say about things? Infected moves over to the Mauga in a matchup like this now, but SSG, they have the Sky Noon available. Sugar Free will be lurking in the sky. The opportunity here as well.
All right, here comes the artillery.
No way.
Oh, wait, Zera goes down first. He was 2% away from ult as well. Not a good start for Team Liquid in this fight. A silver bullet connection, long range onto Vega too. I mean, this is lethal, doing the most right now on this high ground. His Cassidy has to be the most scary in North America right now. Like, name a better cast, Johnny.
Bro is just taking over the games.
Lion Force.
Bro is taking over the games. He's looking so comfortable on this Cassidy, and you not only have a reliable output from your Cassidy when it comes to the Sky Noon, it's just like, yeah, I just walk around hitting shots. Team Liquid, brutal team fight lost there. Like you said, 0 drops down early before the ultimate becomes available. Now you're really on the back foot. You're forced to invest here. Space Station get away with a cheap team fight win. They don't have to expend too many ultimates. They're looking quite comfortable now.
Catnap. Oh, they got somebody trying to get out of there now. Admiral manages to escape alive. But Infected Tree already dead. Lethal gets an amazing... Oh, and a nice little flank kill on to Zera too. Probably left the sim alive, actually. That wall's already been used. This is really bad news now for TL. They've got Old Shore, but SSG are playing up with their own.
Yeah, they just want to force ultimates early as possible.
They're extending the fight. They're extending this fight for so long.
This wrap round is so difficult.
You're going to have to get through this. Yeah, who touches? Who touches? Annihilation. Hawk can stay alive in this front line for just so long. Bob's Nemesis form into the Annihilation. And he's just running around them. He's running around them, Johnny. There's nothing they can do. He's going to have to get back to the fight in just a moment. Another touch shot's coming eventually here. Orbital Ray, Rush, lethal over the high ground. Dodges out of the way of Vega. Even dodges out of the artillery barrage too. Hawks of Violet not quite so lucky. A miracle push for TL. But they've burned so much. They've invested just both support ults, the artillery as well from the Bastion. Like, this is one fight territory for SSG.
Yeah, it's risky pushing forward like that. Team Liquid, they found a way to contest the point, and then Lethal didn't get anything with the Sky Noon in the end. So, pretty brutal team fight lost there for Space Station, but like you say, all this percentage built up for them now. It's going to pay dividends. Infected has a cage fight. That could win a fight by its lonesome, but SSG will have a couple of attempts here, maybe. Unless they stalled out this fight for too long, this could be it.
Stomp. Oh, okay. Nice pickup. And how long could they stall this fight? Do they want to now back out? It looks like it's going to be next to impossible. Infected focuses down the Bastion. They've managed to kill Kivis, and Hawk does have ult. There's a chance they could stay in this fight, wait for the respawners, but giving up this space is going to be brutal for them. Tracer play even now for Sugarfree to try and get back to the point in time in the fight. Touch. Annihilation is going to have to come in. Hawk's going to have to pop Annihilation. He has to. Oh, the post! The body block! The body block! The body block for Infected! Stops Hawk from touching the point. The kills come in, but it doesn't matter.
They were 99%, and they were pushing Team Liquid spawn with such a great opportunity to close out this series. And Team Liquid found a way back. We're going the distance here on New Junk City. Team Liquid not letting this one go.
They've still got ults for this first fight, but Team Liquid, because they won there, they've managed to build up some of their own. Hawks had this Annihilation for so damn long. They get first cap, though. Very quick on the respawns. I still Sugarfree jump off the map, too, to get a quicker spawn and get a quicker change.
SG has been very objective-oriented. That has been real good for them now as Team Liquid now. Pressure onto them to use their layering perfectly with these support ults.
Rush high to low, ideally. Perfect, actually. A little bit of that gets on low ground, maybe? Yes, it does. It looks like Infected can fight on it. Drops the cage, too. Okay, SSG. Look, we'll let that fight go. Not a problem. We trade rushes, and we get a cage out of Liquid for 44%.
Still, this is going to be tough to brawl, though. Sugarfree swaps over onto the Reaper here. Try to get some more damage onto Infected, but I don't think that's going to be the decider in these next upcoming couple of fights here. Vega has the Orbital Ray. The timing here is critical. You really need to get a couple of kills here with the damage amplifier. If SG is able to disengage from this Orbital Ray, that could be the opportunity for them to strike.
Lethal's such a mean fighting force as well on this point. Oh, the Sky Noon. No, the Ray's going to come out now. Lethal's going to be out of position. It's so much just extended damage thrown his way by Kivis and Vega. Or the amped damage. Stop from Infected. The Catnap and Annihilation finally popped here by Hawk. And he's so damn healthy too, but so is Infected. Pulse bomb from Sever. doesn't get a hit marker, and Hulk is still alive, and he's just draining Infected's health bar down. They need to focus this Ramata at some point. Eventually, the Annihilation will end up wearing off, and now it's up to Zero to try and punish the low health supports. Ultraviolet and April, though, keeping Hawk alive in this fight. 99% for Liquid. They bow out, but they're not quite done just yet.
They want to build this cage fight. They want to get these ultimates up and going, not force things. But here comes Infected.
Yeah, Lethal's in trouble. Infected's in the backline already. Cage fight on the point, but he's so damn low. Hawk just runs him over. Where's the team fight here from Team Liquid now? Zero, cut to ribbons. They can't get back in. They have to go for a reset, but same position again from that last point. A late death for Kivitz too is brutal.
Infected's on ball. Infected's on ball to try and get this touch going. Space Station, if they just play the point here, they should have the damage to brawl out with Liquid.
The cat as well is going to help UB get back to the rest of the fight. They got the cat now. Touch for Infected. He's back in. Touch for Zera. They almost found the one clip on Sugar Free. There's Pokemon in his hand as well, but there is going to be a Death Blossom and a Catnap for SSG to play with. Death Blossom. Oh, the stick! They end up trading both, but Lethal comes up with a kill onto Tree. It's only Infected now on the point with the help of Vega, but the High Noon is just too damn good. It separates them, and they're fighting their own battles, their own inner demons to try and come back. Oh, but they're going to be haunted by him now. SSG continue their perfect stage as they land themselves a spot in the Stage 2 playoff finals.
What an unbelievable, dominant performance from SSG to close things out. They looked real comfortable on Dorado. They looked comfortable for the most part of this new Junk City and taking it to Team Liquid in their own game. Such an impressive series from PlayStation Gaming to firmly solidify that tier break.
A very much revitalized Team Liquid, but SSG proving again and again and again they are the top of North America. They're so close though. So close to a perfect stage.
I mean, yes, they are, but frankly, this series was a banger. I mean, just looking back at the first two maps, which were peak chaos, like, they took us on a journey, all right? And I feel like for Team Liquid, after the stage that they had, to really go head-to-head with SSG in this one, having to force the flexibility out of SSG, really making sure that no composition is left untouched. That just speaks to the level that these teams are playing up to right now. I think this was a phenomenal showcase for both of them. And frankly, I would not be surprised if we see Team Liquid in the final again tomorrow.
Yeah, they look good. I mean, Dallas Fuel Team Liquid rematch.
Sheesh.
I think any kind of rematch is just a huge W. Like, yeah, this finals is going to be a banger. Or like tomorrow, it's going to be heat. And
Yeah.
it's a little
treat. So great.
It's been a treat. It's been confusing also. Like, there were a lot of moments in this match where I was just like, what is happening right now? Like, so many interesting swaps, but the swaps being forced out from both of these teams and neither team being too scared to make them, you know? Like Team Liquid, for example, taking that huge risk with their Vendetta comp on, what was that, Neon Junction? When did that happen?
Yeah,
like,
that
I
was
don't know.
Neon Junction,
Feels like a while ago, but like, they were so willing to take those kind of risks, and sometimes it paid off, sometimes it is not. Like, up until the very last few fights here, this could have gone either way, right? So they really played it so very close. Yes, SSG has been the top dog, but they don't look as untouchable as they did earlier this stage.
Oh yeah, very much closing that gap like we talked about in the interview before this series started. I'm excited to see the finals and how they continue this. It would be crazy if another team took the Stage 2 title, but at the same time, it just goes to show the level of Overwatch just keeps improving in North America. And also, you know, it's up to these three teams now to prove what they can do here on an international stage. Like, a lot of diversity in the comps, very deep hero pools on both teams, and it's been a pleasure to watch this series and cast it tonight.
It was 4 maps, and it felt like 2 hours. Like Ilios was insane. Neon Junction was insane. The last one went 5 rounds. It's just absolutely nuts. Sorry, I need like a reflect here in the post show to just like reflect on what I just witnessed.
what I reflect here is Lethal was the server admin. Lethal has been playing out of his mind today.
It's Cassidy broken.
He's freaky. His cast
No,
is the
Lethal
best
is
in North
broken.
America.
It's not Cassidy. It's Lethal. Lethal is the issue.
Yeah, actually. His cast is the best in North America. Like, my guy is getting clips where he hits a flourish, like, with the mythic weapon into double headshots. And it looks, I'm like, is this part of the trailer for the weapon skin? Or is this Lethal just popping off? Like, it looks, actually, Overwatch team themselves put that in the weapon-like skin trailer thing, because he makes it look so easy, and it's just an unbelievable pick right now, especially with the cap because of the Sky New. It's, oh man,
it's crazy.
Yeah, but I think it's all the individuals from SSG really stepping it up today. They looked cohesive, well rehearsed. They had such a good idea of their win conditions, no matter what they played really. And they did flex their muscles. We saw a lot of different looks from them. So that bodes well for whatever will come their way in the grand finals tomorrow. We do have Sugarfree joining us now for a post-match interview after this intense series. Sugarfree, welcome to the show. Congratulations. Did you feel nerves there at any part of this match? Because quite frankly, I think you didn't rank Team Liquid super high heading into the playoffs, and now they faced off against you here in the upper bracket final, and they did play close.
Yeah, honestly, I think they leveled up a little bit. I wouldn't say I was nervous, though. That's a little too much crazy talk. It was still a 3-1. But yeah, they definitely improved over the last few days.
Obviously, you guys are looking to make it a perfect stage if you win tomorrow. Who are you expecting to see in the finals? You got Dallas Fuel, you got TL in that lower bracket finals.
Right now, yeah, I think Liquid are better. Dallas, I don't know what was going on with that match. They just, they were just dying to literally nothing versus Liquid. They didn't seem to like be playing together, so I'm not sure what's going on with them, but I think Liquid will probably win tomorrow.
So you kind of had to react to that match yesterday between Team Liquid and Dallas Fuel, just seeing what the teams were playing. Take me inside Space Station Gaming as you prepared for today's matchup, because I feel like your hero pool is so deep now. You can play so many different kind of compositions, and you did, play a great Mei going into this series, knowing that Team Liquid were going to bring out the Tracer, the Xion, really push the tempo. What did you guys talk about internally? What did you want to accomplish with your compositions in this match?
We were just trying to play the best comp we could every single time. Like, if Infected went Mauga, then I'd go Reaper. If he played Sigma, then I'd go Mei. Just literally make him keep swapping, play the counter game, see who's more flexible, and ended up winning.
So, heading into the grand finals tomorrow, how important would it be for you and the team to be able to actually take that NA crown?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty important winning. I didn't get to a single win last year. I got in the grand finals like 3 times. This surely is my year. There's no way I mess up again. I'd be pretty happy if we win finals, yeah.
I hope so. Look, I want to ask your opinion on the new map, Neon Junction. We've only seen it once in NA so far. It looks pretty fun. It was very chaotic. It was a little crazy. Like, what are your thoughts on the map as a whole? Is it a must pick? Is it fun?
Jones, what are you saying? That map is horrible. I don't know if Overwatch can get mad at it, but like they need to redesign it. The first point, there's like no angles to play on first point. It's just you're all sitting on low ground. Third point, it's a bunch of bull crap. Like, bro, fix the map. I don't like it.
Okay, I like the honesty. Yeah, mad respect.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. What about the perk? If you could redo that attack in overtime, would you have done anything differently?
The perk?
Yeah, well, you went the tank mode Bastion perk in overtime, and then you decided to swap onto the Tracer, maybe to get a last point touch there. You did end up losing there in overtime on Neon Junction. Like, would you have done anything different on that attack, or did you feel like the rollout was still pretty good?
Oh yeah, I wasn't supposed to take the perk. I fat fingered.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
It happens. Doesn't matter though. A dub is a dub in the end, right? So you guys are finding yourselves in the grand final. So once again, congratulations. We're going to let you rest up and prep for your upcoming match. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
All right, thank you.
As per usual, Sugarbron coming in confident, never worried, never sweated, even though that was a close series. The score doesn't quite tell the story here, quite frankly, because there are a few maps that could have gone either way. Team Liquid have leveled up, and they will be facing off against Dallas Fuel in the lower final. It's going to be a rematch, but Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like this could go exactly the same way. Because quite frankly, Dallas Fuel, they didn't make any like big changes coming into today's match. They weren't pushed the same way either. So like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think
just be a
Sugar was kind of
repeat.
spitting. I won't lie. I think Dallas Fuel were kind of falling over to what Liquid were just lightly like throwing at them. Like, is this really going to be what Dallas Fuel are going to bring in the playoffs? I'm not sure. After seeing this one, I agree. I think TL are going to make it to finals. And it's going to be a kind of a sick rematch in the first of all.
But Mr. Positive himself, Johnny, he believes in the Fuel.
I mean, no, I'm just appreciating. I'm just soaking in the moment. I'm just making the most out of this beautiful experience. Getting the opportunity to watch these three teams go head to head. This is peak, and I'm just enjoying this series. And I'm not going to predict anything tomorrow. I'm not going to predict anything. I'm just going to live in the moment.
We'll make
That's not really up to you because it is part of the show to do predictions with absolute no payoff or
I have
punishment
free will.
for that matter. No, you don't. Sorry, but this is really just all about the friends we made along the way, right? And man, was that a bonding experience? Because quite frankly, both regions have been just so entertaining. Like it's been so up and down in general in the playoffs. It's been just incredible what these teams have brought to the table. And you know, we might be done for the day with EMEA and NA, but OWCS Korea will continue in just a few hours. So you know, just stick it glued to your screens in case you haven't collected all your drops yet, for example. I just highly suggest you just stick on with it. China, of course, is being on as well overnight, deciding their EWC slot in the middle of the night, I think, for the American West Coast. And the all-important Midseason Championship is, of course, just a few weeks out. That's where all these teams will be battling it out on the big stage in front of a French crowd. It's gonna be incredible. But first things first, we gotta crown some champions in EMEA and NA for stage 2. It's been a journey thus far, an incredible one at that, and we can't wait to be back again tomorrow. Thanks to the two casters here for waffling and yapping and making it also very entertaining.
Thank you for hosting.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. To get paid for it, so you know. Or
yeah, that's facts. That's true.
It do be a job. I do love my job though, and we are so very grateful to be here, and we'll be back again, same place, same time tomorrow. You don't want to miss it as we're crowning our stage 2 champions.
See you tomorrow.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't leaving. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling